Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there. Hopefully, you're getting off your graveyard shift and you drive home safely. If you're getting ready for work or if you're at work, what is happening? Good morning, everybody out there, the teachers, students, cops, firefighters, you name it. Love Miss Bedoti and you, Joe Shasky. What is happening as we get ready for the Grizzlies and the Golden State Warriors tonight? We got some trash talk going on. We'll get into it, of course, with Draymond Green, Brooks. Can the Warriors bounce back? A freak injury with Kevin Durant.
I've never seen it.
Freak injury.
There was a guy, Tim Burke's son, was in the layup line in the Bruce Mahoney, and he hurt himself.
Are you serious?
Yes, I swear to God. This is back in like 99 or 2000 or something like that. Legendary coach, Tim Burke, St. Veronica's guy. I've never seen an NBA player get hurt in a layup line. Bonte, are you kidding me? Have you ever seen that?
No, I've never seen it. And now, since Chase Center's been open, 2019, Kevin Durant was hurt. 2020 was the season with no fans. We're going to miss Kevin Durant on Monday. And Kevin Durant has yet to play in front of a crowd at Chase Center.
How? It's so random.
I just can't believe it.
I know, it's so random.
I'm so looking forward to that game.
Me too.
It's just Kevin Durant in a Suns uniform, and now he's going to miss the rest of the regular season. You don't have Kevin Durant. You don't have Mikal Bridges. He's in Brooklyn. You don't have Cam Johnson. It hurts their depth. Where are they going to slip to? So
it's so weird. This league is insane.
This league is insane. Everything happened. Brandon Ingram leaves a game against the Mavericks. Luka Doncic leaves that same game against the Pelicans. I mean, just injuries galore. You got Fred VanVleet calling out the referees. We'll play that at some point today. It's just, but with all that said, there's an opening for the Golden State Warriors.
I know.
There is an opening for the Warriors to sneak through the cracks and make another run at this league. I can't believe I'm saying that right now. But with the league, the way it's playing out, and with all these teams 4 through 13, it's been unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It really is. But I think you're burying the lead, Bonte.
What's the lead?
Did you see the biggest win of the season for the Giants last night?
Oh, you know what? Shamanaya looked ripped on the mound. They beat Team USA.
Did you see that dent in the wall that Lamont Wade Jr. put in there?
I saw the David VR Oppo Taco.
Look at you.
Come on, man. I was locked in. DeSclafani, 3 shutout innings.
So it's all downhill from here? That was it? I mean, they played Team USA. It was a who's who. I don't want to say murderer's row because I feel like that doesn't. We should be saying that in the modern era, but whatever.
Right.
I can't believe my Giants, your Giants, our Giants, beat Team USA.
Bobby Witt Jr. looks sick of that Team USA.
He's so sick. He's a Wilson Glove guy. I love Bobby Witt. Come on, that's my dog.
That's my guy from the
Mookie Betts out there in right field. That team is loaded. I feel really good about Team USA. There's World Baseball Classic is going to go on right now. There's a lot of pool play going on. We're the defending champs, United States. So, but they played the Giants yesterday in a spring training game, and that was just pretty cool. I mean, I think a lot of people were watching the Giants for the first time.
I can't believe just how ripped Mania looked.
Has he
ever looked like that on the mound?
He
looked like he had a muscle.
Yeah.
I mean, he looked like he was in great shape. The hair was flowing. I was very impressed with Sean Mania. David VR going out on Taco, though.
He looks
good.
Third base. He looks good.
Is third base all his?
Well, he's a third first. Yes, third base is definitely going to be his. That's why you let Longoria go. Longoria plays on the Diamondbacks now for those that are just tapping in on baseball and trying to refresh who's who and whatnot. David VR played a lot of first base last year and some third base. I think he played a little second base one game, but he looks like he's got third base to himself. Right? And he's a guy whose bat went flying through the minors in the last couple of years and kind of came out of nowhere. Yep. So let's see it. I mean, he could be the first real Farhan prospect to rise.
That's going to be wild. That is going to be wild.
What about DeSclafani, huh?
DeSclafani, not bad.
I got to have a conversation on his fashion game, though. I'm not feeling the way he wears his pants.
No. By the way, the segment is brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Anna saw the TV. She goes, baseball's already back. Just spring training. And I got the fever. I got the itch.
You do?
Well, I've always had the itch. But now it's just like, all right, we're here now. We have March Madness coming up.
Let's go.
We've got the Warriors playing the Grizzlies tonight. We're going to talk to my boy Evan Barrs today.
Oh, nice.
Memphis Commercial Appeal. He's been writing he's been covering the Grizzlies for a couple years now. Covers the Memphis Tigers college football and basketball team. And we go back to, I met Evan back in 2012 in New Orleans. December of 2012, National Association of Black Journalists Convention.
Okay.
Me, him, and Rashawn Haylock, who's now calling games. He calls games for the WNBA LA Sparks.
Wow.
He called all the high school championship games.
Oh, wow.
Football.
Really cool.
And we clicked. We clicked in New Orleans. Evan, Rashawn, Naila Morgan, who's now working for the New York Times.
Oh, wow.
And we just kind of,
you might be the least accomplished of all four.
I was. And so, Ev has been doing this thing, so we're going to talk to him at 7:30 about John Morant, Dylan Brooks, how they feel about the Golden State Warriors. That'd be a fun conversation.
So, all right, Draymond Green, now that we're here, we get off the baseball for a second. I was watching the Giants. I have over at San Francisco Baseball Academy on Geary, throwing batting practice while watching the Giants. It was just great to have them on the TV. It's a great companion. But what I saw on the timeline yesterday, Draymond Green, look, love him, hate him, can't live without him. Like, that's the way I would describe Draymond Green.
No doubt.
You love him one day, you hate him the next, but you know you can't live without him. I was ready to, kill this guy because of what happened on the court the other day. Like, You got to be kidding me, Draymond. You're quitting on a play?
Right.
Then the podcast drops, and he cuts one of the sickest WWE promos, crushing Dylan Brooks I've ever seen in my life, and I was like, Team Draymond again. I'm back on the bandwagon.
So we're going to play this sound in a second. Give me 1 second. But I was thinking about the Uber ride we had to the California Classic. Okay. I was like, Shasky, I'm going to present something to you tomorrow on the show, and you're going to love it. It was a 3-team deal. For Ben Simmons, CJ McCollum going to Philly, Draymond going to Portland. I mean, we tried to trade this guy. And then the next day, we're like, you know what? We're foolish. We can't win without Draymond Green. And really, these 4 championships don't happen without Draymond Green.
Of course.
It just doesn't.
But that's why he's so difficult to pin down when it comes to, again, all the great things he brings. He's so complicated, he drives you crazy.
But we think, and no, Ernie Chavez, it wasn't a limo drive. It was a, what was that?
A limo.
It was just a little town car.
Like a Lincoln Town car.
Yeah, it was shout out to Premier Limousines.
It might have been a Chrysler New Yorker. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, Premier Limos. Steve, what's happening? We need another ride someday.
Yeah.
I need your services. But I was thinking about Draymond Green. I was like, damn, we really tried to trade him for Ben Simmons. Like, as fans. And you see what Ben Simmons is doing now? He can't even get on the court.
I know.
He's cooked. He's going to be playing in Australia soon. Or China.
I mean, he might be a guy that you can get on a vet min.
I still wouldn't want him on my team.
As a vet min?
He doesn't even look at the basket. He doesn't rebound. He doesn't pass. He's a shook one right now. Ben Simmons, that is. But I was thinking about Draymond. I said, damn it. This guy's a 4-time champ. He's got 2 Olympic gold medals. All defense, 7 times. DPOY. That's our guy.
Yeah.
And 10 years from now, when we always talk about the end of the run and when you and I got gray hairs and no hair, actually no hair, I'm probably going to be receding by the time I'm 50.
I'm slowly starting to see the white hairs come in.
Draymond Green is a borderline statue guy.
Borderline, I think he probably will be a statue guy.
23's going to be in the Raptors. That's our guy. If anybody's going to ride with him, we have to ride with them. And so after yesterday, I'm thinking to myself, damn, this guy just quit on a play. This is how it's going to end. And then he drops the podcast. And then he drops 2 minutes and 21 seconds of just absolute gold. So everybody buckle up.
For me, it's not just what he says.
It's how he says it.
It's not just how he says it.
It's the delivery.
It's the cadence
it's the delivery.
in which he delivers it.
It's the delivery, which makes Ether so good with Nas.
Yes.
It makes Takeover with Jay-Z so good. Hit him up with Tupac.
Yep.
That's what makes the cadence, the delivery, the pacing of
Nail in the coffin, Eminem.
Unbelievable. So,
boy, Benzino still hasn't been hurt.
Benzino has it too, dude. Benzino, he's so cooked.
No Vaseline, Ice Cube.
Oh, unbelievable.
You got to get personal in these disses.
You have to get personal.
If you're going to go diss track, you have got to get down and dirty.
You got to get down and dirty. So, here's 2 minutes.
Oh, this is so good.
And 21 seconds.
Oh, my God.
Of absolute gold from the Draymond Green podcast, courtesy of Volume Sports.
This idiot said, I don't know what Draymond does out there. He said, I don't like Draymond at all. You don't know me. I just don't like Golden State. I quite frankly wouldn't like a team that beats me all the time either. I don't like anything to do with them. Quite frankly, you were a little kid in high school watching us win championships. Should be happy that you even witnessed that. Or maybe college, but you get the point. You're a fan. Draymond talks a lot. You talk a lot now, so if you have 4 rings, sure you talk a lot more. For All-Stars, you probably talk a bit more. Defensive player of the year? Damn sure would talk more. 2 Olympic gold medals? You definitely would be talking because that would mean you beat Team USA, and we all know how that goes. So gets away with a lot too. What exactly do I get away with? I have 15 texts, one less than your dumb ass. Okay, great. His game is cool. If you ever wondered why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. And yet, you running around talking about a dynasty? The dynasty starts after you, not with you. He plays with heart, knows the ins and outs of the defense. If you want to be quite frank, I made the ins and outs of our defense. I guess that's why they like him over there. I'm trying to figure out why they like you in Memphis. Or do they like you in Memphis? That's a better question. I'm not sure your teammates like you, but I can tell you why they like me over there. When you contribute in the way that I have contributed to 4 championships, they tend to like you. So, next time you speak up on me, you should do some fact checking. Next time you speak up on me, you should do some soul searching. Next time you speak up on me, I hope you're in a better situation than you in now, where the guys you play with actually enjoy playing with you because they actually think you're contributing to winning. Because it ain't happening right now, champ. You're not a champ. You're a clown. It ain't happening.
So, I mean, as we break this down.
Oh, my God.
As we break this down, and Draymond Green comes back into our good graces this morning.
He's dissing Dylan Brooks, if you caught him in the middle of that.
Because Dylan Brooks last week was featured in a story on ESPN where he basically said, I don't like the Golden State Warriors. I don't like Draymond Green. He gets away with things. I don't know why they like him out there. I guess he knows the ins and outs of the defenses. Blah, 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 blah. So Draymond Green clapped back. And one of the coldest lines, I mean, there's like 15.
I was going to say, the dynasty starts after you?
That's my one. The dynasty starts after you, not with you. And then at the end, come on, champ. You're not a champ. You're a clown.
Well, he starts off with, you're an idiot, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
Draymond's out of his mind, but God, that was so good. When he wants to eviscerate someone,
he will.
Yeah,
he will.
And it's just. I
also wondered too.
This is a Picasso.
But I also wondered because I haven't listened to the entire podcast.
I don't need to.
But I wondered. I was like, is he going to address the play in the first half?
I don't. Did he? Did anyone know?
Nobody cares.
Lost in the sauce. No one cares.
Steve Kerr addressed it, which we'll play a little later.
This is what my wife does. I'm not big on onions, so she'll chop them up real finely and throw them in the sauce, so I don't even know. And then lost in the sauce. There's the onions in there somewhere. You didn't even know.
Lost in the sauce. So Dylan Brooks last week. There was a story last Friday. Last Friday, where basically Dylan Brooks was talking about the Golden State Warriors, and he brought up Draymond Green.
God, Dre's the best.
Dude, he is the best. He is the best. And look, Dylan Brooks. He's got guys like that are good for the league. Goons, guys you hate.
Fonte, this
but I've said
is
this last.
unreal.
But you know what's funny? I'm listening to this podcast now. It just dawned on me, Shasky.
Okay.
Remember I told you after games, you were at Game 6 against Memphis, right?
Yes.
When they
No.
you
I
were
was in Joshua Tree watching on the iPad.
You were at Game 2 against Dallas.
Yes.
So Game 6 against Memphis, Dylan Brooks was hot to start.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And then he finished 11 to 29. And I think I told you this off air, but Darrell and I are walking back to the parking lot after the post-game show.
Yeah.
And Draymond pulls up, and he's got little DJ in the back. And Draymond's like, "What's up, y'all?" And he's happy because he scored like 14 points.
Yeah, he looked great.
He shot the ball. He was aggressive. And I said, Day, man, let it fly. Because I know, man. I said, hey, by the way, you give us a lot of cotton, I'm buttering them up. And I was like, hey, the best thing that happened in this game was Dylan Brooks getting hot. He goes, oh, I know. Because Dylan Brooks got hot and thought, oh, I'm Kobe tonight. And literally the other night against the LA Lakers, Spinoni knows this, his Lakers, Dylan Brooks is wide open in the corner.
Okay.
They treated him like Tony Allen. Clank, clank, clank. And so I'm just like, gosh, Dylan Brooks.
If you're a Grizzly fan, the last 4 or 5 days
has been rough.
I mean, like you're watching a franchise implode here.
So basically, Dylan, yeah, you are watching a franchise.
I mean, like, think about it. Like,
but
Dylan,
didn't I tell you this though last year?
You said they should trade him away.
They should have traded him in the summer. Instead, they traded DeAnthony Melton to Philadelphia.
I like Melton.
And I said, yeah, I like Melton too. And he was actually D'ing up guys on the floor. He was giving Steph some issues. He's giving Jordan Poole issues. But I was just thinking to myself, get rid of Brooks. You're not winning anything with this guy. Because he just, in his head, he's got the irrational confidence. He's not a shooter. He fouls hard. He talks. He fires up the other team.
He's a hack.
And now he's fired up Draymond Green. This is what he said last week. I don't like Draymond at all. I just don't like Golden State. I don't like anything to do with them. Draymond talks a lot. Gets away with a lot, too. His game is cool with Golden State, but if you put him anywhere else, you're not going to know who Draymond is. He plays with heart, plays hard, knows the ins and outs of their defense. I guess that's why they like him over there.
But Dylan's got to know, if you bring up Draymond, he's coming for you. Like, you got to know. Like, there are some guys that you bring up and they don't care, like one way or the other. You bring up others, you know they're coming at you. And this is why the NBA, I mean, look, say what you want about trying hard throughout the whole entire regular season, load managers. They've got a lot of issues. Every sport has their issues.
No
the
doubt.
NBA is not different than any other league. The NFL's got issues. Major League Baseball has issues. NHL has issues. MLS has issues. But dear God, no one does controversy better than the NBA.
No doubt.
Better than any sport.
Better than any sport.
I don't care what anyone says. This is better than the Richard Sherman thing.
And so,
because Crabtree never really responded to Sherman.
No, he didn't.
What was it? Was it Aqib Talib and Sherman and Crabtree going at it?
The chains.
I don't remember Crabtree responding to him there either.
Well, no, they met up at a random spot in Dallas. I think it was a state fair or something. I forget.
Peace treaty?
Yeah, basically.
When he ripped his chain?
He got into it twice.
Aqib Talib is not someone to be trifled with.
No. He's about that life.
Yeah, you ever heard his story about one of his uncles?
Absolutely. Well, he's heard a story with his brother.
Well, no, I know that one. But, I guess Big Grandmama that he was staying with was saying, turn the music down.
Right.
And the uncle wouldn't turn the music down. So Grandmama grabbed one of her firearms, which is in a state where I guess it's legal, and
Texas.
Shot him through the door. The police showed up, and they're like, who shot you? And he's like, I'm not going to say. And it was Grandmama.
Right. Grandmama.
And everyone knew, don't mess with Grandmama.
Don't mess with Grandmama. Aqib Talib's about that life.
Unbelievable.
Dude,
it's an unbelievable story.
I swear to God, one of my favorite photos ever.
I'm not advocating violence.
No. One of my favorite photos ever. Aqib Talib and Gus Johnson in the booth.
It's the best.
And he's got the chain on.
It's incredible.
I listened to all the broadcasts.
I love Aqib Talib.
It was the Lions and
100%.
Washington football team. And Aqib Talib was saying, I was like, dude, he's in the barbershop.
Dude, you want to talk about cadence? I love everything coming out of his mouth. Love that dude.
Stop. You're going to make me choke.
Aqib Talib, he needs to be on more broadcasts. And I know there was some stuff that went down with his family, but he was so good. He's got to come back. And plus, I like having a DB's perspective. We have too many quarterbacks and fullbacks and tight ends.
Right.
Give me a couple defensive players.
Defensive lineman. Give me a linebacker. Give me a DB, whatever. By the way, we're giving away 2 tickets.
Oh.
March 31st, Spurs Warriors. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen to 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God.
The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win, Shasky. Up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for tickets now. 888-957-9570. I'm eager with Warrior fans. I'm anxious to hear about this. Where are we at with Draymond Green? Yesterday, we're all hot. I'm still kind of bothered about him quitting on the play in the first half. And we're going to play what Kerr said about that coming up here. But now he ethered Dylan Brooks. And we have the Grizzlies on deck. The number 1 rival to go to State Warriors right now. And it's tipping off at 4:30. It's at the Grindhouse. They haven't been back to the Grindhouse since it got blown out by 39 in Game 5 of those Western Conference semifinals. Where are we at with Draymond Green this morning?
I'm going to tell you where I'm at. Have you seen Dumb and Dumber?
I love it. I even love the TV version.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Absolutely hilarious.
When the two of them are arguing, Harry and Lloyd. Exactly. And when Harry says to him, and you've totally redeemed yourself.
When he came in on the moped.
That's Draymond every couple of weeks with me. Like, he builds a laundry list of things that drive me absolutely insane, and then it comes all the way back around, and he totally redeems himself. Like, that's just, the relationship is toxic between me and Draymond. I freely admit it. I've wanted to run this guy out of town 1,000 different times.
Right.
I also see all the value he brings to the table. I need what I need from Draymond tonight is I need Draymond to just go for like 15.
Vintage.
10.
Talk that talk.
Yes. I need him flexing.
Yourself.
I wouldn't even be mad if he wanted to. Like, I would allow him to get that 16th tech tonight on his way out the door in a 15-point blowout.
I need a plan to get to
I almost
Milwaukee.
want him to punt the ball up into the stands.
Remember last time he game 2 where he ran around the crowd like WWE style after he got ejected? Or was that game 1?
It was
game 1.
One, and he was like going to his ear like he was Hollywood Hogan.
The Warriors won that game somehow.
It was unreal. Jordan Poole's great in that game.
Yeah, he was great in that game. Oh, boy. So, where are we at with Draymond Green this morning?
Dude, that ejection was one of the wildest ejections I've ever seen in my life.
Wild. All right.
I've never seen anything like that.
Look, man, I know people.
In a playoff game.
On the more serious note, I know a lot of people got the news yesterday. There's been lineup changes at the station. As some of you know, of course, the news dropped yesterday, and these decisions are way above me. It's way above you.
Yeah.
We're just here to do the best shows we can do. We're here to do the best shows we can do for you. We're going to miss the guys that are no longer here, and we'll speak about that later in the week, maybe early next week, but we'll miss them. There's no doubt about that. Very emotional day yesterday, stressful day for a lot of us here at 95.7 The Game, but we're looking forward to the new lineup, which will officially start on Monday. We get another hour again.
Yeah.
6 to 10. We're going to be sleep deprived. Hopefully no overtime games for the Golden State Warriors moving forward.
Yeah,
so 6 to 10. We're going to have a dynamic change over at Steiny & Guru. They're going to go 10 to 2. And then Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6. So that'll be released. That lineup starts on Monday. Again, tough loss for the station, but we can't speak about it right now. We're going to respect everybody who's involved, Shasky. It's personal. It's professional. For all of us, our profession here. We'll speak about it later in the week and early next week, but tough day for us.
It is, and I think you eloquently put it there. Out of respect for those involved who we love dearly, both internally, externally, etc., and all the audience out there. Because without you guys, we don't have a station.
No doubt.
We know how much you guys love us, and we love you back. And without you, we aren't a station. But we're trying to be respectful for everyone involved in this, and I don't want to talk out of turn on someone else's behalf, and I don't think we should right now. But when the time is right, we will address the entire situation. But you guys know we love you, and you love us, and we appreciate your thoughts and everything, and respect that right now we can't really talk about it, and for a variety of reasons, and it's for those people's families.
Yep, no doubt. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. Where are we at with Draymond Green?
Oh my goodness.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5 Hour Energy. It's perfect when you're feeling coffeeed out, and your stomach will thank you. Discover 5 Hour Energy. Learn more at 5hourenergy.com.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were...
beginning at 3:30 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Xfinity. Warriors live tonight because it's a national television game, but we'll still be on at NBC Sports Bay Area at 3:30. Going to be a fun game. Going to be a real fun game as the Warriors try to win their 8th road game of the season. And the Grizzlies have the second best home record in the NBA. They're 26-5 at the Grindhouse.
Oh, is it the FedEx Forum?
FedEx Forum.
Oh, boy, look at me.
Look at you.
Is this his last year as a coach?
Who's that?
The guy who looks
Taylor
like
Jenkins?
one of my... Yeah, Taylor Jenkins. He looks like one of my cousins.
I don't know. I think he'll be back.
He looks like they're lost
rolling.
in their cousin.
Look, they're top 3. How can you fire the guy?
Because of everything that's going on.
Well, somebody's got to control Ja.
I know.
I don't think.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Yeah. No, I hear you. All right, let's get to Kerr's Corner. Kerr's Corner here is Spadoni. I want to get this out the way. Kerr's Corner. All right, Lost in the Sauce from the Draymond Green podcast. Of course, he rips Dylan-Brooks. But we all want to know what happened on that play late in the first half when he basically just walked away because Jordan Poole didn't pass him the ball. Well, Steve Kerr was asked yesterday by the afternoon show here on 95.7 The Game, and here's was his response to that play Draymond Green, or the lack of play Draymond Green made on the ball.
Yeah.
Well, it was one of several plays in the first half where I felt we were disconnected, and I think there's no question that it can't happen. Though, you have to stay connected throughout every game. There's always going to be moments of frustration. There were a lot of moments of frustration in that game last night, and Draymond knows he was wrong. We talked about it at halftime. He knew he was wrong. He let his frustration get the best of him, and he came back out and competed and played well and played hard in the second half. And these things happen in the course of an 82-game season. And as long as they don't linger, you keep pushing forward.
All right, so I'm glad they addressed it at the half. Draymond's got to be better than that. It's still inexcusable what happened that day in Oklahoma City. The other day, I should say, late in the first half. And by the way, did Draymond Green only grab one rebound? I know he didn't grab a rebound in the second half. Was it one rebound total that he grabbed in that basketball game? That can't happen. Now, the Thunder did cook the Warriors. They scored 137, so it wasn't many rebounds to grab. But one rebound for Draymond Green. They got out-rebounded 44-33. Draymond's got to be better. I like the 11 points. I like the 11 assists, but I need more boards. So I think tonight he'll be charged up. Jaren Jackson Jr., Dylan-Brooks, Xavier Tillman, no Ja Morant. He's going to miss at least the next 4 games. We'll get into that with Evan Barnes, but it's crazy how Draymond Green can come out on the podcast, on the Draymond Green Show, rip Dylan-Brooks, and all of a sudden we're all smiles again about Draymond Green.
It's like washing away all the sins, It's like going in the river, and you still haven't seen this show, have you? Righteous Gemstones. But like, if you're born again as a Christian, they like dump you in the water and you come up and you're totally different, and all the things that happened before are wiped away. It's your way of reconciliation, if you will. And I feel like Draymond, like myself, you step out of line, everybody's mad, and then you jump back in, everybody loves you again.
It's unbelievable.
It's, again, I will freely admit my relationship with Draymond Green, if this was a Facebook status, would be complicated.
Now, let me play this for you. This was on The Shop back in October 2022. And this is why sometimes we hate Draymond Green. Listen to this, Shatsky.
If it's LeBron coming in, if it's a Giannis coming in, because them the games I live for.
Easy. You ready for them?
Easy. It's the nights I show up, and we playing against the sorry
The Sacramento Kings.
I can't play.
Oh, the Kings?
The Kings stink. You name them. OKC right now.
OKC.
Like, oh my God.
Yeah,
the Kings make it better this year, I hope. But it's like, how am I supposed to get myself up like with this engine? And
because you don't play so many big time games,
on this soft Tuesday.
Yeah. I get it, but it's probably something you shouldn't say out there.
Well, and if you play in the league long enough, the Kings might end up being great, right, and you have to play them one time. You don't think they're gonna rub that back in your face?
You don't think if the Kings play the Warriors in the first round, that clip's going to be played over and over and over again on ESPN 1320? D'Lo and Casey, you don't think they're going to replay that clip every single 30 minutes? They may come in with the rejoin of that every single segment on their show if the Warriors play the Kings in the first round of the playoffs.
I got to give this, though, to Draymond. Somehow, some way, he'll find a way to come out on top.
He does.
I mean, like, at the end.
How about LeBron laughing at that clip?
We watched those finals. He was getting eviscerated by the crowd. I'm sitting next to old ladies cussing him out every single time the ball touches him. And then I'm saying he's unplayable. There were games in the finals. Bonte, admit it to me, look me in the eye. He was unplayable at times.
Oh, well, Steve Kerr didn't play in game 4 of the fourth quarter.
I was like,
literally benched him.
Exactly.
And it was the best move that happened.
It's good that he's in foul trouble.
Oh, game 2 against Dallas?
Yes.
Everybody thought that was like, oh, Draymond's in foul. He got 4 fouls. Ooh, come back from a 20-point deficit.
And then somehow you get to game 6 NBA Finals. There's Draymond dropping the microphone at half court with a 4th championship.
I know.
And the best game of the playoffs.
Doing the pod right after game 6.
So for me to doubt this guy, I don't even know. Like this, he always finds a way to come out on top.
He is one of the most polarizing athletes in Bay Area sports history.
More than T.O.?
No doubt.
More than Bonds?
Absolutely.
Wow. Think about what you just said.
He is, because as much as you want to rip Draymond, you look at the resume and you say, well, he does have 4 championships.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, let me look at the resume again. Wait, there's 7 all defensive teams. Wait. 2 Olympic gold medals. Forgot all about that.
I did too.
You get the player of the year.
Yeah.
I mean,
also, don't forget.
All-Stars.
Don't forget the greatest assist of all time, Kevin Durant.
Oh, my God. The call from the parking lot after game 7.
Exactly.
Literally at the game 7, in which he had a dynamic game 7. That's the thing. Even in that series.
Don't even start me on that. He outplayed LeBron in that game.
Dude, Draymond Green gets suspended.
The last 2 minutes.
Draymond Green gets suspended. And we're like, damn it, Draymond's going to cost us a championship. He comes out in game 7, hitting 7 threes. And he redeems himself. And all of a sudden, the talking point for those 2 weeks before Kevin Durant came was Steph and Clay didn't show up in that game and scored 30 points. Draymond Green saved us. That was the talking point after that game.
I thought he was going to be Finals MVP.
And he went up. He almost got
As a guy that's suspended, I thought he had a chance to be Finals MVP. That's how crazy it sounded. I think we've forgotten how great that game was. By the way, did you hear they were talking? I think, was it Iguodala was on someone else's podcast talking about the substitution that Steve Kerr made in that game 7?
No.
Today's not the day, but I want to get into that. He referenced, I told Steve immediately after the game, and we had a glass of wine, many times over it. The substitution changed that game. Yeah. And it's only one of 2.
Darajau?
Yeah.
Or Ezeli?
One of the 2.
My boy Fezzi fell. I hope he's not coming out.
It's
my boy
one
Fezzi
of the
fell.
2. My
gosh.
From deduction, it's one of the 2. No, look. When he went to Varejao in that second quarter, in game 7, I wanted to rip my hair out.
He didn't play most space in that game until late in the game. It didn't make any sense.
And then he had Steph on the bench with like 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, it was kind of wild.
Game 7?
Yeah, it was wild. All right.
My wife banished me to the back room. It was Father's Day. We had Grandpa there. My grandpa was so disgusted he couldn't finish his Chardonnay.
Imagine being at that game. You know what I did? Because David Feldhouse worked with him at the other station, and he came over here. He's a Cleveland guy. I went to the Cleveland Cavaliers locker room and grabbed one of the corks from the Moet bottle and gave it to Feldhouse later in the week. And I saw all that champagne, all those empty bottles, all that cigar, smelled all that cigar smoke.
I will never get over that one.
That was tough. But in that series,
I don't care.
Draymond Green redeemed himself.
He was awesome. What do you have, 6 threes?
7. Was that a triple-double?
All right, go to break because we're going to get in trouble.
All right. 888-957-9570. How we feeling about Draymond Green this morning? How we feeling about this game? We'll play the soundbite again and get into the Golden State Warriors and the Memphis Grizzlies. Here on The Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Thanks to the Xfinity 10G network.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Eight 957-9570 is the hotline. Grizzlies, Warriors tonight. How we feeling, Dub Nation? Warriors bouncing back. They've got to get a win on this road trip. Think about how many road trips they've gone on this year. They had the 0-5 road trip earlier this season. They had the 1-5 road trip later on in the season. They got an avoided 0-3 road trip. Think about 5 straight wins at home, and all of a sudden you come on the road, you lose 2 straight games, and all of a sudden you're playing the Grizzlies. You can ill afford to go 0-3 because now you're staring at Milwaukee and Phoenix in the face. Now Phoenix just lost Kevin Durant in the freaking warm-up line. Layup line.
That is insane. For those that are just waking up,
Kevin Durant.
What happened?
Kevin Durant, he was going to make, I think that was his home debut.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it was his home debut against the Oklahoma City
Dallas
Thunder.
was on the road. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Oklahoma City Thunder, and they didn't play Shea Alexander for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that. Kevin Durant's warming up, going through his pregame routine.
They're going to play SGA.
They didn't play SGA.
They're in a playoff push.
And they don't play him on a back-to-back.
The youngest in his prime guy, and wow. God, this league. Keep going.
This league's incredible. So Kevin Durant's going through his pregame routine, and he slips.
It's unreal.
And he sprains his ankle. And now the reports out of Phoenix is there's a grade 2 ankle sprain. And he may miss the rest of the regular season, which is insane because we're staring at Phoenix on Monday, and we're saying, man, we're going to see Kevin Durant for the first time at Chase Center with fans.
I know. I was looking forward to it. Now this is hypothetically, if they can both get that far, the first time that we see Durant is in a playoff atmosphere
would be sick.
I don't even think he gets a standing ovation.
Yeah, not then.
For playoffs?
But Phoenix
is that different?
That is. That's a great question. That's a great question. I don't think you can.
I don't think you can either.
They may boo the hell out of him.
But look, BB, for a second, just think about this. I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves. But I'm a big believer in showing respect. I remember when Dave Roberts was with the Giants, and I went back to Boston in 2007, and I watched the San Francisco Giants' final year of Barry Bonds, and it was Dave Roberts' first time back in Boston after the steal, right? When he had that steal, when they were down 3 games to the Yankees, he stole that base. It sparked the entire comeback. They finally, get over the hump, and they beat him. And I remember that. It was a regular season game, and he's playing with the Giants, and it was standing ovation. I mean, it went on for like 3 minutes. It was incredible. And I was like, man, this is how you treat a guy who's a champion in a playoff. And again, Dave Roberts had the one moment. Kevin Durant was one of the linchpins of what made them one of the greatest teams of all time.
No doubt.
And his first time back in front of fans.
Could be in the playoffs. I don't
know how you you owe it to him, but then I understand, because that also might be. You never know what's going on in the standings. That might be game 3 instead of game 1. You might be down in series.
Who knows?
Wow.
There could be trash talk there. There could be trash talk with the Warriors. I don't know. But the Suns right now, 3 games up on the Golden State Warriors. They blew out the Oklahoma City Thunder anyway. Devin Booker dropped 44.
Well, he's ridiculous.
I mean, he is ridiculous. So they're 3 games up on the Warriors in the Western Conference standings. Warriors a game up on the Clippers. Warriors alone in 5th place. A game up on the Clippers in the loss column. A game up on the T-Wolves in the loss column. A game up on the Mavericks in the loss column. The Lakers now lurking 2 games behind the Golden State Warriors for the 5th spot in the Western Conference. So I don't know how this thing is going to shake out. I really don't. It is insane. But you think about Kevin Durant missing the rest of the regular season. And all of a sudden, he may not have that cohesion with the Phoenix Suns, although Kevin Durant fits in anywhere. He gels, he meshes. He's all good.
But you just never know.
You just never know. John Morant, we don't know when he's coming back.
Okay.
We'll talk to Evan Barnes.
Uneducated guess?
Right.
Not anytime soon.
Yeah, so we don't know when he's coming back. All right?
And they're just going to welcome him. The NBA is just going to welcome him in the playoffs?
The Clippers are the Clippers.
Yeah, I don't know. They're the lava lamp of the league. I don't know what shape they're going to take tonight.
Nobody fears the T-Wolves.
No.
The Lakers are interesting. They are interesting. They could cause some noise. They could do some damage in the playoffs. I do believe that. And then the Pelicans lost Brandon Ingram yesterday. Zion Williamson is not close to coming back. They may fall out of the play-in tournament. And you may get OKC in the play-in tournament. So,
but they got to win this one tonight.
The Warriors have to win tonight. And all of a sudden, we're feeling good. Tomorrow, we're saying, oh, damn. Things are starting to open back up for them in the Western Conference. That's the crazy part about this season, and it's driving me crazy. It has been a roller coaster. I flip-flopped so much on this team this season.
Who hasn't?
Trust me.
Who hasn't?
They're 34-32.
We feel like the pendulum. Dung, dung,
They're
dung.
34-32, and yet they're in 5th place in the Western Conference.
I know. And if you told me they won it all, I'd be like,
I'm not surprised.
And if you told me they didn't make the playoffs, I might not be surprised there either.
And look, reinforcements are still coming.
I know.
Andrew Wiggins and Gary Payton II, but Andrew Wiggins, here's the thing, though, with the Warriors. Not only do they have to win, and they've got to get right, and they've got to get better defensively, and I don't know how you do that without Andrew Wiggins and GP2, but when GP2 comes back, is he going to look like GP2 from last season? Because the GP2 I saw from this season wasn't good enough. Andrew Wiggins was really dynamic before the right adductor strain and a non-COVID illness. Came back, hasn't been the same. When Andrew Wiggins comes back, if the Warriors want to go back-to-back, he has to be all-star Wiggs. He has to be two-way Wiggs. He has to be the guy who's dunking all over Luka Doncic. He has to be the guy who's shutting down Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I don't know what Wiggins we're going to get back. He's going to need some time to get back.
I don't know when we're getting Wiggins back.
That's the million-dollar question, right?
And just for a second on the Wiggins thing, our job is to talk about these teams, right? Like that says we can come in, talk about these teams. That's what's going on. This is such a difficult thing to talk about the Wiggins thing because it's littered with landmines everywhere where you could step on it and it could explode. And what I'm going at is that like we don't know what the hell's going on. We don't know if this is something very, 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 very serious,
right,
which I'm assuming given the length of time out. And so any kind of criticism or anything like that where you're critiquing what's going on,
right,
or just showcasing general frustration, you don't want to look foolish retroactively because of the severity of what might be causing him to miss time. So I don't know how to talk about it, right, B? And I feel like a lot of people, Warrior fans included, we're just like, what's going on? And we don't know what's going on. And now you worry and your mind starts wandering. And then you're looking and you're like, okay, well, I need the team to win.
Right.
But also you're like, on a human element, what could he be going through?
What could he be going through?
And that's where I think it's really difficult to talk about. And so this absence, we're going on, 2.5 weeks?
2.5, 3 weeks, missed 10 games. About to miss 10 straight game.
And so the point that I'm trying to make is I don't know how to talk about it. I don't know when he'll be back. I don't know what to think. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's weird for me.
I don't think it's right to assume anything.
I'm not.
What I think is right is to give him his respect. Let him get through what he's getting through, whatever's happening with him and his family. And when he comes back, we welcome him back. That's it. I think it's reckless to kind of speculate what's going on with Andrew Wiggins or why. You know, I'm just not even touching that.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with him, and I hope for the best for him. But Bob Myers told Steiny and Goo a couple weeks ago, "Hey, I do believe Andrew Wiggins will be back before the season's over." So that makes me feel a lot better.
I agree. I agree.
Get him back with 10 games left so he can get his legs back under him. Hopefully.
It's so wild how each season with these Golden State Warriors can be its own novel. Mm-hmm. I mean, this year alone, they go to Japan. You got the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green thing. You've got absences. You've got Clay returning and starting off the season lackluster. You got the Iggy portion of it. You know, it's his final run with the team. You've got Kerr and him wanting a new contract. You've got the youngsters, like the James Wiseman thing, the tug and pull with the Bob Myers contract extension. There's just so much going on this year. And then you throw in this Wiggins thing, and it's like whoever's writing the novel on this year is going to have a bestseller.
No doubt.
If people even buy books anymore.
No, I don't. Did buy a good paperback a few months ago. The Bill Walsh book, genius.
Oh, you bought that?
Yeah, well, Amazon.
That must have been a pretty penny.
Nah, it was cheap. The one you're thinking about is the one with Brian Billick writing the forward.
Oh, yeah, that's the one that our buddy Alex Scott
Winning Edge
gave me access to.
Yeah, with the Winning Edge. It's like the Bible of football.
It really is.
I thought of that Green Apple
They're
Books.
like $500 on the internet.
Yeah, I know. 800.
Oh, is it that much?
So Green Apple Books, true story. I used to live on 10th and Clement, and Green Apple Books right there on 6th and Clement, and went down there, found that book. I was like, okay. And then the cashier was like, all right, $100. It's like, why is this book so expensive? I'm good, right? Go back to the house, Google it on the internet, and it's like, oh, this book is selling for $800. Let me run back to Green Apple Books and spend $100 and overdraft my account at Bank of America and go buy this book. I mean, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Paperback book. I like holding the books. Huh?
I'm hoping Anna wasn't listening.
Why?
It's a lot of money on a book.
Well, this is before Miss Anna was in the picture, so. So can't say anything about that.
Well, that was my move when we moved into the house. I remember I had my own little storage locker, and it was right there off of Mariposa.
Right.
And so I went and emptied out the storage locker, and she was like, "You had a storage locker the entire time?" I'm like, "Where do you think all the memorabilia was?"
Does anyone really have a choice?
No.
No,
and
not
then
at all.
she saw how many boxes of plastic containers of stuff that I brought into the house. She's like, "Absolutely not. We're downsizing this." Meanwhile, she's got thousands of shoes.
Yeah, you better be cool.
The closet's like an avalanche every time she wants me to grab a pair of shoes.
Yeah, hey, let's move on because
Love you, hon.
Last time you got in big trouble.
Well, I got my buddy Alex. I think he's going to come by and try to like rework the closet for us because it's out of control.
I need somebody to rework my closet.
Bro, you know San Francisco. We got no closet space.
No space.
There's no closet
at all.
space.
No doubt. No doubt. This segment is
Your
sponsored.
boy's been in like 6 other rooms.
This
I only
segment-
have 2, so I was in the other room.
This segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Evan Barnes, Memphis Commercial Appeal, 7:30 to give us a lowdown on the Memphis Grizzlies. How long will Ja be out? Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green beef, all that stuff. We'll replay the Draymond Green sound in just a bit here. But as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Steve Kerr was on yesterday in the afternoon show. And here's what he had to say about Jordan Poole being in and out of the starting lineup.
It's been tough for him to be in and out of the lineup, to have his rotation changed. But the same goes for Kuminga, and the same goes for Looney, and the same goes for Dante. And, you can go down the list. But what I've experienced in my NBA career, both as a player and as a coach, is, when things go well and you have a good season, and you have consistency of health and good play, it's really easy for everybody to fall into a role. And when things are topsy-turvy and you go through adversity, roles change, and it's really hard to find your role and to fill your role when a season is really bumpy. And that's what I see this year. Just a lot of stops and starts, as I said, and changing lineups, and it just makes it difficult on a lot of guys. But that's the way it is, and you got to play through it.
We've basically said that all season long when it comes to Jordan Poole. And I don't get why it's so hard for certain people to understand that. When you're playing multiple roles and you're in your 4th season, coming off a championship, his first championship, you got the big fat contract extension that kicks in next season, and he's gone through everything that he's gone through this season. We know it, and it started back at training camp. It's tough to find a rhythm. Now, on one end, you say, hey, be a professional. We don't want to hear the excuses. You get paid millions of dollars. Figure it out. But at the same time, it's like, all right, I'm playing with Wiseman and Kuminga one day. I'm playing with Moody and Kuminga one day. I'm playing with Anthony Lamb and Jerome one day. Now I'm playing with DiVincenzo. Oh, all of a sudden I'm playing with Draymond Green. Oh, wait, I'm starting next to Clay. Oh, wait, I'm starting next to Clay and Steph. Oh, wait, I'm starting next to Steph. Oh, wait, Steph is not there. Oh, wait, Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond are all out. Now I'm playing with the backups, and I'm the guy who's going to have to facilitate everything and score everything. So Steve Kerr's right on point there. But how do you get him back in the rhythm? Because he's not going to be back in the starting lineup if everybody's healthy.
I don't know how you do. I mean, you can't get guys healthy if they're not healthy, and you can't get guys playing, consistently when everything's been inconsistent. Like, right, we're talking about all these things for Jordan Poole, and you're 100% correct on this. There's no stability on what his role is. I think anybody in any job, clearly define my role. What do you need from me? And I will try to execute that to my best of my ability. Nothing is worse than being asked 15 different things over 15 different days. It's really hard to get your footing and your comfortability. So, yeah, B, I think he's in a really tough spot. But here's the other thing. He's not the only one. Dante DiVincenzo's role has changed dramatically. Jonathan Kuminga's role is up and down. Kevon Looney's role is up and down. I think that's part of the beauty of me appreciating Kevon Looney is that even though, hey, go out, rebound, set screens, sometimes it's off the bench, sometimes it's with the starters, sometimes he closes, sometimes he doesn't. Right? But even then, I think his role is more simplistic than Jordan Poole's. We ask a lot of Jordan Poole.
A lot.
We ask a lot of him.
I know, and people don't understand that. They don't understand that. But he has to be better, too. Shot selection, when to drive, when not to over dribble. He gets himself into trouble. If it's 1, 2, 3 dribbles and he passes, perfect. But he starts going through the legs and playing street ball and he's moving. Yeah. Give up the rock. You killed the entire offense. By the way, injury report for Memphis Grizzlies. Steven Adams will be reevaluated in 4 weeks. He's out another 4 weeks, and that's a big. So Steven Adams underwent a stem cell injection yesterday as he continues to recover from a PCL sprain in his right knee. Adams will be reevaluated in approximately 4 weeks. They're a different team without Steven Adams.
Wow. So they're going to have no Ja tonight, no Steven Adams.
Yep.
They have to win this game.
Warriors have to win, right?
I mean, they have to win this game.
I mean, I don't like.
But when you look at the Bucks coming up and you look at Phoenix, and Phoenix is going to be spicy.
The Clippers next Wednesday in L.A. They haven't won in L.A. all season.
They got to win this.
Crypto.com has been a house of horrors for the Warriors. I mean, boy, Tyler Miller asking us on YouTube, the Warriors lose, where's the panic meter at?
I saw the meter get busted out the other day.
It did. But I didn't say everybody panic. I just said, uh-oh. Even Festus panicked a little bit. How about that? Festus never panics. He was like, I'm concerned. He was depressed. You know how he always yells, Monty!
Everybody got a little butcher in him.
Here you go.
I know.
You say that one for about 7 months.
I did. I did.
But even Festus, I'm like, where's the Monty at? Monty, what do you want me to do? He was depressed the other night. So they have, it's not a must win. And I'm not even going to say it's a you better win. But, man, play well. Play well.
Let me tell you, look at it. As long as Draymond is ready to bring that heat tonight against Brooks, I expect them to win. We got to play it over and over again. I want to have fun today.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right? Like Draymond has to. You cannot drop this. Basically, it's like a diss track. You cannot drop this diss track and lose tonight. You just can't.
I'll play it. Right over the Hit 'em Up beat.
Yes, this is the Hit 'em Up Tupac beat, one of the greatest diss tracks ever. Right. Give me what Draymond said about Dillon Brooks on his podcast.
2 minutes and 21 seconds of absolute gold. Here you go, Spadoni.
This idiot said, I don't know what Draymond does out there. He said, I don't like Draymond at all. You don't know me. I just don't like Golden State. I quite frankly wouldn't like a team that beats me all the time either. I don't like anything to do with them. Quite frankly, you were a little kid in high school watching us win championships. Should be happy that you even witnessed that. Or maybe college, but you get the point. You're a fan. Draymond talks a lot. You talk a lot now, so if you have 4 rings, sure, you talk a lot more. For All-Stars, you probably talk a bit more. Defensive Player of the Year, damn sure would talk more. 2 Olympic gold medals, you definitely would be talking because that would mean you beat Team USA, and we all know how that goes. So gets away with a lot, too. What exactly do I get away with? I have 15 texts, 1 less than your dumb ass. Okay, great. His game is cool. If you ever wondered why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. And yet, you running around talking about a dynasty? The dynasty starts after you, not with you. He plays with heart, knows the ins and outs of the defense. I want to be quite frank, I made the ins and outs of our defense. I guess that's why they like him over there. I'm trying to figure out why they like you in Memphis. Or do they like you in Memphis? That's a better question. I'm not sure your teammates like you, but I can tell you why they like me over there. When you contribute in the way that I have contributed to 4 championships, they tend to like you. So, next time you speak up on me, you should do some fact checking. Next time you speak up on me, you should do some soul searching. Next time you speak up on me, I hope you're in a better situation than you in now, where the guys you play with actually enjoy playing with you because they actually think you're contributing to winning. Because it ain't happening right now, champ. You're not a champ. You're a clown. It ain't happening.
Bro.
How is FedEx Forum going to respond to that?
This is going to be insane.
Tonight's going to be insane.
I can't wait. The drama. This is so good. I mean, Draymond has to go out and ball out.
Well, the last time they went to Memphis, they got beat by 39 in Game 5. However, they were playing whoop that trick during the timeout, and Draymond Green was dancing with the dudes. Remember that? He was out there dancing.
Yeah. Okay, so we were talking about people that were hated in Bay Area sports like history. KD was one of those guys. I think we forgot
Kevin
about.
Durant.
Yeah, coming to the Warriors, it made him hated.
Yeah, it made the Warriors hateable.
Yeah,
no
right.
doubt.
Terrell Owens.
No doubt.
Okay, Barry Bonds.
Draymond Green.
No, but where I'm going at, all three of those guys, their excellence was undeniable. Whereas Draymond Green is so nuanced. I'm not saying he's not excellent.
He's unique to this team. He's a unicorn.
He's also unique to the league.
Right.
And I think there are a lot of people that actually don't think he's that good.
No, they don't.
Around
They
in other
don't.
markets.
Ask Kenny Caraway.
Yeah, that's
he
what I'm
thinks
saying.
Draymond Green's just overrated.
So like, and Bonds has the cheating element. You cannot deny that. There's a cheating element. So that puts him in a weird category. I feel like Draymond is the most hateable athlete in Bay Area sports history from other markets. And it's not because of just the talking. It's because they also simultaneously don't think he's that good, which I don't agree with. But I think the others, the talent was so like immense. They at least like respected them on that level. I actually think most fan bases don't respect Draymond as a player.
No, they don't.
You get where I'm going with this?
No, they don't. 100%
like Boston
they don't.
did not think he was good.
No, that is true. Now I was just kind of stumped here because
I don't agree with that, but I'm thinking like
but no,
Memphis is hating him right now.
No, Memphis hates him. Like I'm trying to think of like the most hated Bay Area athletes of all time. Most hated Bay Area athletes of all time. 888-957-9570.
Outside this market.
Outside this market. Now it's tough to gauge because we don't live in those markets, and I know we got a break here, Lubman. Give me a second. I know we don't know these markets, but I wonder if Draymond Green is the most hated. I think he is. I don't even think it's a close second either. And let's get to that on the other side. We got a break here. That's coming up. Brought to you by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. Tonight's going to be a lot of fun. By the way, let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. We got state championships this weekend, girls basketball and boys basketball. Shout out to Oakland Tech. Shout out to Oakland High. Shout out to Mitty. Shout out to San Domenico. Marcel and company up there at Marin Auto Works. San Domenico's going to a state final. How about that? We love that. Email us at hss@957thegame.com and be featured on the Prep Rally podcast. First episode now available. The second episode now available on the Odyssey app. Prep Rally podcast. A lot of fun there. And we're going to get into baseball on that podcast. Find it at Odyssey on the Odyssey app or 957thegame.com. Shasky. We got the Grizzlies and Warriors. Evan Barnes is coming up. I'm sure it's been a slow news day or a slow 6 days for him out in Memphis, Tennessee. John Morant, he's away from the team. Steven Adams is going to get reevaluated in 4 weeks. They're sliding. John's not there. And now you got Dylan Brooks talking. And Draymond Green clapping back.
It's just hilarious.
And this is why you love and hate Draymond Green. Like, where are we at with Draymond Green today? Yesterday, we got an abundance of calls about Draymond Green. Like, can't wait for him to leave. Can't stand him. He quit on the team. We both were disappointed in Draymond Green yesterday about him quitting on that play in the first half. Then he ethers Dylan Brooks. And we all hate Dylan Brooks. We all, sports hate Dylan Brooks. Can't stand him. And Draymond Green ethers him, and now we're like, yeah, that's our guy. That's our dog.
But
Draymond Green.
That's the complicated relationship that we have with Draymond Green. Don't you have people in your life like that?
Absolutely.
Like, okay, for example, my father and I, right? My father and I have had and again, we don't have a typical dad-son relationship. It's very unique. The way we talk to each other is very unique. And there's times my mom hates you can't talk to your father that way. But our relationship is so weird and so different. Others may not understand it, right? But to me, I still love him. He drives me completely insane. I can't live without him also simultaneously. Yep. And we've done things to each other over the years that other families would probably look at and go, that is not what you do to a family member, right? Yep. But our relationship is weird and toxic or whatever from the outside. But from the inside, I'd do anything for the guy. No doubt. At times, I feel that way with Draymond. I can't even explain the rationale behind the relationship between me and Draymond Green.
Well, I saw somebody on YouTube. I didn't see the name, but shout out to that person on YouTube because they said they were playing pickup basketball outside of this market.
Yeah.
And people were like, Draymond Green's not that good. You guys overrate Draymond Green. Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320, tweets all the time about Draymond Green. Like, come on, man, he's overrated. People outside of this market don't see the value of Draymond Green on his basketball team. But you posed the question, is he the most hated athlete in other markets, outside of this market, when it comes to Bay Area athletes?
I think
Barry Bonds was hated, but he was respected.
Yes.
Terrell Owens was hated, but he was respected. There's a lot of people who's been hated, but they've been respected. Kevin Durant, but you knew how damn good he was.
And I think his decision to come, people saw that as super, super, super weak. Right? Like, and I understand that point of view. Whereas Draymond occupies this space where not only do people hate him and he's so brash and forthright, I think they also think that he's not good. Like, I legitimately believe that people don't think he's that. Like, I think that they think he is not the co-pilot of these championships, more a passenger.
No doubt.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. They think he's just, Barkley said it. He's not the lead singer in the band. He's in the background.
As I do a quick aside, Tyler Miller just crushing my dad right now. Low-key, Papa Shasky is the Team Morant of this show.
Nah, I'm not going to. Don't do that.
That's funny.
That's funny. It is funny.
That's funny.
By the way, I
can't find the Tom.
I did see his photos out there in Key West.
Oh, my God. Is he
90
stunning?
miles away from Cuba.
Is he stunting?
Oh, dude, he's flexing so hard.
Noreen,
the Bolognas.
Dude, my dad is having the greatest trip. And by the way, if you want to follow my dad's trip, just follow on Facebook. He posts everything.
He posts everything, no doubt. He's worse than Shasky, or he's worse than Butcher when it comes to posting. We can take pictures together. Butcher posted in like 5 seconds.
Well, I'm trying to get that algorithm up.
Well, Papa Shasky, he posted in 2 seconds.
Not even, yeah. He knows more about what's happening in life in real time than any person I know.
No. Although he didn't post a sick photo of us going on a flight, the red eye.
Yeah, I was surprised. He kept that to himself.
Yeah, that was a great shot. By the way, I realized on my refrigerator yesterday.
What's that?
When your pops had his retirement party,
Oh,
we
yeah.
all took photos and stuff like that. It's a photo with me, your pops, and baby Chaz.
You like that, didn't
That's
you?
on the fridge.
Yeah, I've got
It's
one
on the
that
fridge.
I framed.
Yeah, it's
My
on the
Uncle
fridge.
Jeff is the guy. So, like, everyone's got the family member who actually has the camera and takes good photos. Like, he takes professional quality photos and always.
And that JP Money's dad, right?
Yeah, and he always comes through with the big. So, like, we did all these, like, this is going way back,
Right.
15 years ago. My wife and I got married. We paid this photographer. Oh, my God. My wife and the photographer got into it. We had all of these, like, glamour, Photoshops. Now it's out of control. The photos that people do for their weddings now is a whole nother level of what we did. The best photos came from my uncle, who did them for free. All the best photos.
So now he's a photographer.
But like you have to have a brilliant mind to be able to snap the right photo in the right spot. Like, I do think that artistry is so difficult.
So
I
he's got a
tremendous
great
respect
mind
for photographers.
He's got a great mind. What about JP Money?
He's not a photographer, though. He will tell me his Android has better pixelation than my Apple.
Is he an Android guy?
Oh, dude, he ruins the chat. Yeah, he ruins the chat.
Nothing worse than a green text.
Is he really an Android guy?
Yes, and all in our family threads, I literally want to buy him a burner just to give it to him so he can have a number so he can just stay just for the family threads.
I have one sibling.
It
You guys
drives me nuts.
I have 9 siblings, so the family text during Christmas time is wild. My one brother has a Droid. Everyone else has an Apple. We have actually excommunicated him from the chats. He's not allowed to join.
It's always one person.
And then
it's always one person in every chat.
And they do the same thing. Well, mine is better quality, and it's cheaper, and it's better,
pictures.
and it's this, and it's Apple's messaging service, and blah, 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 blah. Like, dude, just stop.
And I've had Androids. I've had iPhones. I'll take the same damn pictures. I can tell you, this one's got more pictures.
It's the non-conformity for me. That's what they think that they're like special because they're not conforming to Apple.
No doubt. It's weird. Well, it's 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. Half Moon Bay in the state championship for the first time ever. Half Moon Bay boys. That's right. Shout out to Half Moon Bay. That's big time. We brought that up on the podcast. Draymond Green. And I'm looking at the comments here. You asked the question, is he the most hated? Because a lot of people don't respect his game. They don't see 25 points per game.
No.
They don't see 11 rebounds.
There's a status that comes with point scoring.
Right.
Which we can argue about, but like there is like they give contracts out in the NBA based on points per game.
He's basically,
at least that's a big part of it.
He's been a glue guy.
Yes.
He's been very important to the glue. And I feel disrespectful by calling him a glue guy.
No, he's not. He's a core guy.
He's one of the core guys.
Yeah.
But he bumps his gums.
Yes.
And I think that's why everybody hates him.
I think you're right. And also, I do think that people they see the defense and all that. Like, they don't think he's even on the Ben Wallace level. I don't think they think he's on the Horace Grant level.
Who would be more hated, do you think, outside of this market right now? Draymond Green or Barry Bonds?
Well, but Barry's got the cheating thing, and so I think that puts him in a whole nother level of infamy.
Do you think...
Like, it's different. I just think it's different.
Do you think fans outside of this market respect the fact that Draymond has 4 championships in the DPOY?
No. I think that Barry Bonds, just real quick on Barry, and then we'll get to Dre. I think if you polled average American sports fan and said Barry Bonds, they would all say the same thing.
Cheater.
Why did he have to cheat? He was so good he didn't have to cheat.
But they wouldn't even say why. They'd just say cheater.
Yeah, but I'm saying like I think they all recognize like, oh, he was great, but he cheated. And like it like kind of like stops the argument right then and there. Draymond Green, I think a lot of people say, yeah, Stephen Clay. I think a lot of people start there.
Tyler Miller,
and I don't think that's fair.
Great point. People here in the Bay do hate Draymond Green. It's weird.
Man, he is. If you bring up his name on throughout any show throughout the week, you will get callers on Draymond Green.
Here's a little snippet of what he said about Dylan Brooks yesterday on the Draymond Green show.
Draymond talks a lot. You talk a lot now. So if you have 4 rings, sure, you talk a lot more. For All-Stars, you probably talk a bit more. Defensive Player of the Year, you for damn sure would talk more. 2 Olympic gold medals, you definitely would be talking because that would mean you beat Team USA, and we all know how that goes. So
on the technical fouls.
Gets away with a lot, too. What exactly do I get away with? I have 15 texts, 1 less than your dumb ass. Okay, great.
So that was Draymond Green responded to Dylan Brooks because last week Dylan Brooks basically said, look, man, Draymond Green, now I'll read the full quote here as I pull it up, Shasky. Dylan Brooks, we know how polarizing he is. He's talked a lot about the Golden State Warriors. Remember before Christmas, he goes, I got Clay. I ain't worried about Steph. Clay was doing a lot of talking last year. I got Clay. And Clay cooked his ass on Christmas, and he did that little dance over. Remember that? Remember that? I don't know what that was. And Clay picked up the technical foul. But, you know, he was talking
They better not lay a stinker tonight.
He can't lay a sneaker tonight.
I'm talking about the whole team. Steve Kerr better bring it tonight with these boys.
Yeah, this is a big game. They've got it. We got to get some good vibes here before they come back out to the West Coast against the Bucks. I want it. Don't you want this win?
Of course I do. I'm trying to now think about just the Bay Area landscape right now. Like, there's no one on the A's that's hateable or no one even knows who's
Canseco, probably. That's about
I'm talking about currently.
Currently?
Currently.
You can't even
Period.
You can't even name anyone on
Yeah,
them.
Canseco's pretty much hated. But I also consider him simultaneously a Ranger just because of some of his buffoonery as a Ranger. But he is an A. I will admit there. La Russa, I hated La Russa, but I also understand his place in history in terms of creating bullpens. The Giants, Bonds is the guy, right?
Bonds is the guy.
Yeah, there's nobody hates Brandon Belt outside of this.
Nobody hates Buster Posey.
No.
Some people may. Ooh, Madison Bumgarner.
That's a good one, but not on the level of Draymond.
No.
Again, respect him. I think they
respected him, but some of the antics.
I think the borderline thing with Draymond, the number one, he's not respected. I don't think he is. I think he is not respected as a player enough, and hence why people hate him even more.
Well, if you say Draymond Green Hall of Fame, people are like, Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I do think people say that. And I don't think that's right.
Because there's other guys who played like him. Like, you take Michael Cooper, for example, the LA Lakers, Showtime Lakers.
Yes.
5-time champion. Numerous all-defensive teams. Any one defensive player of the year.
Probably
had to chase around Larry Bird.
Yeah, and the third, fourth, or fifth name, depending on what team you're talking about on that Lakers squad.
Because you're going Magic, Kareem,
of course,
Worthy, Byron Scott. You may be going Michael Cooper may be the fifth name.
That's what I'm saying.
Norm Nixon may come before him at times.
Yep.
So if Michael Cooper's not in the Hall of Fame, some people say, well, how can you put Draymond Green in the Hall of Fame if Michael Cooper's not in the Hall of Fame? That's the argument from a lot of people.
That's a great point. But that's, I think when people hear about the Draymond Green, just like his contributions to this team, Warrior fans all of us will say they don't win championships without Draymond Green. I think people outside of this market go, oh, they would have won championships no matter what.
Yep.
And I don't think that's right. I think that's just that doesn't add up to me. So there's a disconnect between how we view him and how others view him.
So Dylan Brooks said this last Friday. I don't like Draymond at all. I just don't like Golden State. I don't like anything to do with them.
And we don't like him.
Draymond talks a lot. Gets away with it a lot, too. Like Dylan Brooks doesn't get away with things. His game is cool with Golden State. But if you put him anywhere else, you are not going to know who Draymond Green is. He plays with heart, plays hard, knows the ins and out of their defense. I guess that's why they like him over there. And then, of course, in this article, Draymond Green, asked by a Warriors spokesperson for a comment, Draymond laughed and chose to pass on the opportunity to respond. Well, he just waited 6 days to respond.
See, I think the people around the league think he's more Kurt Rambis than who he is.
Believe Draymond Green is Kurt Rambis?
Like he's more like this enforcer type who's they don't see the sophistication of his offensive passing. They don't see the communication on defense and how I think he's the greatest help defender in the last 30 years.
Screen setting.
Yes.
They'll say, oh, anybody can set screens. Well, obviously James Wiseman couldn't set a screen out here. He had trouble setting screens. Must not be that easy. You know what I'm saying?
But do you think people outside of the Bay Area realize how hated he is?
I do. He's hated here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's hated here.
That's a good point. Like, when I went to Boston for that final series, the respect level for everyone, whether it's the media or the fans, Steph had a respect level.
No doubt.
Klay Thompson had a respect level. And then there was Draymond Green. And they thought so low of Draymond Green. They thought he was riding the coattails of everyone else. And I couldn't believe it. And it's like, look, even if you don't think Day-Day's all that, I couldn't believe how low they thought of him.
Dude.
It was as if they'd never watched him
It was
play.
deafening in there. It was deafening. And it got to him. He admitted it got to him.
Well, it got to me. I had old ladies double birding me.
I was sitting up there with the banners like, damn, this is wild. Anyway, let's bring in our guy, Evan Barnes. Southern California's finest, now in Memphis, Tennessee, covering the Grizzlies for the Memphis Commercial Appeal. Also covers the Memphis Tigers basketball and football team. We love Evan. Known him since 2012. Shasky, you love him.
Yep.
We all love him in the Bay Area. And Evan, good morning, man. Long time no talk. Haven't seen you since the Western Conference semifinals. And I gotta guess that it's been a slow news cycle out there in Memphis the last 6 days, huh?
My brother Bonte, first of all, good to talk to you, Joe. Good to talk to you too. It was all good a week ago. The quote crazy, right? It was all good a week ago. We were sitting here Thursday after the Grizzlies had beaten the Rockets. Everything seemed to be pretty good. And the last 6 days, yeah. I don't know what you can say, man. It's been a lot.
Well, let's put Ja to the side for a second. We'll get to him. Let's start with Draymond Green before we get to Dillon Brooks. What is your thought? Like Memphis, give me the feel of Memphis fans and someone like Draymond Green after what he said on his podcast yesterday and just how you guys view Draymond Green.
Well, I will just say that came out of nowhere because Draymond didn't respond to what Dillon Brooks said in the feature that was written on ESPN.
Right.
So we thought Draymond obviously was going to let it go, but it turns out Draymond was just setting up Dillon for the 2023 version of Ether on the NBA circuit. I mean, it was brutal. It was brutal. I mean, I was looking at Twitter to see what people were saying, and even diehard Grizzly fans were like, "Dang, like he didn't have to do that boy like that," you know. But honestly, I mean, Draymond Green is. I always say this: if Draymond Green was wearing the Grizzlies uniform, he would be beloved because of how he plays.
Yeah,
right.
He has that same mentality, that grit and grind energy, that dog in him, that hard-working energy who maximizes the best of himself. But right now, he is a villain. He is a villain the way that Dillon Brooks is a villain in a lot of other arenas. But, I mean, as our Grizzlies writer Michael Cole said, I have no idea how Dillon Brooks is not going to try to get technical tonight after what Draymond said, because he pulled his card in a bad way. Like I felt bad almost for him.
I mean, tonight's going to be wild for you. I know you're going to be excited to be there at the FedEx Forum when the Warriors take on the Grizzlies. First time they've been there since they got beat down by 39 points in that second-round matchup last year. Evan, how do Memphis fans feel about Dillon Brooks? I was watching the Laker game the other night, and he had 3 corner threes wide open. Fourth quarter, he clanks them. And even in that Game 6 last year against the Warriors, he goes 11-29. He starts off hot. Then he just kind of shoots you guys out of the game. How do Grizzly fans really feel about Dillon Brooks?
Well, Dillon Brooks is a polarizing figure here for obvious reasons. On the one hand, he plays hard. He plays with a passion. He is, the Taylor Jenkins always calls him the spirit leader of the team. He plays in a way that you want somebody with that fiery personality. He's been on the team. He's the longest tenured player who's been in Memphis. But there is the other side where right now he has struggled. He's been struggling all year. And typically when things go bad, everybody blames the volume shooter, and that's Dillon Brooks. So I think that's where it gets polarizing, because obviously there was right before the trade deadline, some fans were booing him. And
right.
Dillon Brooks told us, he didn't care because it's part of what happens. He knows what the locker room feels about him. So he's just a very polarizing player. But there are a lot of people who like Dillon Brooks, believe it or not. But I think the question is going to be what happens this summer with him as a free agent. Will the Grizzlies bring him back? Will the Grizzlies, try to make a move with him, sign and trade? We don't know. But that's going to be probably the biggest storyline of the summer is this Dillon Brooks' last season in Memphis? And honestly, it's hard to say. But I think, to answer your question, Monte, he is a very polarizing figure here, but a lot more people like him than you think.
So let's get to the Ja Morant big question here. Like, what's going on with Ja Morant in terms of returning this year? We've kind of plowed through everybody's feelings on where he's at in his life and all that whatnot. What is your feel on how long he's out? Does he return this season?
It's hard to say. I mean, all we know right now is that he's going to miss at least the next 4 games. And he said he's taking time away to learn how to manage stress and take care of his well-being. Listening to that statement, it does not sound like this is going to be a quick return for him. I mean, and again, this is just me speculating. I just don't know what he is going to take care of. Obviously, we know what happened with the video that was posted to Instagram Live last Saturday. We know that Colorado police have declined to file charges against them. The NBA's investigation is still ongoing. But at this point, it's just a matter of we just don't know. Taylor Jenkins has really kind of kept it very simple, saying that, they're going to give him time away. They're not going to rush him back. It's just a matter of what he needs to do. So we don't know. I mean, it's one of those things right now where it's not a suspension. and you just don't know. And I thought about this yesterday. Ja is also of a generation where we've seen Naomi Osaka take time away when she's not feeling right. And that can mean stepping aside from a Grand Slam tournament that she's in, or leaving a tournament that she's in to take time for herself. Ja Morant is very familiar with that story. So this could be a case where Ja could be taking weeks away. We just don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me because clearly Ja understands that the time away for him is going to be helpful for him to hopefully make some amends, check what he needs to do, and make some changes around him with his decisions as well as his people.
Evan Barnes here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, covering the Grizzlies for the Memphis Commercial Appeal. Does a great job out there in Memphis, Tennessee. So following up on that Ja statement, one, how do Memphis fans feel about Ja right now? And two, I know it's a two-part question here, but T. Morant, where does he factor into this? Because from us outside the market, you're around him a lot. You're around that team a lot, Evan. From the outside looking in, it looks like T. Morant is one of his boys instead of his father. We see him on the court side all the time with the yak and everything, with the shades on. Where does T. Morant, let's just start with T. Morant. Where does he factor into this?
Well, with T, honestly, and I'll say this, in Memphis, T. Morant is well-loved. You know, T. Morant has been well-loved by Memphis fans as he's gotten here. He's posed for pictures before games. He is very much a part of the Memphis atmosphere. But I will say this. I've noticed this year that T has kind of like scaled back a little bit. Like he used to show up during shoot-around, pregame warm-ups. He'd show up and sit courtside and he would chill and, enjoy watching that. Lately, I've noticed that he started to come into games a little bit closer to tip-off. So maybe that's a change that's happening, is that, he's not as omnipresent, before games as much. Right. But I do wonder. I mean, I have said that, it may be a situation where I'm sure that he's talking to Ja. I'm sure he is. But I've also listened to other people who've said, Ja is a 23-year-old. He has to make those decisions for himself because, as I think Jalen Rose said, when you become the breadwinner, you become the leader. Mm-hmm. And I think Ja has to be able to say, okay, who do I listen to? Mm-hmm. Who do I look at and say, this is who I need to take care of and be mindful of when they give me advice? Mm-hmm. As far as T, I'm sure T and his mother Jamie are in his ear talking, but it also is difficult when, Bonte, Joe, we were 23, 24 years old. Sometimes you don't listen to your parents as much.
No doubt.
Sometimes I did, but sometimes I didn't.
Right.
Evan,
so it's hard to say.
Evan, when I was that age, I did things that changed my life forever, and it basically made me the man that I am today because I made specific decisions in my life to avoid some of the horrible things that I was facing straight in the face. And so, it has scared me straight to this day, and I mean that sincerely. I want to ask you about the culture of Memphis.
Let's just say that we should be thankful camera phones wasn't around when we were 23.
I was telling my boy Guido that the other day. I was like, dude, if we had Instagram and Snapchat and all that stuff.
We wouldn't be in a seat right now, Evan.
Because that stuff's forever. And I really do think that these younger kids, forget Ja, just younger kids in general, like they're more savvy than we are. I don't know how they navigate this. I want to ask you about the culture in Memphis, though, because like the culture in San Francisco is so different than the culture in even Stockton or the culture in Sacramento or whatever. Now I'm trying to think, like, what's the culture in Memphis? I'm looking from afar, like, hey, rappers are literally getting robbed and shot in Memphis. This is just me watching from afar, Young Dolph and whatnot. What's the gun culture in the state of Tennessee as compared to other areas? Do they look at that portion differently than the way it lands on my lap? What is just the overall sense of everything that's going on in that community? What's the feel for locals when it comes to this? Because maybe we're looking at it through a different prism, because I'm not a gun guy. I don't pretend to be. So when I see that, I'm like, wow, he's really flirting with danger. Maybe their culture views it differently. Can you explain that for me?
Well, I'm gonna just say this because I'm from LA, and I grew up in the time in LA where there was gang culture around. So I will just say this: Memphis to me is not as scary as people are making it out to be.
Gotcha.
I want to start.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to start from that baseline because again, I grew up in LA. I grew up in Inglewood at a time where when I was in college, I didn't tell people I was from Inglewood because people would assume Inglewood always up to no good, like California Love would say. So I am familiar with how things were in 1990s LA when gang culture was running rampant. So I will just preface it by saying that. In Memphis is a cool city. Like I'm just going to just come out and say, Memphis is a cool city. Guns and all that stuff. I mean, I think that culture is not just a Memphis thing. Yeah. I think it's a situation where people feel the need to protect themselves or show off their weapons in some way. I think that's not just a Memphis thing. That is an American situation.
Right.
So I don't want to restrict just to Memphis. Like, this is a city where obviously people have the grind in them. It's a cool place to be. It's much more chill. Like, again, I've lived here for 5 years. I have felt relatively safe. Like, obviously, there are places I won't go, but there's places I won't go in L.A.
Right.
or Houston or Dallas or wherever. But the thing for me is that this, to me, seems like a case of somebody with John Morant who felt the need to flex a little bit, to show off what he has. You know, a lot of young boys, and I'm saying young boys, but I don't see a lot of women do this. A lot of young boys feel they need to flex, whether it's flashing their money, flashing their chains. And that's not restricted to Memphis. That is a big culture a lot of places. I've seen young boys, when I cover high school sports, young boys like to flash a little bit. It's an attitude when you're young, think, hey, I want to show off what I got because I made it, and I want to show off, hey, this is where I'm at. But I don't think, again, if I want to talk about young Dolph being killed here in Memphis, I can't ignore that Nipsey Hussle got killed in L.A. outside his store in L.A. So to me, it's not as much a Memphis culture thing. I think it's a situation where if you feel like the need to flex or show off your stuff, that's a culture that's in a lot of cities. And I think that we have to evaluate, is it worth it to show off certain things that make you a target? Because my worry for Ja is not about his endorsements or the Grizzlies. My worry is if he keeps doing the things he's doing, his life is at risk.
No doubt.
Because you just don't know what can happen. So that's what I'm looking at it as. It's not a Memphis culture thing or whatever. It's the sense to, hey, I made it from this. I want to show off what I got, but you got to be aware that makes you a target in certain areas, and that's just the way it is.
That is so well said, Evan. Evan Barnes here on the Memphis Commercial Appeal. Evan, you put it so well there because Ja, it felt like the warning signs were coming here, right? I've heard stories about him in Magic City. We saw the airplane shots with the alcohol and all the money. We saw him flashing. Then you hear about the red laser pointer. We don't know what's true, what's not. The 17-year-old. So the signs were coming for Ja, but we've got to help this man because let's face it, he is one of the young faces of the NBA, and the NBA is trying to wrap their arms around him, and he's a hell of a talent. Shasky coaches CYO. All these kids want to be Ja.
They all wear his jersey.
They all wear his jersey. They all do the gritty and everything like that. So let's hopefully he gets help. Real quickly, Steven Adams, reevaluated in 4 weeks. It's a big injury for you guys, and I know how Steven Adams changes that lineup. What's the word on him?
Yeah, so Steven Adams this morning, literally an hour or so before we got on here, he's going to be reevaluated in at least 4 weeks after he got a stem cell injection for his sprained PCL on his knee. That's obviously a blow because Steven Adams means so much to this offense. He's one of the best, if not the best, offensive rebounders in the league. He helps that offense flow because he sets great screens. He opens the floor up for Ja. He has a great two-man game with Desmond Bane. And the Grizzlies have really struggled offensively and rebounding-wise without Steven Adams. So that injury, he's been out since January, I want to say 23rd, 24th. That's going to be a huge injury because clearly we had thought Steven Adams was going to come back this week. We had heard he's been practicing 5-on-5 for the last few days. So without him, and now with Brandon Clark also out, the front court for the Grizzlies continues to get thinner and thinner. And you just kind of figure out more pressure on Jaren Jackson to be a rebounder, more from Xavier Tillman. It's just going to be a really, really tough time because Steven Adams, to me, as great as Ja has been, he is really the glue of this offense. And everyone's seeing it right now with the Grizzlies struggling with him off the floor.
Evan, really good stuff there. Great perspective on Ja Morant and the culture out there in Memphis. And you're
Thank
right.
you.
America does have a gun problem. There's places in San Francisco Shasky and I will not go into. So that was well said there. Evan, continue the great work, man. I love reading your stuff, man. Proud of you, Rashawn, Naila, man. You guys are doing great work out there, man. Good stuff, Evan.
Appreciate you, brother. Love you, man. Take care. Joe, take care.
Love you too, Evan. Evan Barnes.
Great call.
Memphis Commercial Appeal. Great perspective on Ja Morant. Also covers the Memphis Tigers basketball and football team. So the Memphis Grizzlies, we got a basketball game. There's no Ja. There's no Steven Adams. We got funk between Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green. It's going to be wild. And the NBA, I got to say, as down as we were on the NBA after the All-Star break, NBA is heated up in a major way. Some great games. By the way, we got to play this Fred VanVleet sound at some point today about the officials.
Oh, yeah. I sent that to the group thread yesterday. I thought it was the most candid thing. I thought it was the most real thing I've heard a player say about the officials ever, really. And I felt everything that he was saying on the culture thing. I do find this interesting because, look, I've lived in San Francisco my whole life. I've never lived anywhere else. So I have my little bubble that I live in, all right? And I don't pretend to fake it. Like, I'm just telling you, I live in my little bubble. From the Excelsior to downtown and back and forth, like, that's what's shaped my views on things. If I grew up in the woods somewhere, my opinion on a lot of things would be different. And I think my opinion on firearms would be different if I, didn't have, if I was living out in the woods, okay, and you were living in the middle of nowhere and you're on this big farm, a lot of my viewpoints would be totally different than what they are right now. So I leave room for interpretation of other cultures. And I understand that I'm not going to understand it. My wife's family has their culture and their traditions. I and my family, we had our own traditions and culture. We try to blend them and create our own. And so I'm sitting here and I'm saying, all right, so if I view everything through my prism, is that fair? No. Is that fair for me to view everything that John Morant is going through right now through just my prism? And that's why I wanted to ask that question about culture in Memphis and in Tennessee, because maybe they just see the whole thing differently than the way we do.
Well, he was right on point with the America has a gun problem.
You and I agree with that.
In the culture. So think about the projects here in San Francisco.
The number one killer right now, just real quick, and I don't want to get political, but the number one killer amongst children right now is guns and mass shootings. And that's sad to me. And I'm not trying to argue about it. Those are the facts. And so, like, when we talk about these guns, like, that makes me really, really sad.
Think about Hunters Point and the projects out here and Sunnydale and Filmo and all this, Trail Hill. I was down in New Orleans with Evan, and my friend Baby Jesus, who we call her, Natasha Vinsko, went to high school with her. She was living in New Orleans at the time. She took me and Big Dog City around the city of New Orleans. She took us down to the 9th Ward, the 7th Ward, everything.
Yeah.
And this was after the flood, of course, or after Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah.
And that really woke me up. Because out here, I thought, oh, man, we got some rough spots, blah, 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 blah. Those are like the suburbs compared to what's going on out there in New Orleans. And you get a sense of what they go through in their culture and how they got to do things and how they have to make a living and how they, they've got, it was alarming. You had barbed wire fences in elementary schools. That's how rough it was down there. And so the perspective was, damn, I have it kind of good in San Francisco.
Yeah.
I'm fortunate to be from San Francisco, despite being from, some areas that you don't want to walk to at night or whatnot. It will humble you looking at some of those cities and countries and outside of it. So that's why I advise young people all the time, travel. Get that perspective, because for the longest time, I was like, you should ask, I knew a 4-block radius.
Yeah.
That's all I knew. I knew San Francisco and my 4-block radius. When you start traveling and you go to different places, like Baltimore, for example, I went to Baltimore that same trip. I was like, damn, this is just like The Wire. I mean, it was rough. It was 100 degrees. You got no AC, thunder or lightning. You have no power. And how they live and the culture. And they're just like, look, man, we're just trying to make a living. We don't like guns either. And trust me, a lot of those people don't like guns either. But sometimes those people out there have to have it. Well, they have to have it because of the protection.
And this is where I get conflicted, because I understand what our Constitution says and your rights and all that. And I do believe in, the people being able to arm themselves and defend themselves. Like, so going back to complications and having discussions, the problem with society is right now, is that everything's an echo chamber and no one's willing to talk to each other and listen and change their perspective.
What he said about Ja, though, was true. You become a target. You start flashing.
No, well, that's the thing.
You start going to the club. You start popping your chain. You start throwing money around.
Who was the rapper that was on he Instagram lived himself at the Waffle House in L.A., and it was him and a girl, and the next thing you know, somebody comes and robs him for his chain. Mm-hmm. Because he posted where he was on Instagram Live. Like, that's wild.
2 Chainz got robbed out here going to a cannabis club. Got chased down.
I've had people tell me, Joe, when you're doing those Instagram Lives, maybe you shouldn't, leave. Like, we were going down to L.A. Maybe you shouldn't show people where you live, because now you're leaving and they think that the house is empty. I was like, damn, I didn't even think of that. Think of my privilege. I didn't even think of that. You know what I mean? But it's true. It really is true. And, like, now imagine the rock star status of someone like John Morant. I mean, every single little thing that he does.
And you put yourself in those positions, which is why Floyd Mayweather always has 1 million security guards. All the ice that he's wearing, all the watches that he wears, and he talks that game. Well, you better have security. John's rolling around with his boys.
Yes.
Like, that's why the whole club thing is like, dude, I stick with my guys. Yeah. I stay in one spot. I'm not flashing anything, chains are tucked. It's just not worth it to me. It's just not worth it because somebody's looking. I was at a house party when I was a kid. To visit Daryl and Oak Street house party. And I remember a song came on. Our homies are out there popping the chains or whatnot. So we start walking. We leave the party. Some guys from OC. see us. Oh, yeah. Remember those change alls popping out? Yo, give me that. Run that, man. Run that. And it was like, damn. Oh, all my homies were doing was like just having fun, doing their thing. And next thing you know, an hour later, they're robbed.
I mean, this is why we...
So that's why with Ja,
never wear
this is
jewelry.
a lesson. Don't wear jewelry.
This is why I never wore jewelry, because I figured it made me a target.
You don't need to flash things. You don't need to flex like that.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. And people are coming in saying it was PNB Rock who was killed at the Waffle House. But again, that's just one microcosm of what can happen.
People are asking if I got robbed. I had nothing to get robbed with. I didn't have a chain at the time.
So broke.
I remember they were like, empty your pockets, cuz. It's like, you want my California ID? Here you go.
It's just, I don't think that any of us can even begin to understand the level of fame that these guys, Jonathan Kuminga, for example. Jonathan Kuminga, it's not even him. It's his little brother is on a basketball team.
Right.
And we hear about it all the time. And people are videoing this and this. So that's Kuminga. Now, Kuminga's like, what, B? If we were ranking popularity on the Golden State Warriors, just the Warriors alone, what is he, the 6th most popular Warrior?
Yeah.
Okay. Now be Ja Morant, one of the 6 most popular NBA players, one of the top, I'd say, 25 most marketable men in terms of 25 and under in professional sports.
Right.
Think of the level of fame. Think of how many phones are out at all times anywhere you go.
Anywhere.
You go get a coffee at Starbucks, and there's 17 million
There's
people waiting
fans
for you.
who follow these athletes when they leave the parking lot at Chase Center, following their cars.
Yeah.
That's why these athletes be speeding on the freeway. They're trying to get home and get the hell away. Like, dude, stop. Let these guys live. But you can't also flex because somebody's looking for a come-up. Somebody's looking for a meal ticket. And somebody's looking to change their life.
No, I'm with you. And this is where I draw the line. The distinction for me is like, hey, there's one thing. This is for me, from the way I view things. It's one thing to have a firearm because you feel you need the protection and you need to keep your family safe for whatever your reasons are. It's another to be waving it around and doing all that in a public space the way he was. I view a distinction there. That's just me.
It's just not a good look. It's not a good look. By the way, we'll do this again next hour, but obviously there's been some changes at the station. Some of you guys know, and these decisions are way above me. It's way above Shasky. We're just here to try to do the best shows we can do for you, the audience. We love the audience. We love our roasters on YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line. This show wouldn't be what it is without you guys and our callers, of course, 888-957-9570. So we're going to miss the guys that are no longer here. And we'll speak on that later in the week, maybe early next week. But we are looking forward to the new lineup, which officially starts on Monday. Shasky and I get an extra hour added to our show. So now you got to deal with us until 10 o'clock, not 9 o'clock. Boy, it's going to be sleep deprived. Steiny and Goo from 10 to 2, and Willard and Dibley from 2 to 6. But we'll speak on that later in the week. But we're going to miss the guys that are no longer here, no doubt about it. And that's all we can say at this moment. In the meantime, let's get to the injury report. Again, I just hope people respect the people who are let go, respect us, because we're put in a position to where we can't speak on this. It's above our heads, and you have to trust us on that.
We all have families, and out of respect for those families,
and we work for a corporation. There's,
but sometimes it's not our turn to be able to speak on someone else's behalf, and I think this is one of those moments. And when the time is right, we will. But today isn't that day.
No, it's not.
And again, look, this is about you guys. You guys really care about us, so we understand that, and that's why we're a station. It's because of our fans. If we didn't have fans, we wouldn't be a station. So we love you guys, and we appreciate all the care and everything. It's just, I don't want to talk out of turn on someone else's behalf, and today's not that day.
Nope. All right, injury report real quick. Warriors Grizzlies tonight. Warriors, they have Kevon Looney, Jonathan Kuminga. They're listed as game time decisions. Game time decisions for tonight's game. God dang it. Kuminga's dealing with the sore right hip, or some right hip soreness, I should say, but he's expected to play. Looney is probable despite dealing with back issues. Game time decisions are probable. They're playing. You scared me there, Lutman. You scared me. For the Grizzlies, they will be without center Steven Adams as he deals with the knee injury. And, of course, Ja Morant will be out as he works on personal issues. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping Gerzer workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. You got to hear from Fred VanVleet. And got to hear what Draymond Green said about Dylan Brooks. That's coming up here on The Roast.
In order for small businesses to thrive,
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Thursday morning. This week is flying by. Obviously, a tough day here at the station yesterday. We'll speak on that a little later. But we got Warriors and Grizzlies to kind of push us through as a station and as a fan base. We love all our 95-70 game listeners. We especially love our roasters who rock with us every single morning. They wake up with us. They chime in on YouTube. They roast us. They roast each other. We love you guys. And we're going to roast the Grizzlies tonight. That's what's happening out in Memphis, Tennessee. When the Warriors take place, Draymond Green, of course, we're going to play that. Yes, that's right, Guru. I know he's a roaster. They play the Grizzlies later today. It's going to be fascinating. As we say good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shifts. Teachers, students, cops, firefighters, longshoremen, bakers, everybody out there. Good morning to you all as you rock with us here on a Thursday. Bob's Donuts really hit the spot this morning. That chocolate, I don't like.
Was that a good call? A little feel good for everybody?
It was, because I lived next to a donut shop for 10 years, and I stayed away from it.
Yeah.
Except for the blueberry cakes. When they would come out at like 4 in the morning, the blueberry cakes would just melt in your mouth.
Yeah.
That chocolate donut hit the spot. And I don't even like chocolate all like that. Chocolate donuts.
I love all sweets. I'd be kidding you. That's my bugaboo, bro.
Hey.
I need fried foods and sweets. I admit it out loud. It stinks. It's an addiction.
It is.
So
what about Ja Morant and the Grizzlies? Are they an addiction to hate?
We'll get to that in just 1 second. If you're just waking up right now, a couple of key pieces of news. Kevin Durant in the warm-ups, slips, fell. I don't even know how you describe it. Some people are saying he didn't slip. He just fell. I don't know what happened. He's in the layup line and he hurts himself. Looks like he's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. That's the guesstimate.
4 to 6 weeks. Think about, hold on, stop right there for a second. Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns were coming to town on Monday. Dub Nation has yet to see Kevin Durant in person because when he did play for Brooklyn and the one time he played at Chase Center, it was during a year where there was no fans due to the pandemic.
I know.
So we have yet to see Kevin Durant play in an opposing jersey at Chase Center. Think about it. Monday was going to be a hot ticket. I couldn't wait for that game. Forget Milwaukee, forget Memphis. I couldn't wait till Monday. And now Kevin Durant's going to be out. Go ahead.
No, it's just I'm as frustrated as you are. And I mean, if you're a Warrior fan, I mean, you never ever root for injuries. But you're sitting here going, does help the Warriors out.
Well, there's a few things that help the Warriors out. The Kevin Durant injury, he's out 4 to 6 weeks. Will he be back by the first round of the playoffs? Because the Warriors may play the Suns in the first round. Memphis Grizzlies, Steven Adams, is going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks with the PCL sprain. So he's not going to be ready to roll. Sacramento Kings, there's 2 spot. They're feeling good about themselves. Denver, they're feeling good about themselves, but the Clippers are the Clippers. We don't know about them. We have no idea about Karl-Anthony Towns with Minnesota. So I say all that to say the breaks are kind of falling the Warriors' way. They could get a win tonight. Everybody will feel good tonight. They'll feel good tomorrow. They'll feel good going into the Milwaukee game on Saturday. And all of a sudden you're saying to yourself, well, when Wiggins comes back.
I know.
Gary Payton II comes back. All of a sudden your bench is a little deeper. All of a sudden you get a little more athletic. Oh, my Lord, there's another shot to go back-to-back. It's right there for the Warriors. That's the most frustrating part of the season.
It's right there.
Is that it's right there. This Larry O'Brien trophy is sitting on the silver platter for the Warriors.
Some of the comments on YouTube, KD got the ankle size of a toddler. I mean, just some of these comments are absolutely hilarious. Bonte,
can you believe that?
I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. I can't believe that he's hurt. Let's get a quick aside here because we were talking about the foods that we can't stay away from. Yesterday we were talking about pizza. Pizza's one of my favorites. If I see a slice of pizza, because my wife loves pizza.
I can eat pizza every day.
It's almost impossible for me to not take a slice.
I've had over 40 pizzas in the last 30 days.
The temptation is too bad. It's like
I can eat
Tupac's
pizza
album,
every
Temptations.
day. That's pretty good. I can eat pizza every day.
Right? Okay.
Every day.
Okay.
Square Pie Guys, Golden Boy, Tony's, Round Table.
Little Joe's, Original Joe's. All right. There are certain headlines that hop up on notification push notifications, whether it's Bleacher Report, The Athletic, ESPN, whatever you subscribe to on your phone. You guys know when you get the notification.
Right.
Golden State Warrior player X is ruled out for today. I am not clicking on this article. I'm letting you know right now, but I want to ask you if you will. This is what it says, as phone won't bring it up. Inside the Aaron Judge pursuit, a $400 million plus offer from the Padres, a late night Steinbrenner text, and the moment of truth. all about Aaron Judge from The Athletic. Are you clicking on that article?
Not today. I will this weekend.
The more the details arise on the Aaron Judge thing, the more I get angry with the San Francisco Giants in their entire pitch.
And that's why I want to be happy.
The more I hear about it, the more pissed I get. And I just want. I'm not going to lose my mind. I'm just saying this again for the 10,000th time.
No.
If this guy takes a swing in that 3-game set against the Giants, I will lose my mind.
Well, listen. This is the type of article I read when I wake up in the morning.
What's that?
You
choose violence in the morning?
I choose violence in the morning. And it gets my brain working. I'm just like, damn, that's how it went down. Or it'd be one of those articles I read at night when I'm in bed, and I'm just like, all right, let me just go to sleep and try to forget about this. But I will click on that article. Just will not be today. I can't do it today. Not today.
The more it comes out, the more I have come to the realization the Giants got played so hard by Aaron Judge from the jump.
So they got used by Aaron Judge. They got used by Giancarlo Stanton. They got used by Shohei Ohtani. They got used by Bryce Harper. They just get played.
Correa.
Played.
Well, who knows what happened with the Correa thing?
Get played.
God.
They're like me when I was young. I was a nice guy. The girls, oh, yeah, he's so nice.
Nice guys finish last.
Yeah, and I finished last a lot. A lot. I mean, I feel like the Giants.
I'm going to let you know right now. I told you that the Warriors could lose all their road games, and I would still think that they could win a game in the playoffs on the road in the first round. Can I remove that statement from my
Why?
My resume?
Why?
Because I really want this one tonight. You cannot lose this one tonight.
I mean,
after Draymond dropped that pod, after Steven Adams being out, after everything that we know, you cannot lose this game tonight.
Here you go.
Because I have to have this for pride. This is a notch in the belt game.
Here you go. And I'm seeing some of the
Am
comments.
I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
I'm suspending my original belief that they don't need to win a road game, and I still... If you can't win tonight, I'm going to be crushed.
You know, we bring up dating on the show, and all of a sudden Lubman starts catching strays. Leave Lubman alone. But all of a sudden we got everybody, Tyler, and you got Drew Dowd, and everybody saying, hey, we're still finishing in last. No, that's a lie. You guys are all right.
Win of the year last night.
Right.
They beat Team USA.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Scott in San Francisco. What's going on, man? You're on the Morning Roast. Good morning to you, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I just want to say, hey, Bonte, Josh, y'all the guys, man. But
thank you.
What I want to say is that
Thank you.
The Warriors are not good. They're not cooked. They're gonna come through in the playoffs. And it's just you guys got to realize, like, we are the only team in the league that has the longest standard, like, guys are players. So when it comes playoff time, they gonna have it in the bag. And I truly believe that these guys are gonna win the championship this year.
You know,
are they gonna win tonight?
It may not matter.
I know this
it may not matter.
This is not one of the majors like in WWE.
No, it's not.
But this is one of those high-profile Monday Night Raw matches you can't lose.
By the way, shout out to Powerhouse Hobbs, EPA's own, winning the TNT AEW Championship last night in Sacramento. Powerhouse Hobbs with the belt. Shout out to Powerhouse Hobbs. Last week, and Doug in Utah called me out yesterday. Doug in Berkeley, who was in Utah, called me out yesterday. Well, said, can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Called me delusional for saying there was going to be a parade down Market Street. Said, Bonte, you're all over the place. And I am all over the place with this Warriors team. They're all over the place. So how can I not be all over the place? But when you see an injury like Kevin Durant's, and we don't wish injury on nobody, and you see the news with Steven Adams, and you see the news with John Morant, and by the way, Brandon Ingram got hurt, and Luka Doncic is not right. He had to leave the game. Just Kid afterwards said he's just not moving well. He's not moving well. He's not moving well at all.
That's what we say about people that are like in their 80s. You know, Grandpa's just not moving as well as he used to.
He's not in shape. So I'm just like, gosh, all right. The Warriors have an opening here. The breaks are starting to cut. Like, everything's sort of falling into place, even though they're still losing all these road games. And Wiggins and Gary Payton II will be back at some point. So there's a little bit of hope there, a glimmer of hope saying, boy, if the Warriors could just get whole.
I know.
They could just get whole.
I know.
And stop with all these different lineup combinations. I think it's been 21 or 22 different starting lineups. And the substitution patterns. They could just win a couple games.
Starting lineups?
Yeah, it's like 21 or 22 different starting lineups.
Are you wow.
Yeah.
That's
insane, right?
Wow.
Wow. It really is Shout
crazy.
out Tim Roy.
Can I read this text?
Go ahead.
415. And we're all over the place this morning.
We are.
After watching last night's Giants game versus the WBC USA version team, I put $100 on the Giants going to the World Series for a $5,000 payout. Bonte, you're the resident gambler on this show. Good or bad bet?
You gotta be kidding me.
I mean,
it's $100. I mean, if you could afford it to win $5,000, why not let it ride?
So that means they're 50 to 1? Is that what that am I
yeah, that'd be 50.
100 for $5,000. Am I wrong?
Would it be 5,000
I
to 1
don't know
or
gambling.
500 to 1? Maybe it'd be 500 to 1. I'm not sure about that, but
okay.
$100 to win 5,000. Let it ride. If you play the lottery, right, every single day.
Yeah.
Why not throw $100 on the Giants?
Yeah.
The lottery every single day, that's $365 a year you're spending on the lottery.
Yeah, it's not
for
bad.
a $1 ticket.
Yeah.
And most people buy like 10 tickets at a time or whatnot.
Yeah.
Probably more likely to win that lottery though than pay off that bet, but that's just me.
Hey, the National League, right? The Braves are loaded. Mets are loaded.
You're the biggest Giants fan we know.
I mean, listen.
And you're out on your boy. You defend him in the chat all day long.
I tell you what's going to happen.
Oh, I'm just being realistic. They're
listen.
probably not going to win.
You're
They're not going to win the pennant.
The Giants are going to open up the season 30-20 through 50 games.
Oh, and we're ready.
And we will be talking that talk.
Yeah, we will.
Guaranteed. And your boy will probably be spending dimes at Oracle Park, flip-flopping. From what I said.
So, yeah, it would be 5,000. Yeah.
5,000 to 1?
Rivers
Yeah.
right now, they actually have the Giants at plus 5,500. So, bet 100, win 5,500 if they go there. Win the whole thing, though.
So, what does that mean?
Team USA yesterday.
What to 1? It's 50 to 1 then? That's 50 to 1.
500. That would be 500 to 1.
Oh, it's 500 to 1.
Yeah, 500 to 1.
Wow. They don't have good odds.
No, they're tied with the Texas Rangers right now, where I'm looking at. Yeah, and then above them is the Angels, Twins, Brewers, White Sox, Cleveland, Rays. There's a lot of teams above the Giants.
We'll get into baseball.
I know,
because I want to get into the odds.
I
want to pick my division winners, and I always pick one sleeper that ends up playing really good baseball.
Oh, you're going to pick division winners.
Yeah, I'll pick division winners. I'll pick wild cards. There's always one sleeper that comes out of nowhere.
Wasn't it nice to have the Giants on TV last night, though?
I was locked in.
Right?
I was flipping back and forth between the Giants and NBA.
Those black SF jerseys are so sick. I don't care what anyone says.
Team USA needs to get it together. Come on, guys. That's the rat on the table. What are we doing?
DeSclafani,
don't be hitting our best player, Mike Trout, by the way. Come on.
Uh-oh. Hey, guys. Guys, we got some breaking news. Adam Schefter. We don't know the details, but...
95.7 The
Game.
What?
It's not what we thought. The Jets agreed to a trade.
Oh, man.
After visiting Aaron Rodgers in California, the Jets have agreed to send a 2024 7th-round pick to the Ravens in exchange for safety Chuck Clark.
What?
Trade is agreed to, but cannot be processed until the new league year begins.
Whoa, buried in the lead here, the Jets also released wide receiver Braxton Berrios. Shout out Canes.
Schefter's cold.
What?
You pump faked the hell out of us right there, Ponte.
I thought it was Aaron Rodgers.
I didn't want you to hit the
Lamar
button.
Jackson.
I told you not to hit the detail. I didn't have the details yet because the first tweet is, and the Jets just agreed to a trade. ... I was like, oh my Lord, they're about to get Aaron Rodgers. And then he comes out with the other tweet, and it's safety Chuck Clark for a 7th-round pick.
Bro, you really just did that to us? You just did the hidden ball trick to me on live radio.
I'm sorry.
Step off the rubber next time. Jeez. I mean, come on.
Look, I could use these 46 seconds to get my mind right. So let's use these 46 seconds.
Can we play the Fred VanVleet song?
I got my mouse is on the button.
All right, because this was the greatest thing I've heard this year from anyone at a podium. Not on a podcast. There's a lot of NBA podcasts.
Sorry. I'm sorry. The Raptors lost to the Nuggets the other day. And Scott Foster threw out Scotty Barnes. And even Scott Foster's partners in crime, the other two officials, looked at Scott Foster's like, wait, is he throwing out a fan? What's going on here? No.
The same Scott Foster who was on the phone 400 times at halftime.
Yeah, exactly.
With Tim Donaghy.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
That same guy?
Same guy.
Gotcha.
So the Raptors got hosed against the Denver Nuggets. They got hosed. So last night against the Clippers, Fred VanVleet gets called for a technical. And after the game, Fred VanVleet sounded off. Check this out.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought Ben Taylor was terrible tonight. I thought that on most nights, a couple of the, out of the three, there's one or two that just the game up. It's been like that a couple games in a row. Denver was tough, obviously. You come out tonight, you're competing pretty hard. The third quarter, I get a bull tech, changes the whole dynamic of the game, changes the whole flow of the game. Most of the refs are trying hard. I like a lot of the refs are trying hard. They're pretty fair. They communicate well. And then you got the other ones who just want to be dicks and just kind of the game up. Nobody's coming to see that. They come to see the players. I think we're losing a little bit of the fabric of what the NBA is and was, and it's been disappointing this season. You can look up, most of my texts this year have been with Ben Taylor officiating. So at a certain point as a player, you feel it's personal. It's never a good place to be. That's not why we lost tonight. We got outplayed, but it definitely makes it tougher to overcome.
So
he's so right.
What are the referee apologists going to say about VanVleet saying that? Because we've been saying that all year. I've never seen officiating worse in the NBA.
If you watch games from start to finish, not just like tapping in and out, watch games from start to finish.
Right.
You cannot tell. No, the job's hard. I'm going to start on the front end. Job's hard.
It's not easy.
I don't pretend that it's easy, right? But too many times, one official totally screws with the flow of the game.
Always.
And then gets into these individual one-on-ones where they insert themselves into the game, and it's all over the map. And then the worst part about it is, not only is the flow of the game, the watchability, because it's a television product, is not only is that affected, then also the pace of the game is affected, the player's style is affected, and then guys are getting rung up for technicals, which change the game fundamentally.
Changes the pace. Changes everything.
He's so right.
And we've been on this all season long. And Scott Foster the other day, for example, Scotty Barnes is walking off the floor. And Slatey gave us a 114, 113 game in 38 seconds. You're going to throw out a player in a 1-point game with 38 seconds left, whatever it was? Scotty Barnes is walking off the floor. And Scott Foster's still jawing at him. Still jawing at him. Scott, what are you doing?
It's unbecoming of a referee.
Nobody had any idea what he was doing except for Scott Foster, who still said, Scotty Barnes is challenging our integrity. That's what he said in the Poole report.
Well, how can you have integrity when you are the lone referee who's still around from the Donaghy situation?
That's why.
What integrity is he talking about?
These Poole reports are a joke. The referees, and I've been advocating for this for a few years now, they need to sit their ass up at the podium, just like the players and the coaches, and get peppered for questions for about 7 minutes. Just 7 minutes. We got questions, though. Why'd you make that call? What'd you think about that? And we need to have our follow-ups ready to roll. They just skate by so much. Tony Brothers, I watched him last homestand. Jordan Poole gets caught. Oh, it was to Austin Rivers, the Minnesota game on a Sunday. Austin Rivers flopped on the elbow, right? Jordan Poole didn't touch him. Crowd's booing. Poole's looking at Tony Brothers. Tony Brothers stared down Jordan Poole up and down the floor, waiting for Jordan Poole to say something. Waiting to call a technical. Did call Jordan Poole for a cheap foul just because I'm Tony Brothers.
Well, what about the other day when Jordan Poole did the bounce pass to the ref and got a tech there? I thought that was weak.
Tony Brothers screwed up the Boston game the other day in Cleveland. Up to his old antics. Get these guys out of here.
Well, they take
I get refereeing is hard. It's very hard.
It is.
But these guys are buffoons. Well, nobody's paying to see them.
They have personal grudges that they hold out on certain players. And I would also meet anyone halfway. If you want to defend the referees, there is an undeniable aspect of a lack of respect from the players to the officials. I think respect is a two-way street. Both the officials and the players need to kind of meet in the middle here on this one. Like, the players are obviously guilty as well. When every single player, Jordan Poole included, and Draymond Green, palms up on every play, and you're arguing every. And look, it starts with the stars. Luka Doncic, and I can't stand watching him play. Great player. Can't watch him. He is complaining on every single possession. How many possessions are there in a game?
It's over 200.
Okay, let's say 75 a game.
No doubt.
Is he not arguing?
All the time.
So anyway, he really thinks he should get a foul on every single possession. Multiply it 75 times a night times X amount of games a year. It's nauseating. Yep. I trust me, I totally understand it. But the referee thing is out of control.
So Zach Zarba's the lead official tonight in Memphis. Zach Zarba. Now, Tony Brothers is in Orlando. Ed Malloy. I'm seeing Mark Lindsay. I'm seeing David Guthrie. All these dudes are clowns. Straight up clowns. No, Ed Malloy! But here's what happened with the Warriors early in the season. Steph Curry, remember he was doing a little dance. He gave one of the referees a baby tea or whatnot.
That's right.
they've had it out for the Dubs. And now, look, the referees are not losing games for the Dubs.
No, they're losing.
Dubs got to be better.
Games.
They're reaching. They're getting blown by.
I'm talking about
they're
as
not
a
playing sound
watchability
defense.
product.
But they're killing the pace.
Yes.
And any ticky-tack call, 50-50 call, they're like, screw the Warriors. Got screwed. We saw the flagrant foul documentary. It's a brotherhood with the referees.
100%.
You disrespect one, well, all of them are coming for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Jordan Poole's getting targeted. He got targeted with carrying calls earlier in the season, and it hasn't stopped.
How many texts tonight? Memphis Warriors. How many? How many?
Oh, my God.
If I said 1.5, over, under.
I'm taking the over. I'll slam 500 on that right now. Right now.
We got a high school ref who's on the line right now.
I know. I see it right now. Eric in Redwood City.
Eric.
What's happening, Eric?
Yeah, I know your ears are bleeding.
Sorry, Eric.
No, high school is a whole different game, man. No, what I wanted to say, if you think about the major pro sports, the NBA is the only one that really bends the rules for the sake of entertainment. You couldn't get away with what the equivalent of traveling is in the NBA in the NFL. Because fans would go crazy.
Agreed.
Officials in football call it like they're supposed to by the rule book. In the NBA, they're so focused on entertainment, there isn't a really good line between rules and entertainment.
But wouldn't you agree there are times, my biggest frustration with the officiating is that there are times in the game where physicality on consecutive possessions isn't consistent, and then everyone's losing their minds because there isn't a consistent, and I know it's hard, but like it is very blatant when there's an inconsistent whistle, and that's where everyone, both sides included, lose their minds.
Yeah, completely agree. And with 3 officials on the floor, that physical contact should be easily caught and called.
Agreed.
That's the one thing that I agree should be.
How about this,
Don't
Eric?
skimp on fouls.
Apologies. How about this, Eric? When a guy, because this happens in the NBA in particular, Tony Brothers, completely out of position, not his call, through 700 pounds of bodies, he's the one calling the foul.
Yeah, but as officials, we always say, look, if I miss something that my grandma would see up in the top row, you got to call it, even if it's out of your area.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
No doubt. No
Good
doubt.
call.
Eric, good call.
More.
Call us back. Yeah, we know. Hey, and I met your boy JC yesterday, who's a high school ref. I actually was asking him, I may want to do some football games as a ref, believe it or not. I may want to try it.
Throwing yellow flags all over the field would be hilarious.
Oh, I'd be letting them play. The one time I refereed a Park and Rec game on the street. Argonne Playground. Hamilton Rec came playing against Argonne. And Big Creech. Shout out to Big Creech out there. He's one of the coaches, and I was like, I'm not gonna mess with Creech, man. I'll let so many hacks go. Parents are yelling, blow the freaking whistle.
So
what the hell are you doing?
You were the guy getting golf instructor lessons from Mike Evans in the tunnel?
Dude, it was yeah,
remember that official?
Yeah, I do remember that official. All right, we got a break here. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. We're going to talk to Josh Thompson. He's been called him Bellator. He's part of the Bellator broadcast team. Bellator coming up in San Jose March 10th.
That's crazy.
Actually, that's tomorrow. Should say March 10th, tomorrow. Bellator
Hell
coming.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Hell yeah. We'll get into that coming up here on the Morning Roast at 8:50. But your phone calls coming up. Plus, you got to hear what Draymond Green said about Dylan Brooks. Don't want to miss that.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality of a national mattress brand for half.
This is Gary Payton II, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Going to be a fun game tonight. It will. It will be a very fun game. By the way, we're going to away 2 tickets to the Warriors and Spurs, March 31st. Look, all you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen to 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, and I know a lot of you roasters rock with us all day long, but, I need you to rock with us from 10 to 2.
I'm a roaster.
12 to 3, 3 to 6, whatever. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win. And you get up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app now. Seriously, what are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets.
With all this bet talk, Monte, somebody's chiming in here from the 650. Odds that the roast can get a math problem correct. 1 in 10. That's good. That's pretty good.
What math problem?
Well, I guess some people are saying it's 50 to 1.
Yeah, I said that. I said, no, we were figuring it out.
500 to 1.
Yeah, because we were getting to the plus and then the 50 to, so that's why it got all a little confused. It's 50 to 1, but it was plus 5, plus 5,000 or whatever it was. Yeah.
All right.
This is why I don't bet.
Don't bet.
Well, the apps do all that for you, so you don't have to even be the calculator anymore.
And tomorrow's Brock's surgery? Tomorrow?
Supposedly.
So are we going to find out on a Friday afternoon, like a news dump, what's going on with the elbow? How's that going to work? Are we going to have to, they're going to know right away, or they're going to know
oh my gosh. What time is that surgery?
I don't know.
Do we know?
I know Lucas Alexander's going under the knife today.
Is he? What happened to Lucas?
Today, he's finally having his ACL surgery.
So how long is he going to be out?
We were betting actually in the group chat, whether Bonte would have a second child, or whether Spadoni would have his third, or that Lucas would have his first ACL
What
surgery.
group chat was this?
It was just joking. The 95.7 The Game group chat, little friend group chat.
I'm not involved in that group chat.
Well, the king doesn't respond to too many messages.
All these side conversations, I don't get no texts. You guys don't even text me no more.
Hey, Lucas,
I don't know betting.
Lucas, if you're listening, fight on, dude.
Yeah.
Fight on.
No, I'm glad he's getting
So he's going to be out for a while?
Well, my dad had ACL injury surgery, and he was out, playing within a couple of weeks. But, obviously lightly. You can, move around within. You're not a high-level athlete. That's totally different. Lucas, I would assume
he's not a high-level athlete.
He won't be walking for a couple of weeks, but I think he'll be good to go.
No, he's the Adrian Peterson of this station. He'll be back and running in 5 months with that ACL.
All the Funyuns?
I made the mistake of starting Lucas Alexander over Nash Solomon in the World's World Tournament a few years ago.
Boy.
And I told Lucas, sag off a great left mid. He stinks. It left mid hit 4 mid-range jumpers, and it was like, damn. And then Lucas got so rattled, he was shot.
Man, Grant went over to Atlanta, and they
They're actually starting to play. Yeah. It's a little bit. What you got?
Yeah, no, all this talk about injuries, one that just popped up here. According to Brendan Cootie, who covers the Yankees, Carlos Rodon has a left forearm strain and will not throw for the next 7 to 10 days. He will start the season on the IL per Brian Cashman.
No way.
Man,
that was so
having
predictable.
him on this team right now.
And this is why I said do not pay Carlos Rodon. He's been hurt his entire damn career. He got hot during a contract here. Pitched well last year because he knew money was on the line. That's why I do not pay. I was like, do not pay this guy. I was with Flynn. Do not pay that guy. And Carba's, you know what?
Timeout.
Carba's, you know what, too.
Forearm's not good. I'm not
good at all.
I'm not here to defend the forearm, but that still does. He could still be a productive player with all of this, going on right now. He could still be really, really good. We'll see. He starts it on. It's not crazy. It's a 5-year deal. What?
If he can't throw, how can he be productive?
I'm saying it's a 5-year deal. Let's evaluate after 5 years. Johnny Cueto after year 1 was a great deal.
It's not a good start.
Everyone said great deal after 1 year. Then 4 years later, we were like, not a great deal.
Yankees have horrible luck, by the way. The A's traded Montas to them. He's going to be out for the year for them, too.
Yeah. And he didn't pitch well last year when he got there.
Damn, Rodon already forearm. You feel validated, don't you?
No, I don't. I don't at all. I don't wish injuries at either.
That's not what I'm saying.
Not validated, but I was weary of paying him because this guy's always hurt. It's like, okay, so he was healthy 1 year, has a great year, signs at the Giants, basically another contract season because he had the opt-out.
It wasn't a great year. It was one of the most electric left-handed seasons the Giants have had in 50 years.
But how long can a guy who's throwing that hard stay healthy in today's game?
Well, they managed him really brilliantly. So, I don't know if this was him over-ramping. Was he trying to make the WBC team? Was that a part of this at all?
Classic.
Because I know part of the reason why a lot of Major League Baseball executives hate the WBC is because pitchers are ramping up too quickly to try to showcase themselves for that tournament.
That's why I was really happy when Logan Webb dropped out.
I'm with you.
Dude, don't focus on the WBC. We need you for this season.
A player, different story. A pitcher, don't want him pitching. Like if I'm the Angels right now, you think I want Shohei giving it his all for the Japanese team?
Hell nah.
No.
Big win for them, by the way. Big win for Italy over Cuba, by the way. Whew, those Italians. I tell you what.
Cuba doesn't have, I'm looking at that roster. Their team should be
Cespedes with
better.
an Aaron left, by the way.
Is Puig playing on that team?
No. Cespedes. It's Cespedes, Yohan Moncada, Luis Robert.
Yohan Moncada, by the way, been a disappointment in
Well,
Major
he was
League
the number one
Baseball.
prospect in all
I know,
baseball.
and he's been disappointed.
He has. But he was on fire. They were showing his numbers. The first half of the season, he was on fire. Then he got hurt.
He got hurt.
He got 300, 12
No,
home
he
runs,
was.
and then he got hurt. So, I don't know. It's interesting, man. Man. This WBC, I'm enjoying it. I will say one thing. The games have actually been really... Now that I'm getting accustomed to the pitch clock, watching it with no pitch clock, I'm like, let's go. Get on the rubber. Let's go. Move this thing along.
At the game between Mexico and U.S. over at Chase Field, it's sold out, and they're expecting a heavy Mexican fan base there. So
I believe it. Who's playing for the Mexican team?
Rosa Reina is one of the big ones.
Yeah, from Tampa Bay.
Rosa Reina's Mexican?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Interesting. There's the Granny Man here early. Ray in the East Bay.
If anyone can, the Granny Man
the
can.
Granny Man can. 415ers podcast. Mark Grandy. Evan Giddings.
Yeah.
They're still pumping them out.
It always looks like one of them is in a hostage negotiation situation.
They are.
Because they'll hold the microphone and they're in like a big room. I'm like, guys, relax.
The way Grandy holds the mic, I'm like, loosen up a bit, buddy. This ain't Oregon University.
You're not doing a Nick Friedel ESPN
Like, what are you
on
doing?
SportsCenter.
Hi, I'm Mark Grandy. This is the 415ers podcast. No, he doesn't sound like that. I love you,
But
Grandy.
that's
Don't
where
be
you get
looking
your
at me like
49er
that.
information.
Go look at the Oregon Ducks like that. You say Oregon University, Bonte? University of Oregon, whatever. What's the O stand for? No championships. That's Oregon. Ray in East Bay.
What's the O stand for?
Ray, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Wow.
University of Oregon. Shout out to the Ducks.
Let's go, Ducks.
Ray, what's going on, Ray?
Hey, Ray.
Hey, sorry about that. Good morning, and thank you guys for making my commute doable. I appreciate you guys more than you know.
Well, thank you. It means a lot to us on a day like today. Thank you.
Hey, you got it. Hey, listen, I just wanted to say to everyone, we've been talking the if and when. I called last night, but we've been talking the if and the when all season. If these players get better, they're going to look a certain way. When they get to the playoffs, they're going to look a certain way. We're going to do certain things. I just want to make sure that we all, it's ugly, it's rough right now, but we all have to remember they earned every second of it. They've earned every second of this belief system, this weirdness. Draymond came in the league kicking people in the nuts. We know how crazy he is. All right? If Steph wants to go, if they get to the playoffs and we go fishing like they say on TNT, then we'll know that it's over. Then we'll know that it's done. And if Steph wants to go chase championships for the last 2 years of his career, if Draymond doesn't come back, all we're left with was a bunch of youngsters, and they got rebuilds back to our name, and we're playing kids for 30 minutes and 20 minutes.
All right, you're breaking up there. I couldn't get over. Draymond came into the league kicking people in the nuts. There is a montage of Draymond Green and some of the things he's doing. There's a screen. They were playing the Celtics, not last year. This is a few years ago.
So instead of the Larry Bird,
right?
You go on YouTube, you're like Larry Bird montages of just passes.
Or Jerry Rice montage of just 50-yard touchdowns.
Yes.
Like, they have a montage of Draymond Green. And there's one against the Celtics at Oracle. He sets a screen, but he doesn't really set a screen. He basically chop blocks into the defender, and he takes two people out.
Like
you know what I'm
George
talking
Kittle.
about?
Do it again! Do it again!
And you know what I'm talking about?
I'm going to be here all day.
Like, in game 2 against the Celtics in the NBA Finals, what did we say? Oh, Draymond is reckless, but you know what? It is what it is.
My favorite.
He got away with everything in game 2 in the NBA Finals.
My wife's aunties, they're from the Philippines. They got dual citizenship. I'll never forget, we're watching the Rocket series when Steph got hurt on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the end of the game. The game is in hand.
He DDT'd Michael Beasley. 1 second left.
Oh, you cannot do that? That's what her auntie said. You cannot do that?
I was actually
and it was the best line of all time.
I was talking about that with Fezzi and Bully, right? I go, we were talking about the 2016 Finals off camera. And I go, well, you remember the DDT in the first round of Bully and never saw seen it before. So I was like, check this out 1 second. And Willie goes, what? Why?
So the game was over.
He literally DDT'd Beasley.
I literally think the clock had expired. I don't even think the game was even. And they gave him a technical after the game. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Have you seen the clip against the Celtics back in the day at Oracle?
No.
I think they were in the black jerseys, maybe the Celtics.
I'm going to look this up right now.
He literally sets screen and he chop blocks a defender. He took out like 2 dudes. It was art. It was art. And it was like a play on.
There was a couple of layups where he kicked both legs out and got 2 people simultaneously while going up for the layup.
So I
love that, man.
I watched a little bit of the Thunder game back over just to see the Draymond. God damn! Where he went up in the first quarter and before he even shoots it, hey! And then 5 seconds later, God damn!
Hey.
What are you doing? And he's clapping at the ref.
Hey, but he's our guy.
He's our guy.
And when he does stuff like he did yesterday, I'm like, this is why I love you.
Give me the beast, Bernard. The Draymond Green podcast. The Draymond Green show. Dylan Brooks last Friday, in an ESPN feature said, I don't like Draymond at all. I just don't like Golden State. I don't like anything to do with them. Draymond talks a lot. Gets away with a lot, too. His game is cool with Golden State. But if you put him anywhere else, you are not going to know who Draymond is. He plays with heart, plays hard, knows the ins and outs of their defense. I guess that's why they like him over there. Well, Draymond didn't respond then, but he responded yesterday. And here is 2 minutes and 21 seconds of absolute gold.
This idiot said, I don't know what Draymond does out there. He said, I don't like Draymond at all. You don't know me. I just don't like Golden State. I quite frankly wouldn't like a team that beats me all the time either. I don't like anything to do with them. Quite frankly, you were a little kid in high school watching us win championships. Should be happy that you even witnessed that. Or maybe college, but you get the point. You're a fan. Draymond talks a lot. You talk a lot now, so if you have 4 rings, sure you talk a lot more. For All-Stars, you probably talk a bit more. Defensive Player of the Year, damn sure would talk more. 2 Olympic gold medals, you definitely would be talking because that would mean you beat Team USA, and we all know how that goes. So gets away with a lot, too. What exactly do I get away with? I have 15 texts, 1 less than your dumb ass. Okay, great. His game is cool. If you ever wondered why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. And yet, you running around talking about a dynasty? The dynasty starts after you, not with you. He plays with heart, knows the ins and outs of the defense. I want to be quite frank, I made the ins and outs of our defense. I guess that's why they like him over there. I'm trying to figure out why they like you in Memphis. Or do they like you in Memphis? That's a better question. I'm not sure your teammates like you, but I can tell you why they like me over there. When you contribute in the way that I have contributed to 4 championships, they tend to like you. So, next time you speak up on me, you should do some fact checking. Next time you speak up on me, you should do some soul searching. Next time you speak up on me, I hope you're in a better situation than you in now, where the guys you play with actually enjoy playing with you because they actually think you're contributing to winning. Because it ain't happening right now, champ. You're not a champ. You're a clown. It ain't happening.
So where are we at with Draymond Green?
B. You gave me your phone. I'm looking at this video. Livingston's inbounding the ball. Evan Turner somehow sliding into Draymond. He knees his chest going down, keeps him on the ground. Clay's coming off a screen. And Marcus Smart is just, I don't even know how to describe it. It's as if he lifted him off his feet and chop blocked him better than Kyle Juszczyk's ever blocked anyone in the NFL.
This is Draymond Green. This This is unbelievable.
I'm legitimately crying watching this inbound play.
I mean,
he literally goes into the midsection of Marcus Smart, lifts him off of his feet. He took out 2 Celtics on one play. Trent Williams is impressed. Oh, God, I love him. I really do. I love him.
Do you remember how
I love to hate him too simultaneously, but I love him.
Was it game 2 or game 5?
God.
I think it was game 5 in the finals last year. They followed Jason Tatum all the way to the bench. Remember him in GP2?
Yes.
And he wouldn't let go of the ball.
Oh,
but like game 2.
No, my
Draymond. Well, it's like so reckless. Al Horford's sister was like, how can they let him do this? He got involved with Jaylen Brown. He got into it with Tatum. He picked apart the Celtics mentally in game number 2 to get the Warriors back in that series.
All right, now I'm looking at
the pile driver.
Green ejected for flagrant foul. 2 skips to the locker room. This was last year against Memphis. But like every time this guy, like tonight, something's gonna happen. Like we know something's gonna happen. The Warriors in Memphis, something. I got over 2 technicals, over 1.5.
Dude, he literally lifted Marcus Smart. Now, Marcus Smart did a little flopping, but I mean,
dude, it's unreal. And Marcus Smart is thick. So, number 15, what was the guy 15 who he fouled here from Memphis last year with the braids?
Oh, Brandon Clark.
Yeah. I mean, he got him good.
He got him good.
He got him real good.
Got tossed out.
And then he was holding him from flying. I don't even know what he was doing.
To make it look good.
Yeah, he like grabs the jersey. This is in the playoffs, game 1 last year. I mean, he tries to catch him from falling. It looks worse.
I mean, he's
and now he's ejected, and he's skipping, and he's fist bumping, and he's riling the crowd. He's high fiving everyone on the bench.
He socked Jordan Poole and training camp. He tried to hold him up, made sure he didn't.
This is the most WWE thing I've ever seen. God, Draymond is he's a gem.
He is what are we going to do? So, I was thinking about this. Jimmy Garoppolo recently. Jimmy Garoppolo's going to move on.
Yeah.
He created so much content for the station.
100%.
When Draymond Green moves on, what are we going to do?
I don't know. I really don't know. Monitor his podcast drops?
I mean, since he's become a Golden State Warrior, he's been a content monster.
Dude, he's unbelievable. I mean, like, if you just said Draymond Green, what is your image of him?
Oh, my gosh.
How many different answers are you getting?
Oh, my gosh.
Like Steph Curry, it's going to be like him shooting a 3 or shimmying. Like, there's only a couple of images. Klay Thompson shooting. Like, Draymond Green, if I said to people, Draymond Green, your image of him.
Oh, there's so many. One image that popped up, Game 6, Oklahoma City. Game 6 Klay game.
Yeah.
They're down, and Draymond gets into it with Kevin Durant's brother.
That's right.
And he's looking at KD's brother saying, you're a, you know what? A word I can't say. You're a, you know what? You're a female dog. You're a female dog. Especially when he's calling Kevin Durant's brother. It's like, what?
I mean,
he's wild.
If your image of him was clapping at an official, I could see that.
Clapping at Kevin Durant?
2 ants clapping at Kevin Durant. I didn't even think
yelling
about
at Steve Kerr.
Yes, yelling at Steve Kerr.
Lisa Salter's halftime report. Security had to run into the locker room.
That's right.
Because Steve Kerr
has been called to the locker room.
Steve Kerr said, I'm sick of this effing guy.
I mean, him getting a tech yelling at his own teammate, that might be, during the COVID year of silence in the stadiums, that might be an all-timer.
Oh, my God.
God, we're going to miss him.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
God, I'm going to miss him. And Dylan Brooks and him, like, there's going to be a moment tonight, right?
Oh. What?
And no Steven Adams?
And no Steven Adams to protect him.
Which means that Draymond's going to be even
and
more.
And no Ja.
Oh, boy.
And he's going to be playing up the crowd.
Oh.
And he's going to be yelling, whoop that trick.
Oh, dude. Oh, my gosh. They got to win this one.
Draymond Green, most hated athlete. I mean, again, half of Dub Nation hates Draymond, it feels like.
Yeah, but we're all going to love him in retrospect. You know that. Like, he brings so much to the table. He drives us nuts.
Like, when he comes back for his...
we all love him.
When he comes back for his jersey retirement, it's going to be awesome, right?
I mean, he's the kind of guy, how it ends, I think it's going to end ugly, and I think it's going to take a long time for him to let it go. I mean, Joe Montana still hasn't let it go.
No, he hasn't. He has not.
And Draymond Green, he strikes me as someone more vengeful than Joe Montana.
Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. No, I'm here for it.
I am too.
All right. I'm here for Josh Thompson as well. Josh Thompson, excuse me. No P in that. Thompson. And he's made the great transition from MMA fighter to commentator. And Bellator MMA, Bellator 292 is coming to San Jose tomorrow night. Going to be a lot of fun at the SAP Center in San Jose. Josh, good morning, man. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime, man. Obviously, you fought for the lightweight championship there at Bellator, and you've done a lot of great things as a fighter. Now you made the smooth transition as an analyst here. This card is stacked. Could you just talk to us about the main event that is quietly a sneaky fight here, a sneaky good fight in Bellator 292 tomorrow night?
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic fight. You got the legend Benson Henderson, who I've fought and I've also trained with the champ Usman Nurmagomedov, who is the cousin of Khabib Nurmagomedov. And what people don't get is that the style that Usman brings is not like his cousin. He has a very dominant style, but it's more of a taekwondo / like kickboxer style with the mixed in of wrestling, not the control, not the top pressure. He can do it all. He's fun. He's great to watch. So exciting to watch all across the board. And to fight someone like Benson Henderson in his first title defense is going to be an epic fight.
So people can get tickets for Bellator 292, which is going to be at the SAP Center in San Jose. How? How can they get tickets? How can they watch this?
I mean, they can just walk right up. They can go through Ticketmaster. I mean, there's all different ways. But, I mean, a lot of people just kind of, you'll get probably about 2,000 or 3,000 walk-ups probably the day of and just come strolling right in and be like, hey, you know what? Give me the best tickets available right now. I mean, a lot of people are just showing up, but you can get them on Ticketmaster as well.
You know, San Jose has become a hotbed for MMA, especially for Bellator. I went to an event there last year at Bellator for Bellator at the SAP Center. People love their MMA fighting out here. Now you get Khabib's cousin, his cousin on this card. That's insane. And how long do you think? I know you're representing Bellator here, but how long do you guys think you could keep him there in Bellator?
Oh, forever. I mean, look, what people don't understand is that I know that the UFC is out there. Bellator is not, I wouldn't say up and coming, but we definitely have a lot of extremely great talent. And I mean, we pay a little bit more than the UFC because we have to. We want to keep the top talent that we have. We've got an amazing plethora of fighters that are just crushing it right now. We've got the best welterweight in the world right now. He's 27-0. Yaroslav Amosov. We've got him. You've got Usman Nurmagomedov, who's the lightweight champion, he's making his first title defense. We got guys like MVP Michael Venom Page, who's just a dynamic striker, just one of the best strikers in the world across the board. I mean, we've got the best middleweight in the world in Johnny Eblin, and we've got the best light heavyweight in the world right now. And I got to be honest, man, with Nemkov. And so there's obviously a lot of correlation right now with the media talking about how Bellator has some of the best fighters right now in the world, especially as our champions. All
right, Henderson, part of MMA's 155-pound Mount Rushmore, vying for this elusive Bellator title. Oh, man, it's going to be a lot of fun. Usman's coming with the heat. SAP Center tomorrow night, Bellator 292. Josh, thanks so much for the time today.
Hey, guys, thanks so much for having me on. Take it easy.
Thanks,
Anytime. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and at Bellator.com. With that said, we got to get the Fast Five. I do love me some MMA now. Bought that car last week, the UFC car with John Jones. Put it on you, boy.
You get your money's worth.
You do.
Even if the main event is, for whatever reason, short or doesn't live up to what you want, there are always so many fights.
Yep.
And so it always really gives you your money's worth.
You got to get about 4 to 5 just monster fights there on their cards.
Really, of all the sports that seized the moment during the pandemic,
they did.
I think it would be fighting.
No doubt about that. No doubt. Fast Five. I guess the question is, you asked after we watched Draymond Green truck a couple people during that Celtics game.
Bro,
back in the day. You brought up Sean Livingston. That's how old that video is.
It was unbelievable. And Clay looks so different.
No facial hair, huh?
He looks so different. He looks like he's 15.
What is the image you get in your head when we bring up Draymond Green? Is it the clapping? Is it go him? Is it the flex? Is it the and one? He's always yelling and one.
Always.
There could be dude 5 feet away from and one.
And he's probably got the least amount of and ones of any 10-year player in the history of the league.
Is it the Warriors World hoodie when Draymond Green is shooting with the backpack?
That's a good one.
I mean, what is that image?
My favorite is when he does hit a three, and it's like the world is coming to an end, and he's got both hands down, and he's like skipping.
Oh, he's talking. Oh, yeah. He's like.
And he's like, yup. When Draymond hits a three, it's like, it's just this.
Dude, now that I think about it, this is such an underrated moment.
Which one?
The year they lost in the play into the Memphis. They're playing down in Orlando. Hits a three before the third quarter buzzer. And he's literally getting to it with the entire Orlando bench. Remember that? And they're like, had to crack him.
How about that same year when he had the final play at the end of the game and he threw up a shot? Who was that against, the Hornets? He just threw one up thinking he was going to get fouled.
Oh, San Antonio. San Antonio. And that's what Buki goes, why? He goes, why?
I thought they were going to foul me. That was a stupid, smart play.
It was the dumbest, smartest play ever.
When I think of Draymond Green, and we're getting a couple of here on the Xfinity Mobile text line. The Paul Pierce when he was on the bench. You ain't Kobe. They don't love you like that.
They don't love you like that. You think you're getting a farewell tour? You ain't Kobe.
It picked up it picked it up. He gets picked up on the broadcast. So
he's got the perfect voice for it, the baritone, whatever it is. He's just
incredible.
so
they pick him up against the T-Wolves or the Blazers, and the hot mic picked him up, and he goes, 4 rings, multiple All-Stars. It's like, damn. Those mics are hot.
When they're at the free throw line, when you can hear him talking back and forth, sometimes you can always hear him chirping.
Could you imagine Kareem? 5 rings!
And Fitzpatrick just let it breathe. They let the broadcast really genius. And free throws, 4 rings. What you know what I'm talking about? All-Stars.
Fitz has been in his bag all year. This might be the best season of Fitz. It's a career year for him.
Dude, we could do a 3-hour show on Fitz, and I love Fitz.
I love him too.
Dude,
he knows I love him.
He is.
Every night he talks about me. He's like, all these Clay haters, where you at now?
Dude.
I'm like, Fitz, just text me next time.
Dude. Fitz, he is in his bag.
Be better at your job.
Yeah.
Be better at your job.
We need to be better at our jobs.
He's right.
Twitter.
Oh, man. Dre, what other moments? We got any? Slutman, what's your favorite Draymond?
The leg drop on Steven Adams.
Well, I mean, that's an
I
all-timer.
was literally just about to go there. Like, my image of Draymond Green is his tussles with Steven Adams during that series against the Thunder.
Wow.
That or him sitting in the suite at the Coliseum during Game 5.
Oh, yeah, him in the Coliseum.
With Marshawn Lynch and Bob Myers.
With
Marshawn Lynch.
Across the way.
With Marshawn Lynch and Bob Myers. And if they would have won that game, he would have ran down that hallway that connected to. Oh, my God.
So here's
I totally forgot about that.
I was at that game because I was going to do the same thing. I was going to go run out and celebrate after they won. And there was probably maybe 7,000 people there, and 5,000 of them were in the second deck clustered around Draymond's suite. There were more Warriors jerseys there than A's jerseys.
How about when he did the pom-poms to Perk?
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. I forgot all about that. Drew down, him talking to Roz at the parade. Super team? Nope. We won it. Yup. Remember that? The choices? Dude, dude, Fitz does have a way. And Tyler Mills right on point. In the fourth quarter, the Thunder, and that just may be the ball game. It's just not their night.
He's so angry. I feel like it's Joe Lacob talking to the Warrior fans right there, right at that moment. Like, they just can't get a stop.
Within the first 5 minutes, if they're making shots like that, it's just going to be a long night. Fitz, it's 3 minutes into the game.
I know. They're shooting 87%. They're a normal 41% shooting team.
There was a crossover.
It's the best. I love them.
The Boston game when they lost at Boston that Thursday. It Fitz. He goes back on the broadcast. It's like 4 games later. I'm like, Fitz, how you feel? Blah, blah, blah. I still can't get over the Boston game. I'm like, that was 4 games ago.
I love him.
Love him.
I love him.
All right, that's the Xfinity Fast 5. Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharger home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity. I've got a migraine, man, from laughing too hard, dude. Memphis Warriors. Tonight, Draymond Green, Dylan-Brooks. That is the co-main event. Whew. What a fun time. It's Draymond Green, Ethers, Dylan-Brooks. And we welcome in Willard and Dibbs into this show for a little changeover. What's happening, boys?
What's cooking?
None much.
That's not true.
Nothing much.
None much.
Such a liar.
That's not true at all.
I know, you're good. What happened to your coffee mug? Did you drop that thing? It's got a savage dent on it.
Draymond was here.
Yeah.
Seriously. Thought I'd lead with a coffee mug.
Yeah, I dropped this a couple of years ago, but it still works.
My driver's like that.
Oh,
I got a big old bang in the back of the driver, and somehow it still works. Or maybe it just doesn't matter because I'm not very good. I don't know which.
Yeah, you're just fine. You're just
I'm
fine.
all right.
You can stripe it. I've seen it. I've seen it up close
Tiger.
and personal. Yeah. How about Tiger, huh? Did you see that story?
Yeah.
Oh, the girl.
Yeah, so he breaks up with his girlfriend, and he has an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, and part of the NDA was that she got tenancy, I think, through the breakup for a certain amount of time. And so in order to subvert the tenancy, he tells her they're going on a vacation. She packs her bags, goes to the airport, only to find out there's no vacation. And when she tries to go back to the homestead, he has changed the locks.
Wow.
She is locked out.
Possession.
Tiger Woods, my God. Of all the great gifts, interpersonal relationships, not among them.
What about the Sean Kemp story? Sean Kemp's in jail for a possible drive-by shooting.
I mean,
Sean Kemp.
You guys had a very...
I don't know what to say.
I thought you had a very in-depth and honest, great discussion about firearms in America. And normally I don't like politicized radio in my sports talk, but the way you guys went about it, I really enjoyed it. And it was an offshoot of your guest from Memphis.
Evan Barnes.
Thank you, Evan Barnes. I didn't want to get his name wrong because he was really good. And just, the Ja Morant story, and then you guys kind of grew that out into firearms in America. And now we have Sean Kemp, a legendary basketball player, involved in a drive-by. I mean, it's just it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, the other thing that goes through my mind is and I think we bring this to the people we talk about now, people who are on current rosters in sports and whatnot. People are you can't just go, gosh, your life's great because you make a lot of money, however it looks from the outside. Everybody is going through something. Money does all those cliches.
Money doesn't insulate you
Money
from
doesn't
issues.
this, that, the other. You remember that show Broke years ago? Remember that documentary?
30 for 30.
Yeah, the 30 for 30. It's something I try to keep in mind all the time. And in fact, I feel like that conversation has been one that's come up a lot with Draymond Green through the years, if you think about it, where, or Andre Iguodala with vet men or whatever. We look at these guys and we're like, man, you shouldn't be mad or complaining about anything. And there's some truth to that. I think they know that at their core. But it doesn't mean just because they have the most amazing job in the world and a ton of money, it doesn't mean they're just all peaceful inside their brain.
Have you read?
That's not how it works.
Have you read Rich Dad Poor Dad?
No, I have not.
Basically, I mean, there's lots of different metaphors and things like that in there, and some people think it's whatever. I tend to think that there's some really good lessons that can be learned there. And one of the things that they say in there is that when you have the kind of income that the rich dad has, there's a lifestyle that accompanies that. And what ends up happening is they live even beyond their means because they want to keep up this facade and this lifestyle that is portrayed out there. They got to have the cars and the multiple homes that they can't afford and the boats and the suits. Whereas the farmer who's living underneath his means actually really does have millions of dollars because he saves every penny and he eats at home. And so their lifestyles are completely different. And so we talk about these athletes. How could someone go through Hammer? How could he go through $100 million? Quite easily, actually, if you're maintaining status and you get caught up in the intoxication of life. Not everyone's the same.
Don't we do this and everybody, if you're not the person, you have a friend or a family member that's got all kinds of dough, and you just expect them to pay for dinner every time, or you expect them to take care of
Sore
it.
subject in the Shasky household.
Well, I mean, it's
because you're the money man.
Well, because my brother never puts his elbow out. Yeah, he never reaches for his wallet. Yeah,
Deli boy?
I know you're listening.
Deli boy comes
Yeah.
up
I'm just
with
giving him.
alligator arms.
I'm giving him.
Well, I mean, but it's true,
He
right?
does,
We
though.
do that. We do that. We sort of expect. It's like
100%.
you're going to get it because you're a millionaire and I'm only a 100,000 area or 50,000 area, whatever you make in a given year. We do that to people, and a lot of the people I know who make a whole lot of money, like, they save it.
Yeah.
They're
discerning.
They want to use coupons too.
Yeah.
They want to buy one, get one free also. And you look at them and you go, why? And it's because, it's amazing what you can put away in a given month if you're really, really focused on it. And I say that as someone who needs to do a damn better job myself.
Don't we all?
I mean,
especially
my God.
as you're filing your taxes and you're realizing how much is.
I haven't even done that yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to do taxes. Send me some money, man.
Thanks for reminding
All right,
me.
over under.
seriously.
Over under. 1.5 technicals combined for both teams tonight.
Oh, Joe, I mean, in the first
Combined?
quarter.
Exactly.
Oh, they'll take the over.
Tonight's
I'll
going to
take
be
the over.
wild, right?
Tonight should be.
Am I overhyping it?
No, I don't
No.
think so. Based on the fact that Brooks and Draymond have gone back and forth on various media platforms, and Draymond Green. You mentioned the whoop that trick game last time they were there. I think you mentioned that, Bonte. They lost by 39. 39. And by the way, it wasn't that close.
No,
That
they were
game
down
wasn't
55
that
at one
close.
point.
Yeah, and so and the Warriors though have owned injuries. They've won 2 of the 2 games so far this year. And the Grizzlies are depleted in terms of their personnel. And Mark's going to play some sound later from Draymond in October, talking about which games he gets up for and which games he doesn't.
Yeah, Bonte played it too. You guys played it earlier.
Nice.
I sent it to Goo and Evans yesterday. Like, check this out on the shop. I don't get up for OKC. Which may explain why he grabbed 1 rebound the other day.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll get into this a little bit further, just about what is the right thing to say to your audience, your fans, or whatever. But so what about this? Just bring it to tonight, as you said. If the Warriors come out and play great tonight, isn't there a little piece of you? You'll be happy as a Warrior fan to come out, they win. But there's a little piece of you that's like, damn it, you
waiting in the weeds.
Right. Like, why can't you play? Why is it so hard to play hard 3 times a week?
Because they're
why
defending
can
champs.
you only
It's
do
fair.
it?
They're defending champs.
Why?
They're
Why?
defending champs.
Because it didn't used to be that way, and I don't think it is that way in all sports.
You know what it was?
The football teams get up on a Thursday when they just played on Sunday.
Mark, I kind of disagree with that.
Okay, why?
The 2018 year, the Warriors would play hard for 8 minutes a game. Now, they were so great because they had KD, Steph, Clay, and they were a lot younger, so they could do that. They literally played hard for 8 minutes. I would sit there at Oracle Arena. They go down 15, and the group thread, time to live bet the Warriors because now they're going to care. They needed a challenge. This year, it's kind of the same attitude, but they're older.
But
they don't have the same athleticism,
that.
and they don't have Kevin Durant, but they still have the same mentality saying, we're the champs. We know when we get into a series, it's going to be tough to beat us 4 times. That's their mindset. Because they did the same. 2018 was a joke. Did you remember? It was a joke talking about that team in the regular season.
I get that, but this team is not good enough, to do that. And I'm not even talking about chasing wins. I'm not saying you should go out and go full bore, 4 quarters, 82 games, and run yourself into the ground. But the comments he made back in October where you're literally like, he's saying, how do I even get excited for this? Mm-hmm. How do you get... Look, you can feel that. You're going to say that out loud to people who are spending so much money to come see you perform.
Well, he told
Gibbs
you
likened this to other entertainment.
Right.
What if this were a musical? And someone's
I'm glad you said that.
The guy playing Hamilton comes out. Guys, just so you know, I'm going to miss notes on purpose tonight. I'm not going to do all the dance steps. I'm not feeling it, guys. Enjoy the show.
So have you guys ever seen Pitbull? Right?
Yeah.
Whatever your opinion is of Pitbull, when you watch him on stage, you're like, this guy, wow, he is bringing it. Right? Like,
everything he
so
has.
I don't even love his music as much as others, but I'm like, my respect level for Pitbull is through the roof because I know he's trying his, you know what?
He gives you everything.
You seen Joe Coy on Netflix?
He's great.
Most recent
Filipino, of course, we've seen it in our house.
Okay, most recent Netflix special where he started to cry.
It's so good
because he's telling the story of the first Netflix special that they didn't want. He had to actually go do it. He had to pay for it himself, and then after he did it, he brought it to Netflix. He's telling the whole story, and then they took it, and he's like, they don't understand that I'm cut from a different cloth.
Yep.
I bring it every single time I'm out here, and it's like, even if you don't feel that, I get it. We're not basketball players. I don't know what that feels like on the body. But don't go tell everybody.
That's the thing.
And call it this engine. You're going to refer to your body in the third person and tell me that it only starts? Come on,
but
man.
Draymond Green told us in 2019. Yeah, that was the hitter right there, Pitbull. I had that album. Draymond Green told us in 2019-20.
Gathering timber.
There was no Steph. There was no Clay. I knew we were going to lose a lot of games.
You just can't. You can't say that.
I can't get up for that. You can't say it, but he said it multiple times.
He at least had the self-respect to not go out there and fake it. And what he did against OKC, and I didn't have a chance to be on yesterday. I had a little bit of the bubble guts. Your boy had the BGs. I was home. Inexcusable.
What was that?
Honestly, well, what it was a guy showing you exactly how he feels about Jordan Poole. And you can give me all the high fives and let me help you up and all the rest of it. But in that moment, and I heard you guys all yesterday, that was a microcosm of the division on this team between the vets and the younger players because Draymond flashes for the ball, doesn't get it, immediately goes into sulk mode. It's a turnover, and nobody runs down the floor, basically. OKC had like 4 shots at the rim, too. It's inexcusable, but I think it shined a bright light on exactly what's broken. So, to your point, Mark, yes, come out and beat Memphis, and I think that they will. They're motivated.
They better.
Memphis is depleted, but to me, it's not something I'm going to put stock in as far as they're back, and all of a sudden now they're championship caliber.
However, Kevin Durant's out possibly 4 to 6 weeks.
That's true.
With an ankle sprain. And we get to see Kevin Durant in front of fans at Chase Center.
What is it about Chase Center and KD?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're just robbed of that moment every year.
I'm disappointed. Monday was going to be a hot ticket.
I can't get one.
Monday was going to be a hot ticket.
Me either.
Unbelievable. Luka can't move right now. He's out.
What is that even?
Brandon Ingram gets hurt last night. Zion Williamson is not even close to returning.
Right. Steven Adams, 4 more weeks.
Reevaluated in the next 4 weeks. And the Warriors will get Gary Payton II and Andrew Wiggins back at some point. We don't know when, but they will come back. It feels like things are can still fall into place for the Warriors to go to the finals.
Did you know that they're favored tonight?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, because everyone's out.
Yeah.
Not everyone.
Well, for Memphis. Like Ja and Steven Adams.
Sure.
Which is the
Ja was out last year. They went on a heater.
Wow.
Like, I mean, it's not, they can
some people
play.
thought they were better without Ja.
Which was ridiculous.
Right.
But they I mean, they can still play.
Mark,
they're going to be up for the Warriors get everybody's best shot.
Well, it's like when the Giants are playing and they get the best shot from USA team.
Oh, did you? Well, officially, the Giants are the best team in the world. No, they're the best team in the world. And did you hear the breaking news?
What, DeSclafani?
No.
Oh, the Rodon. We did.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Why are you smiling about that?
That's really.
Why am I smiling about it?
Yeah, that's really
because the
that's
Giants
mean-spirited.
No,
is what
because the Giants don't have to face him in the opening season. Opener.
I was about to come out and congratulate Farhan Zaidi and his crystal ball for being able to foretell that Carlos Rodon is damaged goods. They got that one good year out of him.
I
Any of the Cy Young years.
Yeah, 2 years. That's what I was saying. I didn't want to pay him.
Yeah.
It's a forearm strain. That's why I'm
saying.
chuckling. It's not like a big deal.
A forearm strain is like it's like when you have a calf strain as a basketball player. It's a precursor.
A forearm strain's not good. I'm going to tell you this right now. It's not good.
You know what else is not good? 5-year deals for starters. Anyway, go ahead.
The forearm's connected to the UCL.
Exactly.
So, and that's where the forearm. If you get a strained forearm, the ligament, that can oftentimes turn into a Tommy John.
By the way, I just want to say this right now.
Doc Pandy, 11:30.
Fantasy baseball. Mitch Haniger's the guy to have on the Giants. I'm just saying it right now.
Why?
I just think he's going to be up a lot this year. And I like him driving in runs for this team. I actually really like Mitch Haniger for this team. Conforto is a flyer late. I would take him. If we're talking fantasy baseball, flyer late.
No, those guys, look.
I like Mitch Haniger. I think Mitch Haniger's having a big year.
I actually bought a magazine the other day for the first time in a long time.
Did you?
Oh, I've been in the Keeper League for over 15 years, and I'm a little disappointed because the last 3 years of fantasy, last 3 full seasons, I've come in first, second, and second. And I'm really bitter about coming in second place back-to-back years. Because guys
Is it draft or auction?
Draft. But we keep 3 guys.
Why do you finish in second? Is it because you can't get up for the Tuesday games?
I tell you exactly why. I tell you exactly why, and I'm pissed off.
This king cannot be expected to do this 7 days.
2 years ago, Ronald Acuna Jr. tears his ACL in Miami. Season's cooked. My power hitter's gone. Last year, I weighed out Fernando Tatis Jr. all season long, and then he gets popped with PEDs, and I have a giant-sized hole in my utility spot.
Got to stop drafting all those injury-prone players over there.
You see what he does?
The walking Garoppolos? What's the name of your team? Come on,
the Wall Street Hustlers.
I don't mean to be rude. We've got something we've got to take care of after this. What do you guys got going on today?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
No, that is rude.
First of all,
considering how few of these we have left.
Couple more times. Let me answer that a couple more times the same way I always do. We have a show.
Oh, nice.
Hello.
We have a show coming up.
Glad we don't have to hear that no more.
You don't like that part? I mean, no. Look, we want to get into the Draymond stuff. I also think underbelly thing that we have not, because of all the Warriors stuff on this station, we have not gotten to very much this week. There is some freaking collusion going on in the NFL at a high level, and it is straight bizarre. And I know that Jason La Canfora put the 49ers on the list of teams that should be going after Lamar Jackson. I think they're pretty low on that list compared to a lot of other teams. But when you look at the way the NFL works, the fact that teams are lined up around the corner to not go after Lamar Jackson, and you're selling that to us and people are buying it, absolutely unacceptable and ridiculous. And so we'll get into that as well.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Willard and Dibs coming up next. Have a good day, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow morning.
Okay, welcome back, buddy. It's good to have you back in the seat.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Rough going yesterday. Actually, Tuesday too. It's one of those days where
it wasn't a Tuesday, but that's okay.
Tuesday was a rough day as well.
I got it.
Yeah, not feeling great Tuesday.
now.
Gutted it out. Got to Wednesday and thought,
literally,
I'm gonna need to take a day on Wednesday. Nothing like looking at the clock during segments, thinking, I don't know if I can make it 8 minutes. I don't know if I can make it 5.
I feel like you do that every day. Come on, you got to deal with me all the time.
You're fine. You're fine. I enjoy it.
Is Draymond fine? Is Dylan-Brooks fine? We're going to get to all of it. And 888-957-9570 is the number. We would love your phone calls today. The Xfinity mobile text line. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. We see you as always. We're glad you're there. We're going to be looking at the comments throughout. And certainly also want to immediately address, we know there's a lot of stuff going on out there with regard to some changes at our station. Yes, there are some changes coming at our station. We'll address that a little bit more coming up around the bend out of respect for those who are involved, though. Not going to go on and on about it. And in some cases, it's their story to tell. And, the old line that people use in this whole situation, we just work here.
Yeah.
And it's kind of true. So, our slot is going to be moving to 2 to 6 next week. And with all respect for the people that are affected by this, and it's part of every industry, and it's a complete bummer, we will jump in with both feet to that situation and that opportunity. And we very much hope that those of you who listen to us in these hours will go with us to those hours, and those of you who are in those hours who have not listened to us before, we hope that you'll give us a look and a listen, and we will handle those responsibilities to the best of our ability.
And those of you in those hours who aren't listening in these hours, when you hear us in those hours, hopefully you'll give us that shot, because right now you're not hearing us ask for that in those hours because we are still in these hours.
Yeah, exactly. So that's enough of those hours and these hours. Let's do this hour, shall we?
Let's.
Yeah, because Draymond Green, and instead of giving you the whole thing from his podcast directed at Dylan-Brooks, like, this is when the NBA, and Draymond does this maybe better than anybody in the league, this is when the NBA becomes a reality show. It's not the Real Housewives of Atlanta. It's the real NBA players of San Francisco or Memphis, Tennessee, or whatever. Dylan-Brooks and Draymond Green, in many ways, do a good job of putting together a sideshow. They put together a sideshow. And quite frankly, for Draymond, and we'll play a little bit of it for you here in a second, this is easy pickings. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wonder this, because Dylan-Brooks came out and, to grab the line from the playground, Dibs, he started it.
Nice.
Did you ever use that with the third grade teacher?
Always.
Right?
Always.
He started it. So Dylan-Brooks started it. So therefore, dude, it's your fault. It's absolutely your fault. The other side to this, though, is Draymond. Your response, in many ways, for me, it's just too easy. You've got 4 rings. He's got none. You're more talented than him.
Right.
You're more accomplished than him. You're a bigger name than him. You work in San Francisco. He works in Tennessee. You're more everything than him. Part of me wanted him to just say nothing.
Oh, come on, Mark. You know that he doesn't do that.
I know.
Especially,
I know.
And I give him credit for this, because when the comments initially were made and he was asked about it at a podium, he laughed and said nothing, and he filed it away for his own podcast. And so if it wasn't for him having a podcast, he might not have said anything.
Fair
but
point.
Draymond Green is going to save his response for the pod, knowing that he's going to get the clicks, he's going to get the downloads, he's going to get the likes, And that's what Draymond does. He's very savvy when it comes to the media and responding to these sorts of things. So, yes, I also would like him to take the high road, but he's not going to do it.
Of course. I knew he wasn't going to do it.
Right.
But, take it to something to which we can relate. You ever get somebody, and I know you do, we all do, you ever get somebody on Twitter with 7 followers, you're a big piece of junk.
Sure.
Okay, when you get that, what's the right thing to do? Retweet and blast the person with 7 followers?
It depends.
Or scroll and move on with your day. Don't give them. Do you know what I mean?
I block and move.
Okay, but in other words, you're elevating Dylan Brooks' comments by making this big of a deal out of them.
But you're also elevating your own platform and your own podcast.
I get it.
So in terms of Draymond Green, I don't think that he's worried about Dylan Brooks and elevating Dylan Brooks in any way, shape, or form. He's more thinking, hey, if I can use this as material on my podcast, then Willard and Dibs will play it 9 to noon, and I'll get more clicks and more downloads.
And he would be right.
Yeah.
This idiot said, I don't know what Draymond does out there. He said, I don't like Draymond at all. You don't know me. I just don't like Golden State. I quite frankly wouldn't like a team that beats me all the time either. I don't like anything to do with them. Quite frankly, you were a little kid in high school watching us win championships. Should be happy that you even witnessed that, or maybe college, but you get the point. You're a fan.
I mean, it's almost like the two of these guys are grabbing one another's hands and walking off into the sunset together. I know it sounds like the opposite.
That was so perfect. He makes his comment, and then he puts it in context.
Exactly.
Makes the comment, puts it in context.
Now.
That was hilarious.
Yeah.
You watch me in high school, maybe college. You get my point.
Totally. It's like sending the birds up into the air. It's like, pow. Send that one up, pow.
Exactly.
Send that one up, pow. Right? That's what he's doing. But, again, Draymond Green is the bigger version of this. He's actually been Defensive Player of the Year. He has been a multi-All-Star. He has multiple rings. Do you understand how much bigger a name Dylan Brooks is than he should be? I had this conversation or this thought, and I was wrong the first time I thought it. Do you remember when Richard Sherman, mediocre receiver, and he's screaming at Aaron Andrews? Now, admittedly, we're in an emotional moment as 49er fans because we just got beat. We just got beat with a chance to go to the Super Bowl. So when Richard does that on national TV, my first thought was, oh my gosh, his agent is going to be furious. I can't believe he's going off the rails like this. And then I went to bed and I calmed down. My team lost the football game. I wake up the next day, and as it turns out, over the next handful of years, what Richard Sherman did that day was perfect. It was the best thing he ever could have done for his career. Because this kind of drama elevates, not that Richard Sherman wasn't great, he is, but it elevates players beyond what they are talent-wise on the court.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks is probably the second most recognizable Grizzly, and he's nowhere near their second best player.
Right. Well, he thinks he's their second best player, which is why it's so fun to watch him play when you're on the opposing team, because he will shoot it 20 times a night. The problem with the Grizzlies is he might be their second best player. Steven Adams, Jaren Jackson Jr., they don't have a definitive, real number 2.
Desmond Bain, they got guys.
They have a bunch of guys, but they don't have a real number 2. Draymond Green is the Warriors' third best player, and when Wiggins is locked in, he's their fourth best player. The point is, Draymond Green is a key piece to a team that's won 4 championships. So there's really nothing that Dylan Brooks can do to get over on Draymond. Even if they beat the Warriors tonight, and let's say they go on to beat the Warriors in a series this year, and Memphis goes on to win the championship, it's still 4-1 Draymond in terms of rings.
Totally. No, he's never going to get there. However, maybe he's already there, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. So I wonder, let's throw it out there to you. 888-957-9570. Was Draymond, are you eating this up with a spoon? Are you getting your popcorn ready? Or would you rather Draymond just suns Dylan Brooks, brush his shoulder off, and forget that he's even there? Sure, it makes tonight a little bit more interesting as far as the billing for this matchup between the Warriors and Grizzlies. There's no accident that Draymond sat on these comments for a week and then released a pod the night before the Warriors play the Grizzlies. Of course he did. So there's just a piece of this it doesn't feel very organic to me. But we'll get into it. We'll take your calls. It is Willard and Dibs, and it's brought to you by Bay Street, Emeryville. Come explore the newest restaurants at Bay Street's Emeryville's new Bay Break Dining Terrace, Saturday, March 25th, 2 p.m. Grab a slice from Arthur Max or a truffle burger from Shake Shack, plus college basketball championships. Watch party fun. I thought watch parties was my thing, but anyway, food, fun, local heroes, community support, and basketball, and Willard and Dibs.
say, Mark?
Oh, that hits so nice. So nice. The restaurant quality of Dante DiVincenzo. I'm looking forward to seeing it tonight.
He'll be there tonight.
And I give Draymond Green and Brooks mad credit for this, Mark. In a sea of meaningless action in the association.
In a world.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Tonight is going to be, wow.
In a world of meaningless action.
82,
on a Thursday.
82 times 30 divided by 2 tells you how many games there are in the association. That's 1460. Mark.
Oh, no.
It's 730.
No, I know.
There are 730 games in the association.
But you know, fact check.
You're the son of a math teacher.
I know. Don't you dare call me that.
In my head.
Wait a minute.
Son of a math teacher.
Do that again.
82 times 30.
82 times 30.
Divided by 2.
Divided by 2.
Because each game is only played between two teams.
What'd you say the answer was?
730.
No, that's not right.
Wait, it is right.
It's not right.
Wait, 82 times 30.
82 times 30 equals
2460.
2460.
So 1230.
Divided by 2, 1230.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'd like to apologize to you.
Fact check.
And
what are
all the
you?
YouTubers.
What are you, a politician?
What's going on here?
Running around out here having a debate or something?
My point is, Mark, in a world.
The jobless rate went down to 0%. No, it didn't. Yeah, it did. I said so.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's move on.
I'll buy it.
Yeah.
A lot of games, Mark, and not that many are important. But tonight is one of those important ones. Back to you.
All right.
82 times 30 is 2460, not 1460. Damn it.
Okay, yeah. I get it. And Draymond is helping out a lot with the whole podcast. A lot of you want to weigh in on this. 888-957-9570. That's the question in my head. Are you almost like, if you're Draymond in this situation, are you better off saying nothing? And for those of you who, sometimes I think we speak to everybody as if they're all like us, just staring at social media all day, gathering all of this. Dylan Brooks.
I'm gathering timber, Mark,
are you?
Is what I'm gathering.
Oh,
yeah,
man, I love it when you do that. When you saw what Dylan Brooks said the other day, and just to sort of like give you the brief notes of what it was, I don't like Draymond Green. I don't think he's nearly as talented as he would be, on another team. They like what he does there. He plays some defense, but I don't like the Warriors. And that was kind of the comment. And Dylan is doing his part, ramping up to Grizzlies and Warriors. Draymond waits until podcast day.
Oh, yeah.
24 hours before the game.
Y'all gonna get this podcast.
And he's got bow, like a list.
Bow, chicka bow.
He went through every comment from Dylan Brooks and had a response.
Draymond talks a lot. You talk a lot now. So if you have 4 rings, sure, you talk a lot more. For All-Stars, you probably talk a bit more. Defensive Player of the Year, you for damn sure would talk more. 2 Olympic gold medals, you definitely would be talking, because that would mean you beat Team USA, and we all know how that goes. So
okay, actually don't know if we know how all that goes, but
a decent little resume from Draymond Green.
Okay, so his point is, I talk. I got a reason to talk.
4 rings.
You talk.
DPOY.
You got no reason to talk.
2 Olympic gold medals. And you did a Brian and Palo Alto in there, too. He did a which I thought was great. But, yeah, Dylan Brooks has no reason to talk.
Got to be better than that, Coach.
Okay, how about all the technical fouls that Draymond gets?
Gets away with a lot, too. What exactly do I get away with? I have 15 texts, 1 less than your dumb ass. Okay, great.
Okay.
That's my favorite.
Great.
Okay, great. All right, check. Nailed it.
Well, I would clap back briefly and say he does get away with a lot. And we're going to play the Fred VanVleet sound going off on the officials a little bit later in the show. Fred's got some good points in terms of the relationship right now between players and refs. Draymond Green could have 71 technical fouls this year. So I do believe he does get away with a lot.
You could call a tech. I feel like Draymond and Dylan Brooks techs are like holding in the NFL.
You could call it on every play.
I could call this on every play.
It's a good point.
Yeah, you're yelling at me all the time. I could do it on every play, but you're not going to. Draymond goes so far as to say Dylan Brooks is the reason that the Grizzlies aren't winning.
His game is cool. If you ever wondered why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. And yet, you running around talking about a dynasty? The dynasty starts after you, not with you.
Draymond has a point here that I don't even think he was trying to make because he's just trying to whack Dillon Brooks on both sides of the face all day long. I get that. But that comment to me speaks to the conversation we had earlier in this week about Ja. Like the Memphis Grizzlies, as I called it that day, they are a bus without a driver.
Yeah.
They are all kinds of talented. I'm not even necessarily talking about Dillon Brooks, but they are talented. They are young. They've got that look, that swagger, all of those things. But you're now watching who they look to for leadership. And I learned this years ago. I mean, covering the Los Angeles Lakers for years, this is something. Go ahead, Spadone. Come on now. Come on. Thank you. So covering the Lakers for years, this is something that Pau Gasol and then even Steve Nash with that Laker team that didn't work. But Pau Gasol used to say this. Like, my job in this locker room is to be the positive leader. Kobe Bryant takes care of the negative leadership. This is what I don't think Memphis has. It feels to me like they've only got negative lead. All they've got is brash, in your face, and they don't have somebody who actually has the cachet to come in and swing the pendulum in the other direction. Because Draymond is over here screaming at people. That's not the way to lead by itself either. But it works when Steph Curry is on the other side of the court,
right,
or a Klay Thompson, and they can handle you with a little bit more love.
I think it's a little unfair because I think that Steven Adams is that guy, and he's the one who called the team meeting. But here's my point, Mark.
Not good enough, though.
Well, it's not
you
good enough. You
got to be one
because,
of the stars, don't you?
No, you have to have people who want to follow. If you're a leader of an organization, and you could be a great leader, but if the people below you don't want to follow you, then it doesn't matter how good of a leader you are. And that ultimately is, I think, where Memphis is. Steven Adams tries to have a team meeting, calls a team meeting and says, guys, we need to get buttoned up on the road. We don't need to go out as much anymore. We need to focus on the task at hand. And not 2 or 3 days later, Ja Morant is seen waving a gun at a strip club in Denver. So it's not so much that there's a leadership void, although I think there is a bit of a leadership void. Taylor Jenkins is a young coach. He doesn't have the gravitas of a Steve Kerr, but in terms of what you said, positive, negative, the Warriors are the epitome because Steph Curry is maybe the most positive leader ever, and Draymond Green maybe the most negative leader.
Isn't it crazy?
Very effective.
Steph Curry is the most polished sports superstar in the history of ever. Do you ever have that thought where you're just like, God, I hope, can he just please get to the finish line with nothing bad happening? Nobody. No, it feels like Steph doesn't even have a bad day. Like he never barked at a parking ticket. I mean,
through his mouthpiece.
Yes, he did. I love when people use that. Remember
Twice
that time?
now.
Remember that time
he's a serial mouthpiece thrower.
He furrowed his brow.
Oh,
it was awful, and he should have been suspended, and it was crazy that he wasn't.
I think he's had the most technicals he's had in his career this year.
He's so clean. The resume is so spotless when it comes to this kind of stuff that, you can put a Draymond on the team, have him scream, kick, yell, podcast, technicals, suspensions, kick people in the ha-has, lose championships because of it. You can do all this, and it's all tucked inside the Steph Curry bed, and so it's fluffy, and it's okay.
It's fluffy, too, because you won 4 championships.
Yes.
If Draymond flail kicked Steven Adams and got teabagged by LeBron and you lost that finals and that was it, that was the only chance you had at a finals, we'd think differently about Draymond Green. And that's where people outside this market think differently about Draymond Green than we do. If you don't watch Draymond night in and night out and see the brilliance of Draymond Green when he's actually interested in playing basketball, then you're missing out on it. Because you look at his numbers, and he's averaging a triple single for his career. He's averaging 8, 7, and 5, I believe, for his career.
Really? Is it that low?
It's that low. Numbers-wise, there's no way he's a Hall of Famer. But then you look at the accolades. DPOY, defensive all-first-team defense, 4-time champion, 2-time Olympian. There's no doubt he is a Hall of Famer. But if you don't watch Draymond Green, it's easy to listen to his sound bites and look at his numbers and think differently about him.
8.7, 7.0, and 5.6.
Yeah.
Those are his career averages for points, rebounds, and assists.
Yeah, triple single.
Yeah.
And the Morning Roasters, and I think it might have been Joe talking about Michael Cooper as a comp. Some people have used Michael Cooper as a comp, and I just looked at his numbers, and they're close in points, but they're lower in rebounds, they're lower in assists because Michael Cooper was a 5-time champ. But the difference is Michael Cooper on those Lakers teams was the 5th, if not the 6th best player at times. And Draymond Green has been, at the worst, the 3rd best player on most of these teams.
We'll take some calls. Also, a couple minutes away, we'll tell you how you can win your way into a Warrior game later this month. But now that I have this page up, do you want to have some fun here for just a second?
Sure.
What do you think Draymond Green's career 3-point percentage is? Can you get it? I'll give you 0.7 of a percentage point in either direction.
Man.
So I'm going to give you basically a 1.5 window.
Yeah.
Can you nail it? Dan Dibley, ladies and gentlemen, Draymond Green's 3-point percentage career.
It was higher earlier in his career. Then it went down fairly dramatically. It's sustained. He feels to me like he's a 1-3 guy, but I want to say he's slightly better. I'm going to say 34.2%.
Oh, wow. 34.2 is way too high.
Really? So high?
So high. Yeah, that was Bellinger. 31.6. 31.6. Okay. The reason it caught my eye, it's barely below what Jordan Poole is shooting from 3-point percentage this year.
Yeah.
Barely below. So what are you getting from Jordan Poole this year from 3-point range? You're getting Draymond Green plus a tiny bit.
That's not good.
Woof, right? Like that's interesting.
What are the attempts per game for those two players, though?
Well, that's a great point. Attempts per game this year for Draymond,
about 2 threes a game.
1.8.
Yeah.
But for career 2.6.
Yeah.
2.6, which actually that feels high. That feels high. And you got to give me a second to look up Jordan Poole.
Just real quick, what's Draymond's percentage again? You said it was
31.6 for his career.
Yeah. Dylan Brooks this year from 3, 31.9. So Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green, 3-point shootout to the death.
Jordan Poole is at 32.5 so far this year, but
and like 9 attempts
per game is 8.
And that's the problem. Too many threes for Jordan Poole.
8 attempts per game. So, Andrew in Pleasanton, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Andrew?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Just dealing with some vet stuff right now, but my take on the Draymond Green situation here is, I think there's a lesson in life that most people should probably utilize more often, self-included, is the thing I should have said was nothing. I don't know if you're familiar with the great cinematic classic Street Fighter, Raul Julia's final performance, where he's given his evil villain monologue and saying, like, for you, that was the most important day of your life. It made you who you are. For me, it was Tuesday. I just feel like Draymond doesn't need to talk to Brooks at all.
Yeah, Andrew, I think you're making a phenomenal point, but it's also something that's just, let's be honest, it's so hard for people. It's so hard for people to what? Not react. Do you want to know what bounces in my head when Andrew says this? I think I've told you this story before. The year that I was blessed with tickets to the Masters.
Oh, hello, friends.
And I'm at Augusta National with our good buddy, Aaron Oberholzer, and he's out there playing. And Vijay Singh caught my eye because this is really, really, thank you. Hello, friends. Vijay Singh.
A former champion.
Yes.
At the Masters.
We're at the par 3, I don't know, second hole, second hole, right? Par 3. Long par 3.
Yeah, it's really long par 3. I believe it is.
Second, third, fourth, something.
I think it's number 2.
Whatever. Anyway.
About 235, slightly downhill.
Really hard hole.
Incredibly hard.
And there is Vijay Singh, and he's got a 5-iron, and he swings, and it's a little right, and it's a little long, and oh my gosh, it just bounced off the cart path, and that ball is, I don't think there are actually cart paths there, but anyway.
Gone.
That ball was gone. It was into the bushes. There's these hedges back.
Oh, they encroach pretty rapidly.
The ball is gone, right? So there goes Vijay. Then walk to the, just kind of goes for a stroll behind the green and then disappears into the hedges. There goes Vijay into the bushes. And all you see as a fan, we're just waiting out there. You wait for a minute and two, and all of a sudden, whoop, here comes the ball.
Hand wedge.
Punches it out onto the green, And I think there was maybe a 3-putt after that because it's a huge green. Whatever it was at minimum a double bogey for the great Vijay Singh.
Yeah, it's the fourth hole, actually.
Okay, there it is.
Flowering crabapple.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly what it looked like that he was hitting the ball out of. So he goes in there and he knocks the thing out. It's like a double bogey or a triple bogey, and VJ walks to the next tee, and his caddy's right behind him. And he puts the bag down, and VJ points to the bag, and the caddy goes in and he gets a banana. And he hands it to VJ, and VJ just starts eating it. And this guy I'm with goes, "Did you see that?" I go, "Well, no, what? What are you talking about?" He goes, "That guy just made triple bogey at the Masters, and he pulled out a banana." No reaction.
Right.
No reaction. That's called shot acceptance in golf, but in other worlds of life, like what Andrew's saying, it's just flat out acceptance. I mean, heck, look what our station had happen yesterday,
right,
or whatever. Like, it's very difficult to not react. And someone like Draymond Green is almost like he's got an incentive to react.
Well, his reaction is him not reacting. If he doesn't react, to me, that is more of a dramatic reaction than the dramatic reaction
I get it, yeah.
Because that's Draymond Green. And that's why initially when the comments got brought to him and he just laughed, and that, you thought, oh man, that's not like Draymond at all.
Super mature.
Maybe Draymond's changed. He's turned
turning
over
a corner.
Yes.
Yeah.
But lo and behold, you knew he was just waiting for the pod, and the real reaction from Draymond Green will be tonight. And you would imagine he comes out and plays with his hair on fire and plays with that real desire to go out there and whoop that team and get this road victory.
Whoop that team.
Totally.
I'm going to have a mixed vibe if the Warriors go out and win tonight, because and I think you all agree with this. You'll be excited. Memphis triggers us. We want to take down Memphis. That's a good win, even without Ja. The Warriors need wins no matter who they're playing. This is a very, very big game for the Warriors. But there's going to be a piece of you if they come back from this road trip 1-2, and you're like, really? Like, you beat Memphis, but you couldn't muster the focus to defeat Oklahoma City and a LeBron-less Laker team? You couldn't do that for yourself. Not for us, for yourselves. You couldn't do that? That's the maddening part of this particular Warrior team. And I guess maybe, quite frankly, it's the maddening part of the entire Western Conference this year. Nobody can get going anywhere.
Right. Not a lot of momentum. And, even Denver, the best in the West, there's still a lot of doubts about whether or not Memphis is for real or Denver's for real. Memphis, we know, is really fragile. Sacramento,
they're for
soaring.
Real. They're for real.
That's good to hear you say
it's
that.
so cute the way they're winning all their games.
Honestly, though, if you look at the West right now, as opposed to 3 days ago, they look stronger than they certainly did.
Well,
Ja's out for at least 4 games.
The Ja injury
Kevin Durant got hurt in warm-ups.
Gosh.
KD, talk about the banana peel. Was that Vijay Singh's banana peel he slipped on?
Brother, like I don't know if you all saw this highlight. Like, Kevin Durant hurt himself. This is akin to when you got hurt getting out of bed. Like, he's by himself on a court. He's going to go lay a ball in, and his whole ankle just buckles. He falls to the floor, and he's out for the rest of the regular season.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Which, again, by the way, is why I kept saying, we'll see. We'll see. There's so many things that, they got KD, and they got Kyrie, and they're going to meet in the Western Conference. We'll see, because it's really hard to make all that stuff work, and it's hard for everybody to stay healthy at the right time.
That's the thing. I mean, health going into the playoffs, we've talked about this all year for the Warriors. They need to be healthy in April in order to make a run. Well, the same thing is true for all these teams, whether it's Dallas with a suddenly stiff and gimpy Luka Doncic and Kevin Durant now hurt. Anytime that you have any team, if you don't have your full complement, and the NBA playoffs, it's a 2-month grind. It's not like...
Totally.
I mean, the NFL is a grind in its own way. Baseball is a much shorter... It's maybe a month. The NBA run to a championship is 10 weeks, for crying out loud.
A couple of tickets a few weeks from now to the Warriors and Spurs on the table for you. All you got to do to get into the game on March 31st is listen to the 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app. You can also listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you're going to have to win. 1 entry every hour you listen. Every hour you listen, that's another chance to win, all the way up to 8 entries per day. So I don't know what you're waiting for. Download the Odyssey app right now, or listen at 957thegame.com. The more you listen, the more likely you end up at Warriors Spurs later this month. Tickets courtesy of the Warriors, as always. If you want to see the Warriors play in action, go to warriors.com. Hey, Adam in San Jose, what are you doing? Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Look, Dylan Brooks is the dollar store version of Draymond Green. He is the made-in-China quality of Draymond Green. Draymond lives rent-free in Dylan Brooks' head. Mark my words, Draymond is going to come out with a whole different energy tonight and probably pick up his 16th technical foul, but it's going to definitely be worth it.
Right, like, don't you fit? Thanks, Adam. I mean, I think there's some pretty fair truth to everything you said there. This basketball game feels kind of like, in the NHL, when two teams have beef and they've got their enforcers on the ice right at the start, and some fans will just be like, they're just getting warm in their seats, and you may not have the context of what happens when last time when Ottawa played Anaheim. You have no clue, but you sit down and you're like, all right, there's a hockey. Oh my gosh, they're punching each other in the face.
Immediately.
1 second into the game.
Puck drops, gloves drop.
Exactly.
Let's do this.
It's like, I think is that going to happen tonight with Draymond and Dylan?
I don't think so because.
Tip off?
Well,
pow.
I would be more concerned with a Dylan Brooks flagrant on Steph Curry than I would. That's how Dylan Brooks does it.
I agree.
Dylan Brooks is not coming at Draymond in any direct way. After Clay disrespected Dylan Brooks with him standing over him at half court, and now Draymond absolutely punking him, Dylan Brooks is more apt to go after Steph Curry than he is Draymond
Well,
Green.
and I think the Grizzlies also know if you lose them both, let's say there's double techs all over the place. If you lose them both, that's advantage Grizzlies. I know Dylan Brooks scores 15 a game. I know, especially with Ja out. I get it. He's not like the worst NBA player ever. We just dislike him the most. But I still think that that's a win for the Grizzlies if Brooks gets himself taken out and gets a Warrior like Draymond, or, as you said, if he injures somebody and takes them out, that's a win for the Grizzlies.
No doubt. I think Draymond's too smart to get into a double technical situation with Dylan Brooks. Draymond Green's biggest issue in self-control is the officials. It's not opposing players. Very rarely has he got it. I mean, he's kind of grown out of that. The flail kick to Steven Adams, the teabagging by LeBron, all the rest of it. And that whole LeBron thing is even more hilarious now looking back, considering that they're now best friends.
Right.
Who would have thought in that moment that they turn out to be besties?
So what you're saying is in 2028, Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks will be kumbaya. And they'll be playing on the Orlando Magic as their 1 and 2.
Absolutely.
I can't wait to see it.
Wearing the same number.
It's all presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We got room for more of your calls. The voice of the Grizz, Pete Pranica, is going to join us in about a half hour. And also, you referenced it earlier, Fred VanVleet of the Toronto Raptors. You want to hear an NBA player really go off on officials? Wait till you hear this. That's next on 95.7 The Game.
Want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors?
no Jordan Poole.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Looking forward to JP and all 8 of his three-point attempts tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. Grizzlies, Warriors, Draymond, Dylan, and Dibbs. 3 referees will be in this game tonight.
I'll check the assignments to let you know exactly who it is. And, I've come across Mark on these airwaves as a bit of a ref apologist. I am a referee, so
I'm sorry I laughed.
No,
I'm
you
sorry.
can laugh.
A bit of a ref apologist.
I know I may come across as a bit of a ref apologist. Sometimes
apology not accepted.
Sometimes I take the official side too readily. Sometimes I don't take a step back and maybe look at the context of what's going on in certain situations. I feel like our society right now, in terms of officials, athletes, coaches, and parents, we're at a crossroads. And so a lot of times I am overly defensive of the officials.
And I get it. I do get it. When you bring it up from that perspective, and it's funny because I think this is one of the things that happens just in our particular conversations. Like the experience you're having, you feel like you relate to like Scott Foster's experience. And I look at that and go, while you may relate to the experience, it's totally different.
Completely.
Scott Foster, you get this. You're in the big dance. You're making a lot of money, and there's a lot of care, and people buying tickets, and they're being entertained, and there's major performers, and you're officiating them. When you are getting yelled at, Dibbs, oh my God, that's ridiculous. Like all of you parents, shut up. And not for the refs, not for Dibbs, who's out there working hard for your kids, but for your kids. Do you want to know? This is the one thing. I'll get off the soapbox in a second.
No, I got my own soapbox.
But
hop on here.
There's one thing that really woke me up, and I've never been the scream at the youth ref guy ever. But spoiler alert, I'm a vocal person.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love to see your pregame speeches. Your baseball team, your little league team.
People are
kids
asleep.
nodding off.
They're asleep.
Little
like, Coach,
Timmy's asleep.
Coach, it's the 3rd inning. We're down 5-0. We haven't gone to the field yet. You have to let us go out there.
We, as an infield, need to use our gloves to retrieve the ball.
Infinite
number totally.
I'm in the corner of the dugout with a fake beard on. All right, young man, come on over here and let me discuss why your BABIP is unacceptable.
Obviously, as a pitcher, I want you to throw strikes and not balls.
Obviously, this is Little League, but we still want to win. No, so here's one thing that always stood out to me. It was, I think, the first time it happened, my daughter's soccer. This is when we still live down south, and so they do this thing called, I don't know if they call it Players Week.
Silent Saturday.
Silent Saturday. And you're like, you're not allowed to talk. And you watch certain parents who are just like they can't handle it. But what got me is when the kids get in the car afterwards, they're like, that was great. We love that. So even Dr. Dad, who's out there going, you think you're encouraging them. Come on, go for the ball, run hard.
Right.
They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. So, Dibbs, let me do your work for you for 1 second.
Okay.
Okay? Everybody at the youth sports game, shut up.
Thank you.
Grab a coffee and enjoy the hell out of your kid. And then take them for ice cream after. That's what they want to do.
That's your job. Unfortunately, and I'm just going to say this and be as honest as I can, from what I've seen in my 37 years of youth sports officiating, it's a trickle-down effect. And it trickles down from the Draymond Greens, from Andre Iguodala, yeah, I said his name, and the palms up-ification, and Fred VanVleet. His comments are not wrong, the comments you're going to play, but what we've gotten to in sports, and the NFL's not like this as much, because you got a play clock, you got a helmet on, and you got business to handle.
You don't have time to go talk to the ref.
Correct. And in baseball, there's zero tolerance. If you argue my ball strike, you're automatically gone. The problem is in the NBA.
I hate that, though. The baseball holier-than-thou thing where the umpires treat the players like they're their parents. Did you talk? Did you look at me?
No eye
You go to
contact.
your room.
Yeah.
It's like that's a 33-year-old man with kids.
That's also, I would say that's broken. But the NBA relationship is broken almost beyond repair because on almost every possession, somebody is complaining about something.
Absolutely. Now, with all that said, it seemed like this hit you a little bit different.
Yeah.
And I agree with this. So take a listen. This is Fred VanVleet of the Toronto Raptors. You will hear a healthy number of beeps because
Those
Fred,
are F words.
there's actually a bunch of different cuss words.
Okay.
Yeah, he used them. He had like 7 of them. So you can plug them in with your imagination. Here we go. Fred VanVleet on NBA officiating.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought Ben Taylor was terrible tonight. I thought that on most nights, couple of the, out of the 3, there's 1 or 2 that just the game up. It's been like that a couple games in a row. Denver was tough, obviously. You come out tonight, you're competing pretty hard. The third quarter, I get a bull tech, changes the whole dynamic of the game, changes the whole flow of the game. Most of the refs are trying hard. I like a lot of the refs are trying hard. They're pretty fair. They communicate well. And then you got the other ones who just want to be dicks and just kind of the game up. Nobody's coming to see that. They come to see the players. I think we're losing a little bit of the fabric of what the NBA is and was, and it's been disappointing this season. You could look up, most of my texts this year have been with Ben Taylor officiating. So at a certain point as a player, you feel it's personal. It's never a good place to be. That's not why we lost tonight. We got outplayed, but it definitely makes it tougher to overcome.
Okay, what do you think?
Well, I think the essence of what he's saying, I don't know the Ben Taylor, Fred VanVleet relationship.
Right.
I know that VanVleet's gotten 8 technical fouls this year. I don't know what the breakdown is as far as Taylor techs or non-Taylor techs, but I do know this. There are a lot of newer, younger officials in the association. All you have to do is listen to Bob Fitzgerald on NBC Sports Bay Area, and he will highlight on that night's game which official's inexperienced, which official is more experienced. So you've got a crop of younger refs who don't have maybe the experience to know when the appropriate time is to issue a tech and when it's not. And when it comes to a player like Fred VanVleet, and he's talking about how this official may have it out for him, I think that could be a thing because these officials, and here's where I'm going to defend the refs to an extent, every single night, no matter where they go, they're going to hear an earful from most of the players, from most of the coaches, from the fans, and that adversarial relationship has gotten really bad. It used to be in the association, you would have a moment where a coach could maybe take the ref aside and you would communicate, and the players knew how to communicate. You don't often see that now where the players appropriately talk to the officials.
Well, I mean, all of our jobs evolve, and so theirs has to, and being yelled at and being the point of frustration is part of the job for a ref. That's not new. That's always been the case. Even back when there were fun relationships. Charles Barkley had like some fun relationships with certain officials. And you're right. I think that's probably gone. But by the same token, I think what VanVleet is talking about, for me, is the part that really, really gets me. I don't mind. I don't like it in the moment, but I'm going to understand and expect bad calls. Like, this is all happening real fast. These are huge men shoving one another around, and in some cases, Chris Paul, James Harden, trying to get the ref to think stuff happened
Poole.
that didn't happen. Sure, all of them.
I mean, if we want to talk about Mount Flopmore, it's going to be tough to find just 4, but Jordan Poole, the way he throws his head back at the first sign of any encroaching defender, and I'm glad you pointed that out because I think officiating in the NBA has never been more difficult. The speed, the size, the rules themselves, like what's continuation, what's a gather step, everything is reviewable and challengeable. The refs are in a difficult spot. It's not to excuse them, but I think that we as fans have an expectation of near perfection, and that's where I think that we kind of miss out.
But we get over that. Like there's never been a game where you're a fan and you don't think a bad call happened and you stand up and you say it or you tweet it or whatever. Like that's part of the game, and we get over that unless it's at a really pivotal moment at the end of a game and you feel like it cost you. So I get that, and that's not new either. What gets me, though, is I think what VanVleet is talking about, I think there are certain jobs in life, by the way, parenting is one of them, where you are asked, it is literally, it should be written in your contract. You have to put your ego away. If you're on the offensive line in the NFL, you don't get to showboat and point at me and get commercials. That's not your job. And every offensive lineman I've ever known knows that. They're happy to just be the misshapen dude in the middle. They're like, it's great, right? The running back goes up the middle and gets all the shine and the chunky soup commercial, and they're in the back, and they're like, yes, go Terrell Davis, right? Like all of that. So they get it. To me, an official, an ump, it's the same thing. You may not bring your poor relationships, your ego, your anger, whatever the hell, I'm sorry, you don't get to bring it to the court.
Right.
Draymond Green and Dillon Brooks do. Their job is to entertain, and they get to poke one another's bear, and they get to do that. You don't. So if you're bringing what Van Vliet is saying, which is you're bringing relationships, you're bringing stuff from past games, if you've got an agenda, then there's no place for you here.
I agree with that. I disagree with your sense of ego. Now, there's ego in terms of I'm the ref, I'm Joey Crawford, don't look at me, Tim Duncan, or I'm going to throw you out of here. There's no place for that. But in terms of me being a ref out there doing my best, I'm in the NBA as an official, and I'm proud of it, and I'm out here trying to do my level best. And if I have a player who is constantly disrespecting me and questioning me and chirping at me, you get to a point, and even as a parent, you get to a point with your kids, you're not going to let your kids disrespect you. You made the analogy about being a parent.
Well, I just mean putting your ego aside.
Correct.
And
in terms of an official, yes, you should put your ego aside to the extent of, I'm out here, you're out here to see me, everybody. You're paying to see, I'm John Goebel. You better recognize you're out here to see me. I get that part of it.
It's a point better made about umps than it is about NBA refs. Again, I can't stand when the ump, here's the worst thing in officiating in all of sports, is when a player who's either in the batter's box or someone says something from the dugout, and the ump removes the mask and takes one step forward. Oh, dude, back down. This ain't for you. We don't want to see your attitude. We don't think you look great with that big pad in your chest. Angel Hernandez, stop it. We think you're awful. Like, you've got to stop stepping toward people and, in essence, challenging them to give you more. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
I agree with that.
The word ego, it's impossible to totally put it away. I'm a fan of a healthy ego, I want everybody to love themselves.
Well, especially when you're out there trying to adjudicate 10 grown, elite, large men. There's got to be a certain amount of hubris and control that you exert. You got Dillon Brooks and Draymond Green tonight. If you come out there with 3 meek, tentative officials, that game will get out of hand in a hurry.
No doubt.
Now, what Fred Van Vliet is talking about, though, is something that I do think is a problem in the NBA. And that is, and I'm not going to single out any ref, but you see games where it's 2 quick ones on a player, and that player's got to go to the bench. And it feels like sometimes referees are out there with certain narratives. And I'm not saying they're trying to cook games or control games, but sometimes you see, whether it's Steph Curry or Klay Thompson, a real key player, and it's like a touch foul followed by a legit foul. Now the Stars got 2 fouls 90 seconds in. Now the course of the game has completely changed based on some of the BS that Fred was talking about.
Yeah. Now, speaking of a healthy ego, that was what grabbed me from this. Bonte and Joe played this earlier, so those of you who have faithfully been listening on the Odyssey app every single hour to try to get yourself into a Warriors-Spurs game, maybe you've already heard this. The rest of you are just joining us. Take a listen. This is not recent. It's all the way back in October from an episode of The Shop. Draymond Green is one of, if you remember the show The Shop on Showtime, it's like LeBron, and then it's usually a circle of about 7 or 8 different people. And it's from
barbershop, right?
Yeah, and so it's from all different walks of the sports life. Well, this particular, I didn't see everybody who's in there. Lisa Leslie is in there. Draymond is one of the guests. And the conversation gets into Draymond and his ability to get up for certain games?
If it's a Bron coming in, if it's a Giannis coming in, because them the games I live for.
Easy. You ready for them? Easy.
It's the nights I show up, and we playing against the sorry
The Sacramento Kings.
I can't play.
Who, the Kings?
The Kings stink. You name them. OKC right now.
OKC.
Like,
oh my God.
Yeah,
It's hard those
the
nights?
Kings may get better this year, I hope. But, it's like, how am I supposed to get myself up, like, with this engine and...
Because you done played so many big-time games.
On this soft Tuesday.
Yeah. First of all, I want to highlight a couple of things. I love that Draymond he didn't rip the Kings. Other people in the room did. And then Draymond, who was prophetic, go, hey, watch out. They might get better this year. So he was right.
Wasn't he the one who said, oh, they suck?
No, that was someone else.
Chimed in?
Someone else said the Kings stink. And Draymond goes, they might get better this year.
He hoped they got better this year.
I hope they get better. And they did.
But he did talk about a soft Tuesday against OKC.
Which
that didn't age well.
No, that reminds us of a certain night not too long ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was a soft Tuesday where Draymond Green kind of was the one playing soft, and you gave up $130+ and lost.
So here's the thing. I don't ever try to pretend like I understand what life would be like as an NBA player making $25 million a year. This guy goes out on the court, and someone's handing him a check for about $250,000, $300,000 to perform on a given night. And I get it. You also are going to blend that with, hey, we're tracking toward the playoffs. That's what actually matters. We're a veteran group. We've been here before. I'm incredibly accomplished. So therefore, I have a reason to have a very healthy ego about my basketball. I don't mean that you can treat other people badly, but I have no problem with Draymond Greens of the world having a very healthy view of what they've accomplished in their profession. It has been truly, truly great. What gets me about something like this, though, is I think we've all got those ego thoughts. Don't you have to choose which ones you say out loud? How can you say this engine? How do I get this engine to turn on on a Tuesday in OKC when the real world is sitting there going, because you're being paid $300,000 to turn the engine on.
Roughly, yeah.
And the seats are filled with people who have spent $2, $3, $4, $5, $6,
not $5,
$7,
not $6,
$800 to be there.
To watch that engine.
To watch that engine go. I don't think the feeling is wrong. And I know the shop is all about saying stuff you can't say somewhere else. That's the shop.
Yeah.
But, dude, don't say that to people. Do you know how bad that makes other people feel? That's my thing. It makes other people feel bad. I would feel like I was on the okie doke. I bought a ticket to see this, and then you're telling me I can't get this engine to go tonight.
Exactly.
Damn
it's
it.
disrespectful
Really?
is what it is. It's disrespectful. And I would be more satisfied if you just said, I'm not going to play tonight. If Draymond Green's out tonight, engine. His engine's not, instead of it's his ankle, it's his calf, whatever it is. Like, GP2's not going to play tonight, adductor. You get the injury report, Draymond Green, engine. Well, the engine's just not up to ramping up for a Tuesday night against OKC. And instead, the engine, by the way, was ramped up. He played pretty well, 33 minutes, other than the play he quit on. He had a double-double, 11 points, 11 assists.
Went for a walk. It was ill-timed.
It was an ill-timed stroll, yeah. I shouldn't use the Q word.
He saw some popcorn. He's like, I'm going to walk over there. That looks delicious.
Then there was a turnover, and he decided not to run back down the court because it was a soft Tuesday against OKC.
That's right.
And the only thing soft, by the way, was your team's defense giving up $137 to a bubble team.
I mean, we've all got that stuff, right? Like, you've all got that.
What if you came on the air at 9 o'clock for the changeover and Bonte, hey, how you doing, Mark? Bonte, I wish you'd ask Dibs, the engine. The engine's not really feeling it today.
You know what? That's actually nowhere near as bad as what he said. It would be worse. It would be like, listen, I know you guys are doing a show. We got a show. And I know that there are thousands of people listening right now. But it's Tuesday, and it's the holiday book. It's December 18th. How you expect me to get my engine, my voice revved up when I know that Christmas is next week and I've already got all my gifts and we got this really fun job that we do. But how do you expect me to get up for that when somebody who's driving around listening has got their hair on fire trying to get their last-minute Christmas gifts, trying to save up enough money to do it, and they're stressed out of their mind, and they're looking for us for a little distraction and levity? Like, I take pride in that. It is a very small thing compared to what the world looks to Draymond Green to do. Again, I got no problem with the thought. I have a problem with the filter, and I know that we love Draymond unfiltered, but I just think there are certain things that you keep to yourself. That's all.
For the betterment of the overall product. And, Draymond Green is one of the faces of the association. And basically what you're saying is there's going to be a number of games. And you could look at the schedule. We could look at all the soft Tuesdays on the Warriors schedule, and you can just expect that they're not going to give their best effort. Now, we can't expect these guys to go out there and play all 82 and play 45 minutes a night and go balls to the wall every single second. That's not what we're saying, but just allow us as an audience member looking to be entertained, allow us to at least have the belief that you actually care about these games that you're actually playing.
Do you want to know what I would have found to be even better? When he says, how am I going to get this engine revved up? If he had said, look, after 10 years in the NBA and 4 championships, I wish it wasn't always this way, but I have to admit, there are nights, call it a Tuesday.
A soft Tuesday.
In Orlando. We always pick on Orlando. Tuesday in Charlotte. And there are times where I find it more difficult than others to get myself revved up. Damn, LeBron, it's a lot easier when you come to town. That's for sure. But, man, when it's just Bankero, it's not as easy for me to rev my engine up. I think that sounds great. But when you look at fans who are using all of their dollars to come see you, and you literally say it like that, how do you expect me to rev my engine up? How do I expect you to rev your engine up? You're making twice people's salary tonight.
Right.
That's how. That's how I expect you to get your engine revved up.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all. It's just the packaging of it, but that's Draymond. He doesn't want packaging. He doesn't want to package it. He wants it's his way,
and he's authentic and he's honest, and I admire that in many ways and in many contexts. But if I'm a person who's looking to purchase tickets and go to see these games, I want to have at least the imagination that the people that I'm going to see are invested in the product that I'm paying to go see. It's like if you go to a restaurant and the chef comes out before and you know what? I'm not really feeling the spices tonight. I'm not really feeling the recipes. I'm having a hard time revving up my cooking engine.
Right.
Enjoy the meal, everyone.
Like, great chef. It's a restaurant that's been humming, but that night it's only half full. Chef comes out of the kitchen. Look, half these tables are empty. How do you expect me to bring my good items tonight?
Yeah.
You'd be offended. You'd be ticked.
The cardamom is off the table. There'll be no cumin.
Love a good cumin.
Yeah.
We're sponsored by AC Transit. I love a good Pete Pranica conversation as well. Voice of the Grizz. Brooks, Green, round 28 is tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. We'll find out what Pete thinks is going to happen out there when it gets started. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000.
All right, again, nobody does a better movie trailer than Draymond Green and Dillon Brooks. That's what they honestly should both be doing in retirement.
Oh.
Advertising, because they are doing one hell of a job. You know what I mean? Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. YouTube chat, Twitch, thanks for bringing it there. Xfinity Mobile text line, and we'll get back to your calls momentarily at 888-957-9570. We want to take this call, though. This guy's name is Pete Pranica. You know what I'm saying?
Pranica's awesome.
He's the TV guy doing play-by-play for the Memphis Grizzlies. Hey, Pete, what's cooking, man?
Well, not a lot of good news in the Grizzlies world with the announcement that Steven Adams is going to miss at least the next 4 weeks. So we're trying to recover from the last road trip, and to get hit with another bit of bad news is it's not a good day.
I think we want to get to a lot of things on your roster, but let's start with this. Which game are you broadcasting tonight? The Grizzlies-Warriors game or the fight outside between Draymond and Brooks?
Well, since it's a TNT national game, we can't do it. So we'll be observing whatever happens between those two guys, because certainly there's been a war of words. And all I can say is I was on the debate team in high school, and I wish Draymond had been my partner, because we would have won a heck of a lot more tournaments if he had been my partner.
I can imagine the rebuttal where he's scribbling notes after the opening salvo from the other team, and he just blasting away. And I'm not sure if name calling worked back in your forensics, but man, he sure went at Dillon Brooks with double barrels yesterday.
Yeah, he did. And obviously Draymond and the Warriors, they've got rings to back it up, and so they're going to talk. And Dillon doesn't like Draymond, and Draymond doesn't like Dillon, and the two teams really don't like each other. So it's just kind of the way it is. It's not as much of a rivalry, I think, as some people might want to make it out to be, because frankly, with the exception of the play-in win by the Grizzlies a couple of years ago, the series has been owned by the Warriors. So but I'm sure emotions are going to be high. The Grizzlies, I will be interested to see how they respond to not having Brandon Clark for the rest of the season. When you talk about 4 weeks for Steven Adams, that essentially is the rest of the regular season. And then John Morant for an indeterminate period of time. So their mental capabilities and their will to win will be tested tonight. And, will they come out and be the more desperate team? By the same token, I know Golden State struggled on the road. It's obviously a game where the two teams don't like each other, so I would imagine the Golden State's going to come out with a fair amount of vim and vigor to get a win here on the road.
Pete, I know when you say it's maybe not as big of a rivalry as people would expect, I know sort of what you're indicating, that the Warriors have had the upper hand, but there's definitely a perception here that the Grizzlies players are borderline obsessed with the Warriors. Is that not the case in your mind?
No, I don't think they're obsessed. I think that it's a game you get up for. I mean, the Warriors are four-time champions. If you can't get up for playing the four-time champions, playing Steph Curry, best shooter on the planet, Draymond Green, one of the best and most unique players in the history of the NBA, if you can't get mentally ready for that game, if you don't get jacked for that game, well, then you probably should find a different profession. So, regardless of anything, look, you're playing the champs. You want to beat the champs, and particularly on your home floor. So, I don't think the Grizzlies are obsessed with Golden State. Dillon talks trash about a lot of people, not just Draymond Green.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Warrior fans still thinking about that Gary Payton II flagrant that he sustained last year in the playoffs. Just looking at this Memphis team tonight and going forward for the next 4 games without John Morant, from where does the offense derive?
Well, a lot of it is going to have to come from Tyus Jones, which we saw in the last couple of games, particularly the Clipper game. He has the capability of going for 20-plus. Desmond Bane had a great game against the Clippers, poor game against the Lakers. The issue that the Grizzlies have is that you really don't have, outside of Desmond Bane, you don't have a secondary ball handler. Kennedy Chandler's a rookie. He may get some run. He was bothered by a stomach virus in the previous game against the Lakers and wasn't even active for that particular game. So, and Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to have to go large. The guys that are standing still have to go large. Jaren, I think, has to go 25-plus in order for the Grizzlies to have a chance to win. I think Desmond Bane has to go 25-plus. This is a team that's going to have to rely on those guys in order to get the majority of their offense, and maybe Luke Kennard gets hot. He's been running hot and cold. He was hot against the Clippers, cold against the Lakers. So everybody is going to have to participate and contribute in a big way. But I think, Bane and Jones and Jackson are the guys that are really going to have to make it happen offensively.
Pete Pranica, who is the TV play-by-play voice of the Memphis Grizzlies, is joining us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Pete, let's talk about Ja Morant. What has been the reaction out there, and where do you think this goes next?
I think the reaction has been largely supportive here in Memphis, understanding that, here's a kid who's made some poor decisions. He's going to take responsibility for those decisions. I think that's the general reaction here in Memphis. Obviously, the reaction nationally has been all over the board, and some of it has been, frankly, reprehensible. But be that as it may, here in Memphis, people are willing to support. They're glad that he's stepping away from the team, that he can get whatever issues he has addressed in a constructive fashion. And, beyond that, it's like, well, we don't know when he's going to be back. Right now, he's away from the team. It is not a suspension. But by the same token, the league is doing their investigation, their due diligence. Will that result in a league suspension? A lot of this is unknown at this point. So it's terra incognita, if you will, for the Grizzlies in a lot of ways.
What's your impression of the young man, being close to him as the play-by-play voice of the team? Because outside of the Memphis bubble, many fans, like you were saying, some of the reactions are reprehensible. I don't think that we know the Ja Morant that you see day in and day out.
He is, I talked with one of our assistant coaches who is like his exclusive workout coach, and says he's never met a better person in terms of relating. He treats the coach's family and kids like his own. And it's so crazy because, we're in Denver and our broadcast location is right next to a series of seats. Our trainer puts a little thing of hand cream right in front of us, and the players come and, they use the hand cream or whatever. There's a kid immediately to the right of our broadcast position sitting courtside with a Morant jersey. He's obviously a Ja fan. He's reaching out before tip-off. He wants Ja to dap him up. And Ja, at first doesn't see him and starts putting cream on his hands, and then he sees the kid and like, okay, I've got cream all over my hands. What do I do? This kid wants me to dap him up. So Ja takes some of the cream off his hands, puts it on the kid's hands, rubs it in, daps him up. That's, so you see that, and then, of course, the next morning we wake up and everybody saw the video on Instagram Live. I think he's a really good kid. He had a quote a couple of years ago in the bubble, and he said, when you feel like you're drowning, it's because you're trying to be the anchor for everybody. So maybe he's dealing with some burdens and some pressures and some stresses that, we don't know about or aren't apparent, even to those of us closest in the organization. And so you see him on the one hand where he's been so incredibly generous. I saw him, not only give away some shoes, but he's done Make-A-Wish events here in Memphis. He's been great with kids. He's been great with us in the broadcast community. And then you see what happens on Instagram Live, and you go like, okay, how do we corroborate these two sides of Ja? So I think he's a good kid who's made some bad decisions, maybe because of stress or other factors in his life. And I think all of us just want him to get right, that he can handle the stresses and the pressures of being a major star in the NBA and the leader of an NBA team that has championship aspirations, that they can get all this squared away.
Yeah, that's all really interesting. From the view out here, you look at a roster that has no one who's had their 30th birthday, and now you got a lot of those guys out and it makes it hard for them to sort of maybe fill in their role as leaders. I wonder how you'd answer this, Pete. Do the Grizzlies have a leadership issue?
I have felt that you should always have an OG there, whether that's Andre Iguodala or whoever, working with a particularly young team to make sure that they stay on the straight and narrow, and just teach young guys how to be professionals. There's a lot more to being a professional basketball player than bouncing a ball and cashing a check. There's a lot more to it than that. And sometimes young guys, they don't understand, whether it's taking care of your body, getting your proper rest, effort that you put in, whatever it is. And this team has been very, very young, and there's nobody on the north side of 30. And, I think in roster construction, I think you need to have one of those guys, and the Grizzlies don't. Steven Adams has tried to step into that role. But if you talk to anybody on the team, when Ja's around the team, he's the leader, but he's a leader at 23. So, I wish that there were that Jay Crowder type player, which the Grizzlies had during Ja's rookie season, that you'd have that type of guy, that type of veteran influence. I think that's very helpful in a lot of ways, but it's not something the Grizzlies have. I think last time I checked, they're the third youngest team in the NBA by average age. So, and this is where I think you miss Kyle Anderson. Kyle Anderson he's not a very vocal leader, but he was one of those older pros that had been around, obviously, in the San Antonio program. So, I think the Grizzlies are missing him right now, but that's the way this roster has been put together. And Steven Adams, now not able to play, is still trying to be a leader, and that's good. But hopefully there are some more guys that can take leadership roles.
Yeah, Pete, gosh, it's an interesting story, the way things have turned there for that team, and appreciate your candor on it, and thanks for coming on.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys. Have a good day.
All right, you too. That's Pete Pranica, the TV voice of the Memphis Grizzlies. Look, that's some honesty there. That's tough. I'll just put it out there. It's difficult to ask a team employee, hey, do they have a leadership problem? But he answered it in a way that sort of says, yeah. They do.
Well, he said they need an OG. And I love hearing Pete Pranica talking about OGs. That kind of tickled me. But
that touches you in the heart. Right,
he's not wrong. Yeah, and you look at their roster, and you pointed it out, not one of their players, even Steven Adams, who rightfully looks like he's in his
he was 48.
40s.
I thought for sure he was 48, and that he only wears flannels off the court. That's what I thought.
And he's been around a long time, but he's only 29. I think you're right, and he's the senior member. But Kyle Anderson, and he mentioned Jay Crowder. If they had Jay Crowder now, just somebody who is an adult in the room, and he mentioned Andre Iguodala and the Warriors team, and that's 2 references today. I've turned over a new leaf. He's back playing now, so I got to talk about him, right? He's on the floor, and I would anticipate he's going to play tonight because he's ramping up for the playoffs. But
who knows?
This Warrior team's got, and don't even count Kevon Looney into it because he's not 30 yet, but
not even
Steph,
close.
Clay, Draymond, and Iguodala, there's 4 guys who any team would love just for their leadership alone.
Is there any contract on the San Francisco Giants right now that goes to Kevon Looney's 30th birthday?
Wow, that's game show music. Is Kevon 26?
I think he's 26. Yeah. You had any contract on the San Francisco Giants right now that goes to Kevon Looney's 30th birthday? Oh, he turned 27?
In February.
Okay, he just turned 27.
So that would mean, well, Yastrzemski's pre-arb 3. So.
Well, but he's not contractually.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't think there's a guy. Because Kevon won't be 30 until February of 2026.
Anybody signed through the 2026
No.
season?
No one's got 4 years.
Yeah, nobody.
That's crazy.
So he's not even close to 30.
And shout out Farhan Zaidi for the bullet dodge of Carlos I am broken Rodon.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, he's
on
out,
the IL.
He's out for ever. No, he's got the real word is, so he's on a no-throw list for 7 to 10 days. So that means he's absolutely not going to even touch a baseball for a week and a half. And it's coming up on us soon. I think it's sneaking up on everybody, right? You got 3 weeks till opening day.
Yeah.
So if you got a week and a half where you're not going to throw, then you got to do what everybody, right? We got to ramp up. And so they've already announced that he starts the year on the IL, which has a direct effect to the San Francisco Giants because that's who they play on opening weekend. And I very much expected Rodon to shove it to the Giants on day 2 because Garrett Cole will probably handle day 1. But I thought that's what was going to happen. And now the Giants, we'll see how many home runs Arson Judge hits, but at least they spare themselves from having to go against Rodon.
Yeah, and the Carlos Correa watch will be one that we do for years to come in terms of whether or not they dodge that bullet as well. Arson Judge, they straight missed out on, but maybe he has a down year. Who knows? Farhan Zaidi, somewhere, somehow, in a basement with multiple laptops open, I can see him with his hands together, letting out a hearty woo-ha-ha.
Did we look at Minnesota? Minnesota, they don't come here, right? I feel like I know the Giants go there. The Giants will be in Minnesota May 22 through 24, so not that far off in the distance. They'll be in Minnesota. I don't think Minnesota comes to Oracle. Let me confirm. And seen. Facts, yes. Carlos Correa will not bat at Oracle Park this year, unless, of course, it is in the World Series.
Okay, I'm just... You're trying to get to me in March, Mark. I'm not...
Did it work?
Not going to do that. You're not going to get me.
Oh, God.
Maybe some afternoon in early April you can try to egg me onto that. But yeah, when I'm hungry,
asleep at 5:22,
and I'm looking at the traffic.
Hey, we're not done yet. Show's 4 hours now, buddy. Jeez, come on, wake up.
I mean,
yep. I mean, can I have just is it too soon for a tiny moment of levity? I mean, I lost something. In this process, obviously, our thoughts are with our brethren who are no longer with the station.
Yeah.
But that thing I got to hold over everybody, that I was the reason all of you are only doing 3-hour shows.
Yeah,
that's the end of that.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah,
that's gone.
I lost that because I love to use that against you guys.
Right.
So that's too bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, I tell you what, something else that'll get you. And I was in a way like you probably should have called the show yesterday. Because I was like what you said on the changeover today, boy, I was right there with you yesterday.
In terms of the
way bigger story
the vibe,
was
I think I heard you actually say that in the changeover.
Yeah.
I had the changeover on, and I had to run to the bathroom, came back and listened, and it was a lot of back and forth for your boy yesterday.
Yeah, I bet.
It was an inconvenient truth.
Running from one room to the next?
And you start to figure out, like, what do you do to get this thing to stop?
What are you doing?
Oh, you drink water.
You can't.
Yeah. You drink water.
All right. You're closing in on TMI. I'm just saying.
So
you're closing in. You're in the neighborhood.
So I'm sitting at 90 degrees.
Yeah,
and I got the Odyssey app. I heard you say what you said, and I thought, you know what? I'm glad I'm not working today. Because it's no good when we agree.
Spadone, do we have that Steve Ballmer clip from earlier in the week when he just screams toilets at a press conference? Do we have that? Remember Steve Ballmer? He's going to build a new arena. And Ballmer is the craziest human being on the planet. You ever heard this guy talk? Yeah. He cannot like, Steve Ballmer looks at Joe Shasky and's like, dude, why are you so calm? Like, he is at every press conference going crazy. So this guy's out there with a hard hat on last week, and he's talking about, we got a new arena. What's coming to the new arena? It's this.
Toilets!
Yeah.
1,160 toilets and urinals. 3 times the NBA average number of toilets and urinals. We do not want people waiting in line. We want them to get back to their damn seats at the end of the half before the game. Toilets! Toilets!
What are you going to tell me about your new arena? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to have.
Toilets!
Yeah!
That's awesome.
Oh, my gosh. We're buying tickets. We got toilets.
3 times the NBA average.
What did he say? 1,160 of them? Is that what he said?
Of what? Toilets, yeah.
1,160 toilets and urinals.
No, it's perfect.
You needed that in your house yesterday.
That just one was good.
Oh.
And, not a lot of waiting when you got a 6-month-old baby. She's not quite, unfortunately, she's not quite ready to help me out in that front. But
it's
a big problem in the NBA is the third quarter of games, the stadiums, the arenas are empty.
Toilets!
Well, okay.
And it's partly because of lack of toilets.
It's partly because of lines, whether it's lack of toilets, lack of enough concessions. It's also laziness. People, NBA games have reached a point that they need that thing they got in the theater where the lights start flashing. Like, hey, the show's about to start. Get back to your seat. People are just out and about. We hang and let's have a drink. Let's go see this person. Let's get on Instagram. Let's do a selfie over here by the statue. Like, somebody needs a warning. Go back to your seat. This is a sporting event, and the home crowd actually has an effect on the outcome. Go sit down.
But not in the third quarter.
Steve Kerr had to do that. Remember the playoffs last year? He's like, we started 6 o'clock, and I know that we're a little bit short on toilets, but if you could maybe, I don't know,
Be in your seat.
Come to the game before it starts. That'd be great.
You have that, and then you also have Draymond Green talking about how his engine is not good enough to where he can even get up for a soft Tuesday. So we want the fans to give us all 48 minutes of hardcore fandom.
Fair point.
But our player can't even bother himself to play an entire possession when he doesn't get the ball thrown to him.
Well, so there was that, and
that's what I heard you say.
I was totally focused on that.
Me fired up.
Yeah, you lost the game. Your defense was terrible. Sure, that's micro. Let's go macro. I watched Draymond Green do what he did 2 nights ago, and I said, fine. If I'm a lawyer, I now officially have all the exhibits that I need. Steph throwing a mouthpiece, Clay waving his arms. Let's go all the way back to the Exhibit A, which is you punched him in the face in the middle of training camp. And now this, go ahead and try to convince me, the judge, that you like playing with Jordan Poole, because I don't think you do.
Your Honor, if I may, you don't know Jordan Poole.
I don't, but I'm getting to know Draymond Green, and I don't think he likes playing with Jordan Poole.
No, but all the exhibits that you are throwing out there as evidence, I think, point to one thing, which is Jordan Poole and his long-term fit with the team. So what do you do about it? Does Draymond Green opt out? Fine, that's his choice. You have another year of Klay Thompson. If Klay and Poole can't coexist, and by the way, Jordan Poole, he doesn't want to be a bench player his whole career. So then what do you do after that?
Okay, so check this out. Steve Kerr on yesterday with Whitey and Styles. Couple of things. One, yes, he addresses Draymond Green and the fact that even though he may have been frustrated, you can't handle it that way.
Well, it was one of several plays in the first half where I felt we were disconnected. And I think there's no question that it can't happen. Though, you have to stay connected throughout every game. There's always going to be moments of frustration. There were a lot of moments of frustration in that game last night, and Draymond knows he was wrong. We talked about it at halftime. He knew he was wrong. He let his frustration get the best of him, and he came back out and competed and played well and played hard in the second half. And these things happen in the course of an 82-game season. And as long as they don't linger, you keep pushing forward.
Yeah, except for they are lingering. And these things are happening in the course of an 82-game season repeatedly. And so I don't think you can brush off that there's an issue here. Now, in terms of Jordan Poole and all his different roles, Steve Kerr weighed in on that. We'll let you hear that coming up around the bend. Willard and Dibs presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And we're also sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. Also tell you how you can win your way into a Warrior game later on this month. And we haven't gotten to this yet, and we will. Collusion in the NFL. This is obvious, quite frankly. And we'll tell you why next on Willard and Dibs.
Toilets!
Hi, Little Bob here.
say I'm just fired up to be here today. Toilets!
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Ballmer's one of them dudes. I don't even care what I'll listen to him, read Little Engine That Could. Like, he's just hysterical. He's out of his mind. He's just always screaming, dancing. Back in all the Microsoft stuff, they'd come out with a new, they have one of those awkward sort of like presentations where they're on a stage and they're telling you about the new iPhone or whatever. And there's a video. We should pull it up and I should send it out on social. It's an old video. Isn't it Ballmer and Bill Gates? And they're like dancing.
Yeah, and the Start Me Up by the Rolling Stones on the background is Bill Gates just being, they're all just such nerds. It's so funny.
They cannot, these are the two whitest human beings on the face of the damn earth. And it's hysterical watching them try to dance. But even more so, Ballmer, because he's one of them dudes that can't dance and don't care. He would let it rip. He had body parts going in every direction, and none of them were in concert with anything.
Yeah, he's having fun.
Great.
And when you're a multi-billionaire and, you're a big piece of Microsoft and you own the Clippers and you're building an arena in L.A., you can do pretty much whatever you want.
Is he the richest owner in sports? Is that right? Is he number one?
In American pro sports?
Yeah.
I wonder.
Well, the Glazers have the Bucks and Man U. It's Ballmer. Ballmer's number one.
So he has a net worth of $83 billion.
Yeah.
Rob Walton, who just recently bought the Broncos at $56.7 billion, is their
$83 billion.
Decent chunk of change.
It's not bad. That's why you can pay. What do you pay, 3 for the Clippers?
You can buy all the teams.
Seriously,
You're just
right?
I got a lot left over. I bought the Clippers. I got $80 billion more. Yeah, he bought the Clippers. By the way, those Clippers were going to go. I remember when that thing started. It was kind of at the front end of these sports franchises being seen as a license to print money. And when they went up for sale, when that whole Sterling thing went down, they were like, okay, here's the valuation. But word on the street is this might go for $2 billion.
Yeah.
And then it went for $3 billion. Ballmer just came and he's like, and now you're 83.
Toilets.
Who cares?
Let me see if I can find another billion.
Yeah. Oh, your top bid is 2? Cool. Here's 3.
Yeah.
We're done
Not
here.
2.05, or I'm going to come in at 2.075.
Jeez.
Dan Gilbert, by the way, third at $30.9 billion.
Is he really?
This according to MadisonTrust.com that has the richest team owners globally. Mukesh Ambani, as you know, from the Mumbai Indians cricket team. He's right behind Ballmer.
He's a competitor.
He's a horse. Ballmer's hearing footsteps. No doubt. That cop Mark almost spit up. Bochy said,
you can't do that when I'm drinking water. Spadone, that was really awful.
He's a competitor. He's at $90.7 billion.
A lot of money.
Right behind Ballmer. Steve Cohen, fourth in American sports. Then
Cohen.
David Tepper after that.
Okay. So Steve Cohen, is he number one in baseball? Is that right?
Yeah, it appears
He's the
so.
richest owner in baseball.
Yeah.
New York Mets.
17.4 according to this
and
valuation.
Bezos, whenever he buys some NFL team, he'll be at 116. That's his net worth.
Jeez. That's a lot of chicken. Is what that is. All right, glad you're with us today. Hey, 2 tickets to the Warriors later this month. Check it out. Warriors and Spurs, March 31st. Want to go? Who wants to go? All you got to do is listen to all of our shows, including Willard and Dibs on the Odyssey app, or listen on 957thegame.com. Longer you listen, more chances you have to win. It's that simple. You're going to get an entry per hour. So every hour that you listen is another chance to win, and you can rack up 8 entries per day. So please don't wait. That would be not smart, but you're smart. So download the Odyssey app. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors. And always, if you want to get your own Dubs tickets, go to warriors.com.
Yeah, click and roll, as we all used to do back when it was a great timeout. We would click and roll.
I loved that.
At warriors.com.
I loved all those old, we got to bring all those back one day.
Yeah.
Those old marketing slogans.
All the jingles.
All of them through the Bay Area.
Well, they used to have to really dance and shake their rump to get people to come to Warrior games, and they did such a great job that they would get big crowds.
I used to stop what I was doing when the Giants jingles came on back in the Roger Craig days. baby, baby. You're going to like these kids.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was so good. So campy.
What's their slogan this
Adorable.
year, the Giants?
I don't know.
Because they always have one. Like, together we're giant. And
it was game up last year.
Yeah.
SF game up.
Boy. I thought it was C at 500.
I just think this year they got to lean into something that will be funny on social media. Like, to me, Gabe Kapler's a cartoon character. So, like, lean into it. You know, what's your phrase? Giants baseball. Obviously, we're going to win. I don't know. Just something goofy. Have some fun with it, right? Like, make it something that's memorable. That's what I would do.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that we don't know what it is yet with the season just about to start here in a few weeks.
Yeah, do they have when is their first game? Their first game is on March 30th. It is 3 weeks
from today.
From today.
Yeah.
Wow.
At New York against the Yankees.
Oh, they can take them. No problem.
I'm looking at sfgiants.com right now, and nothing even hinting at a slogan. But headline story, Luciano hitting the right tone at camp.
Oh, yeah. I love myself some Luciano projections.
There you go.
Number of outcomes.
Yep.
Yeah. Speaking of infinite number of outcomes, it's sort of, it feels maybe like the Lamar Jackson situation's got an infinite number of outcomes. And this was an interesting list, and it was from Jason La Canfora just yesterday with regard to the teams that he feels, based on his conversations with others around the league, that sort of coulda, shoulda be involved in these Lamar Jackson conversations. The list of teams is really kind of crazy, to be honest with you. The 49ers are on it. Now, that's different. I have learned a little bit something about this whole franchise thing, because for a while I was like, wait, the non-exclusive franchise tag on Lamar Jackson, are the 49ers even allowed to get in on this? And I think the answer is yes, but it would have to be a trade. In other words, what you can do right now if you're another team, you can call Lamar. He's his own agent. So you can call directly Lamar. Hi, Lamar. Hi, this is the Atlanta Falcons. We would like to offer you $250 million guaranteed over the next 5 years. You can do that if you want. And if Lamar goes, deal, then you call the Ravens. Ravens, you want to match it? No, we don't want to match it. Okay, you're a Falcon, and the Ravens get first-round draft picks this year and next year. Problem is 49ers don't have a first-round draft pick this year. So I was like, are they even allowed to do that? No, but they can call the Ravens and go, we'll offer you Nick Bosa and 3 future ones. They could do that. And if the Ravens say yes, done. We've got a trade. So in theory, the 49ers could do it. I sort of understand in their position why they wouldn't. But there's a list of teams right now. Falcons are on it. Raiders are on it. A couple other teams out there where the report is they will not pursue Lamar Jackson. And I'm sitting here going, why?
I'm looking at the list right now. Diana Rossini from 2 days ago. The Atlanta Falcons will not be pursuing Lamar Jackson, according to sources.
Yep.
Vinny Bonsignor. If you're wondering if the Raiders will be involved in Lamar Jackson, the answer is very unlikely. You go into the Dolphins. They will not be pursuing Lamar Jackson. This, according to Jeff Darlington. As one source said, Mike McDaniel fully believes Tua is the perfect fit for his system. On and on it goes. Kimberly A. Martin says, Washington is a team that on paper makes sense, but based on what I'm hearing, the Commanders are not likely to pursue Jackson.
Yeah.
Why is that, Mark?
Well, because it's collusion. That's why. Now, I will say that I could say now these teams are lying. So that is one possibility I'm holding out. We've talked a lot about Lamar Jackson over the last handful of months being a situation where I understand both sides. And here's what it is. Lamar Jackson's looking at Deshaun Watson and going, so I'm better than him, and here's what he makes, and that's how this works. And he's right. And the Ravens are responding by going, Lamar, you're right, but they're the Browns, and they're very stupid, and we don't want to be stupid, so we want you here, but we can't be stupid. There you go. You've got that's your line in the sand that neither one will cross, and that's how we've gotten here. But if all of the other teams are going to say, we too are not going to be stupid, in theory, that's a very small leap from there to collusion, which is that the owners are banding together here to say, guys, the Cleveland Browns are stupid. We're all not going to be stupid. So make sure you don't blink and give Lamar what he's worth, because we've got to rally against these bad, long-term, all guaranteed deals.
That's the thing. And for you to use the C word is big talk, to talk about collusion, because collusion is something that would have to be proven. You would have to have a paper trail of either a memo from the league to all the owners or some real tangible evidence that the owners actively agreed to suppress the market for this player. Now, do I think that there is some sort of collusion at play here? Absolutely. Because when Deshaun Watson got that contract from Cleveland, there's no doubt in the ownership circles there was outrage in terms of them giving this sort of a contract with that much guarantee, a completely 100% guaranteed deal to anybody, let alone Deshaun Watson, a quarterback who hadn't played, and a guy who's not the best quarterback in the National Football League. So there is undoubtedly a sense among all owners that that was not good for ownership in terms of future contracts. Now, can you prove that they are actively agreeing and having conversations to suppress the market for Lamar Jackson? That, I think, is a bit of a stretch.
I don't know if you can prove it.
So I'm not saying you're wrong.
The NFL almost never loses in court. I don't know how you prove it unless you've got audio of people on phone conversations. Right. You know, hey, it's right. Hey, it's Tiger.
Totally.
Please don't give.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
Don't blink and give Lamar that money. But let's look at this instead of through the eyes of collusion and proving it. Let's look at it through logic. You have a league that has 32 football teams. Way more than half of them are freaking the bleep out about the quarterback position. The New York Giants, less than 48 hours ago, decided to break off Daniel Jones, $40 million
That's crazy.
a year. $40 million a year for 4 years. The New Orleans Saints just broke off Derek Carr, $37.5 million a year, after his team kicked him out of the facility. The Seattle Seahawks just broke off Geno Flippin' Smith, $35 million per year. And you got people running around, some of them are on our YouTube chat right now, saying Lamar Jackson is not worth $45 to $50 million. Excuse me. He's not?
Oh, he is.
Oh, hell yes, he is.
But what is Lamar Jackson asking for? If he's asking for Deshaun Watson plus, and he's asking for a completely guaranteed deal, that's different than what Daniel Jones got. It's different than what Derek Carr got. And it's different than what anybody wants to give in terms of ownership. No team wants to give Lamar Jackson 5 years, $250 million, fully guaranteed.
They don't want to, but don't you see why Lamar's like, but you will?
Or they won't.
Or they won't, but what, like, honestly, this probably is just at the guarantee level. Of course he's going to get 5 years and $250 million.
Or something up there, right?
That's the going rate for Lamar Jackson. There's zero question. If Daniel Jones is getting 40, try to spin to me that Lamar shouldn't get 50. Of course he should get 50. The question is it fully guaranteed? A guy who is currently injured, coming off of an injury, runs a lot. Do we want to be guaranteed for $50 million 5 years from now when Lamar's pushing 30 and he runs a lot and all of that stuff? I get what the questions are, but by the same token, when you're the NFL, you have this many teams who have no quarterback. Have you ever seen something before where in this league, one of the top 6 or 7 players in the whole league at that position is suddenly just being dangled in front of your face like a swinging ornament, and you're not interested in his shine?
Right. You're not interested in the price.
That's crazy.
It's the price, though.
I understand that, but no one had a problem with the price of the guys who are worse, and it's only a little bit less. I mean, you're gonna.
What's the Daniel Jones guarantee?
I don't know what the guarantee is. It was 4 years and $160 million. I'd have to look up the.
I'll look it up right now.
The guarantee, yeah.
But I think in terms of where we are with Lamar Jackson, he wants to get paid guaranteed money, and teams don't want to do a fully guaranteed deal. So now you're in a difficult spot.
82.
So he got 160. He got 4 and 160.
82 guaranteed at signing.
Yeah, that's nothing. And I'd have to look at the structure of the contract. It might be front loaded like Geno Smith's was,
Right.
so that if Daniel Jones reverts to being Daniel Jones, graduate of Duke University, you can get out of it. If you give Lamar Jackson 5 years and $250 million, and he continues to play the way he plays, and he gets hurt, you're screwed.
Right, but like you're hosed in the NFL when someone gets hurt is a relatable constant fact. I don't know. Do you know any? Let's see. Can we think of any other football team that recently got?
I know one
sent down the river because of an injury at quarterback. Hang on a second.
Couple of them.
Hang on. Oh, right. I remember the second half of that NFC title game when the 49ers were unable to even throw a ball.
But are they screwed for the next 4 years? Let me ask you.
I don't know.
Let me ask if you know of a team.
Let's wait till Friday.
Let me ask you something.
Tomorrow, Brock Purdy under the knife.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Do you know of a team that maybe is in the same division as that team that invested more than $200 million on a quarterback, and now they're screwed because he's on the hook? He can't play, and even when he plays, he's not that good.
But I guess I would respond to that by asking you, okay, so are we just not to sign quarterbacks? Is that the answer? Like, because they might get hurt?
No, you just don't want to sign him to these levels of guarantees.
I understand that.
Because if you give Lamar Jackson 5 and 250, first of all, he's a bit of a suspect passer. That needs to be highlighted. Yeah, a passer, he's not an elite passer. The reason why he's a top 8 quarterback
pretty good
is because he's a great runner of the football.
Better passer than you think he is. I think his stats are going to tell you he's better passer than you think he is. I know that that's not sort of the, where he devastates the defense. I realize that, in fact, I'm looking at it right now. He's never thrown for more than 3,100 yards in his career.
Man.
However.
What's his completion, about 65%?
His completion percentage is 63.7 for his career.
That's not great.
And his TDs. Look, this is somebody who's thrown 36 touchdown passes in a season. That's
right.
That's fantastic.
And that was in his MVP year of 2019.
2019.
And here we are, Mark, 4 years later.
Yeah.
And he's coming off an injury. I'm not disrespecting Lamar Jackson.
101 touchdowns against 38 picks in his career.
And that's including that outlier of a season where he was the MVP.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is he's not an elite thrower of the football. And if you take away his running...
But he's an elite quarterback.
Right, but he's a guy who has had injury concerns throughout his career. So if I'm an owner, I would love to have Lamar Jackson. I don't want to invest $250 million guaranteed over 5 years because if he gets hurt, then what?
I guess my response to you is when you say... I would love to have Lamar Jackson, but I don't want to pay him $250 million. Here's my response. Then you don't want Lamar Jackson. And enjoy Desmond Ridder. I'm sure he's going to be great.
Oh, I'll pay Lamar Jackson $250 million.
No risk
but only 135 is guaranteed.
No risk it, no biscuit, buddy. You want to play? You get Lamar. Here's the really wild deal. You get Lamar Jackson on an NFC team, you're one of the top 3 favorites the next second to win the conference.
Yeah, no doubt.
And these teams, the Panthers and Falcons and Bucks, are all looking at it like, yeah, I don't know. Darnold, do you want to play or not?
Price is a little rich.
Do you want to sit down at the table or not? The Falcons have got cap. You've been talking about Atlanta. They got cap space for days. They're running around with Mariota and Ridder and actually some viable pieces in terms of who you can throw the ball to and who you can run it with and all of that. Like, we got a good young receiver that they just got in the draft last year. I don't know, man. Like, if you want to play in the NFL and a quarterback like that, a no doubt top 10 guy, maybe even top 5, 6, 7 for sure. Like, usually the competition looks like the line to try out for American Idol. Like, oh my God, everyone's going to show up around the block. And the whole league is apparently looking at him like, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy to me.
Yeah.
With these teams have no other options. The Raiders are like, yeah, Stidham. What?
He looked good against the Niners.
If I'm the Raiders, I'd be freaking out to get Lamar, especially as the
to give him
Jets.
5 years and $250 guaranteed.
Damn right. Lamar in Vegas, star. I mean,
he's a star no matter where he goes.
But I mean, come on, man, pop. Like, let's go.
I would want to know why it isn't working out in Baltimore. Like, where's the disconnect? Why is it broken between Lamar and Baltimore? That's something I'd be curious about if I was going to spend $250 million guaranteed on a player.
Look,
why doesn't he want to be in Baltimore? Why doesn't Baltimore want? Why are they unable to sign this guy long term?
I mean, I've said 100 times. I get what you're saying. I totally.
Why won't they give him $250 guaranteed? They have him
because no one wants to give him. I mean, you've made the point as to why the team doesn't want to give him $250 guaranteed. I just want it. It seems like when we do this, our brains always go to the team. If you were Lamar, what would you do? You've all been in this situation and you don't even realize it. You don't even realize it, which is that you may or may not know what your coworkers make. And if you are a more effective, more important employee than your coworker, and you find out that your coworker's making more than you, what are you going to be? The word is ticked, livid, freaking out, all of those things. And so it's odd to me. I get why you're saying, oh, on the Ravens, I don't want to do $250 guaranteed. Why are we asking Lamar to take less than that? The Browns are the ones that messed it up. Why should he take less than Deshaun Watson? He's better.
Well, this is where we get into a philosophical debate about the market. Because the market determined that Deshaun Watson was worth, what is it, 210 or
230 over 5.
Guaranteed.
46 per year guaranteed.
Because they decided to make that decision does not determine that is the market heretofore going forward.
But that is how it works. Like that. That is how. But you know, that's how agents walk into a room and start.
But
if this were an arbitration case, that's how it would
But this
start.
is not arbitration.
It's not.
The deal that Deshaun Watson got was an unprecedented deal of a dramatically grotesque proportion in terms of error, in my opinion. So if I'm an owner, and God, I wish I was.
The Ravens agree with you.
Everyone agrees with me.
No.
If they didn't agree with me, then they would have given him $250 million guaranteed. If the Deshaun Watson deal truly is the market, and I know it is the market because it's a deal that exists, and I get that. I'm not trying to debate the way this works because you're right, Mark. The Daniel Jones contract, the Geno Smith, the Derek Carr, all of that goes a long way to set the market for Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo's price has gone up since you and I had this conversation on Monday based on what has happened. Jimmy G's going to get at least $30 million a year. Even though I have to hold my nose saying that, it's the reality of the market. I will say this, though. I think that the top end of the market, the Deshaun Watson deal, is so out of bounds that if I'm a team and the agent comes to me with that deal, I crumple it up and throw it away because that deal's a ridiculous deal.
We also don't know exactly. I don't know what Lamar's sticking point is. I don't know if he's asking for $250 million guaranteed. What if he goes, all right, forget Deshaun. Let's talk about the Denver Broncos. Are they stupid? Let's talk about the Denver Broncos.
Yes,
because
they are stupid.
Russell Wilson is making $49 million per year.
48.5.
And the guarantee is $161.
Now, they signed him to that deal right after they acquired him.
Correct.
Idiocy.
Oh.
Russell Wilson is a quarterback whose best days are behind him.
$50 million per year from 2025 onwards for Russell Wilson. So
bad deal.
Okay, Ravens, I forget Deshaun. Let's use Russell Wilson as the comp. And the Ravens are like, yeah, no, not that one either.
Well, that one I think you could look at as a comp because Russell Wilson is a quarterback who's accomplished more than Deshaun Watson. And if you look at the structure
more than Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
But he's not as good now.
No, and if you look at the structure of the deal, and I'm just looking at it now, there is an out in 2026. And
which is not soon.
No, that'd be 3 more years, but it's $22 million this year, then it's 35, then it's 55, so it does escalate.
Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. Good conversation. It's interesting. Doc Pandia for another good conversation joins us next as we get into Brock Purdy's surgery, and how about that Kevin Durant moment on the court last night? All of that next with Doc Pandia on Willard and Dibs.
When people have a craving to explore.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, tomorrow's a big day, but it's a weird big day because it's not like we're going to get to watch it. It's not like I don't even know what kind of answers. And in fact, maybe let's just make that the first question for the great Doc Pandia, who joins us on Cleared to Play, special Thursday edition. I didn't know you did Thursdays, Doc. I thought this was the day you were having like pina coladas by the pool. So, but here you are.
Once a year.
Yeah. Hey, will we know immediately if it went to repair or reconstruction with Brock Purdy tomorrow?
I would assume, besides the obvious report that every surgery does that for a professional athlete, everything went great. I think they'll definitely probably say repair or reconstruction because, that's going to really determine the timeline, and it'll be very clear what they did. So unless the surgeon, for some reason, or the team doesn't want to say the details, which I couldn't think of a reason why, I think we'll know what the general timeline will be in terms of reevaluation and what they actually did during the surgery.
Let's assume it's a repair and hope for the best, and the timeline is 3 months until he can throw and 6 months till he can play. But what are the initial, immediate first steps if he comes out of the repair tomorrow and it's a successful surgery?
Yeah, I think the key thing, just like before, where they're concerned about inflammation leading to stiffness, afterwards, the first thing you want to do the first 6 weeks, besides pain control, is get the elbow moving, because these first 6 weeks are about preventing that stiffness. So even though patients are usually braced, you really start working on that motion, because that's really the opportunity where you can prevent stiffness, particularly with bending it fully and bending all the way back. So that first 6 weeks, you work on mobility, you work on getting the swelling down so you don't get stiffness, that then prevents you from then moving on to strengthening and throwing. So initially, first couple of days, pain control, making sure he's okay, and you getting in and really hitting that rehab hard to get that mobility.
We're hanging with Doc Pandia here. It is Cleared to Play. We take you inside the 10 every week, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay, and proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment. And it is Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, did you see the Kevin Durant injury last night, and what do you think?
I did, yeah. First of all, I just feel bad for him. He's, unlike Clay, he's had kind of this huge array of injuries after his Achilles, but everyone thought it looked like he slipped on the floor. When you kind of slow motion the video, it actually looks like he just literally just twisted his ankle, not even from a slip. So clearly when you see it, it looked like a pretty bad sprain on the slow motion video, but apparently he was working out afterwards and then got some swelling. So they're clearly getting an MRI. I think with his injury history, they're trying to just make sure there probably isn't a more larger ligament injury or maybe a high ankle sprain. But just based on the fact that they're being this cautious and sitting him down, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a couple weeks. You kind of feel bad for him, MCL, now this, and then potentially going into the playoffs coming off an ankle. So I do think it'll be a couple weeks. It didn't look like a kind of a minor ankle tweak. And anytime you hear swelling developing after an injury, you get worried about it.
Yeah, just a freak accident in the pregame warm-up. You hate to see it, especially with the Suns coming to Chase Center for a big showdown with the Golden State Warriors. Will GP2 be able to be a part of the return at any time soon? What do you make of them still slow playing his return to play?
I think it's the right decision. I think his last game was February 8th, so he's kind of coming up to that 1 month kind of reevaluation time point. Assuming, let's say, like his adductor soreness, which is what they're kind of concerned about, is getting better, I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing him doing some on-court work. And then typically the ramp-up period for that would be kind of 10 to 14 days. So could we potentially see him play a couple of regular season games if his pain is getting better? I think that would make sense so he can get some regular season activity in before going into the playoffs. But I wouldn't, this is the time at which they'll probably release something about a reevaluation, and hopefully he's progressing to being on the court. And that's really the key thing. I think if we see him on the court, I think he's pretty clear to then progress and play in the playoffs. If there's any bigger delay where they say, no, it's going to be another 2-3 weeks, then I get a little bit more concerned about how he's doing and where his standing would be for the playoffs.
Doc, what do your eyeballs tell you now watching Steph Curry for a couple of games?
He looks phenomenal. For an athlete who kind of has had this shoulder issue, this knee issue, foot issue last year, his ability to come back from injuries and get right back into a high level is pretty remarkable. Honestly, the fact that we're not even talking about his knee injury, game 2, game 3 back really speaks volumes about how he's doing. So he looks great. He doesn't look hesitant at all. He's moving great. Clearly, his three-point shot has been affected. So all things point to this not being an issue for him for this injury that we really don't know much about and don't have much of a template to look back on. He's clearly exceeded it and has really taken a lot of worries, I think, out of a lot of us who are unclear about how he would respond.
Bit of a curveball. It was not Carlos Rodon won't be throwing a curveball, but his injury cropped up with forearm issues. And can this be a precursor to bigger issues with the UCL?
Absolutely, yeah, no, and it is something you definitely get concerned about because anytime there's any degree of overuse, there's something going on with mechanics, those forearm muscles start getting overworked. So a lot of times when we get pitchers who come in before they have a UCL and you'll say, look, did you have any symptoms? And they'll say, well, my forearm's been bothering me, my shoulder's been bothering me, my accuracy or velocity's gone down. So absolutely that can be a precursor to something mechanical going on. So that's why a lot of times they'll shut these people down, make sure that's taken care of to make sure that there aren't leading to that UCL. So absolutely, it's something you want to be very cautious with the pitcher, and absolutely, it can be a precursor to something going on with the UCL.
Okay, Doc, this is a big moment. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this for months. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my first San Francisco Giants question of the year. Let's go. Come on, Doc. Hey, tell me about Michael Conforto coming off of shoulder surgery. What should we expect? Are we at a spot where he can be full go by opening day?
Yeah, I think he's obviously had a very long time to rehab. And, obviously he's had issues with the shoulder on the other side. I think it was back in 2017. So he kind of knows the process. Clearly, I think the batting and the fielding shouldn't be an issue. I think there was still a little bit of concern in terms of throwing really hard and diving on the shoulder. And I don't think that's necessarily a structural issue. It's just he hasn't done it in a long time. So I think that particularly over this first half, these next several kind of preseason games, he should be looking good. He looks good in terms of the videos you see. So I don't think this should be a problem, particularly since he's dealt with shoulder issues before and kind of should know what he should feel like. So hopefully he's had enough time to rehab and he'll be back and contributing. I think there's an exciting piece of the puzzle for the Giants.
One more, Doc, and it's Austin Slater with elbow neuritis. Is that just nerve inflammation?
It is, yeah. And it's funny, we're all becoming kind of experts with ulnar nerve issues with Brock Purdy kind of having similar symptoms. I think when you have athletes who play baseball, you worry about the ulnar nerve, which is that, the funny bone nerve on the inside part of the elbow, and probably similar to what Brock Purdy was experiencing when you said he had tingling and pain. And the issue with that is that, number one, it causes discomfort. So it's very hard to throw effectively. And number two, it can also cause numbness, tingling, and weakness. So anytime you have a throwing athlete or an upper extremity athlete have that, then you basically want to shut everything down to make sure that it doesn't become more chronic. Because once it becomes chronic, then it can be a 3-4 month thing. If you nip it in the bud early, it can be like 1 or 2 weeks. So number one, I think that's a little bit more reassuring. And number two, the other thing you have to make sure is that the ulnar nerve is right near the UCL. So you also, just like with the forearm, want to make sure that if the nerve's getting irritated, there's not something else structural going on that's kind of lingering in the background. So better to shut things down, get a sense of where things stand, and then make sure it doesn't linger into the season.
Okay, Doc, we're going to let you go because your ramp up for next week has already started. It's kind of like being on Monday night in the NFL season. Like you need to be back on in 6 days.
Absolutely, and we know Draymond Green plays basketball tonight, Mark.
There it is.
Yeah, so does Dylan-Brooks. Let's find out what happens. Okay, Doc, thank you.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, there he goes. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
If we can just get him to laugh twice a segment.
He's got one of those. I love, he's got the laugh that goes inward
it's
instead
an
of
innie,
outward.
Yeah,
He's got an innie,
not an outie.
Yeah. I was born with an outie. That is a weird look. It's a weird look. All the pictures of me as a kid, all the family photos of me as a kid, you can see the little circle in my shirt down there in the bottom. And then one day I got in the bath and I'm like,
no way.
Where the hell did it go?
That thing went in?
Just like, yeah, somebody put a vacuum in my stomach and it just went
crazy.
Gone.
Is that going to be the name of your autobiography? The Willard Story, from outie to innie.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's exactly what it's
I guess if it goes the other way, then you've got
then it would be more
issues.
concern.
Yeah. Then you got to hit.
What the hell is this growth in my stomach? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Also brought to you in part by Inn at the Tides. Book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night. through March 31st, you can enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. Book now in at thetides.com. Steiny and Goo going to hop in here next on Willard and Dibs.
Want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors versus Spurs game?
corner. You know what else it is, Dips? The Warrior game.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you tell me don't sleep on the Lakers. Don't sleep on tonight's start time.
Shout out No Doubt.
That's
Don't
right.
sleep.
Get your butt off of work early tonight because it's a 4:30 tip, which means you're going to tune into Warriors Live right here on 95.7 The Game at 3:30, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. And so we sort of circle back to the start as we get ready for Memphis Grizzlies and Golden State Warriors tonight. It was fun to have Pete Pranica on. I don't know if I even realized. I knew, obviously, that John Morant was out. I knew that Steven Adams was out. I didn't realize how hamstrung this Grizzlies team is tonight.
Yeah.
Which is why the Warriors are favored, even though I don't feel like they should be favored on the road against St. John's right now. Like, oh, my God, you can't beat anyone, but somehow they're supposed to beat this team tonight, and I get it. They're missing everybody but Dillon Brooks and Desmond Bane and Tyus Jones. I mean, these are nice players, but Memphis is really, really a hot mess. They're a hot mess right now. But the Warriors are on the road too, so
yeah.
I don't know. I think most of us, haven't you divorced yourself from expectations with the Warriors night in and night out by now?
I try to, but people like yourself, Captain Positive, and
Hi there.
And Bonte Hill, Bonte, who, the panic meter is off and the championship window is still here. And, you think about all the things that could and have already broken their way. They do have championship pedigree, and they have an unbelievable ability to win the moment is important, play well in games. So, yes, I'm having a hard time. It's cognitive dissonance is what it is, Mark, because what my eyes and my brain tell me is this is a bad road team. This is a broken team in terms of their cohesion. Yet, the other part of me, the emotions and the history of this team, my cerebral cortex, this team wins. They win big games. So I'm at cross purposes. I'm really confused as to who they are. Of course they should beat this Memphis team. Memphis doesn't have Ja Morant. They don't have, half of their scoring, quite frankly. And yet, this Warrior team doesn't beat anyone on the road.
Does this make tonight a big game?
He plays with heart, knows the ins and outs of the defense. I want to be quite frank, I made the ins and outs of our defense. I guess that's why they like him over there. I'm trying to figure out why they like you in Memphis. Or do they like you in Memphis? That's a better question. I'm not sure your teammates like you, but I can tell you why they like me over there. When you contribute in the way that I have contributed to 4 championships, they tend to like you. So next time you speak up on me, you should do some fact checking. Next time you speak up on me, you should do some soul searching. Next time you speak up on me, I hope you're in a better situation than you in now, where the guys you play with actually enjoy playing with you because they actually think you're contributing to winning. Because it ain't happening right now, champ. You're not a champ. You're a clown.
The Draymond Green show via the volume. I had about 7 emotions go through me just from that.
He called him idiot, champ, and clown all in the same podcast.
Yep. Sure did.
Many emotions. One of the emotions is, Draymond's very humble. He is the ins and outs of that defense.
He's him.
Totally.
He was like, I built this city on rock and roll.
Thank you, Starship.
He built this defense. I wonder what, Klay Thompson would think about that. I wonder what many who have come through this entire decade would think about that. But he's not wrong. He's always been the most important player on defense for the Warriors. He might be the most important defensive player in the entire NBA. I totally get that. But by the same token, gosh, what he said there at the end certainly seems like an interesting thought, doesn't it? He insinuates that the Memphis Grizzlies team does not enjoy playing with Dillon Brooks.
Huh.
Do all of the Warriors enjoy playing with Draymond Green?
Boy, that's a great question.
I don't feel like all of them do right now. It's just me. I don't know what led to this old guy, new guy issue with the Warriors. Maybe I do, like money. obviously. But what led it down this road, got it to this point? I can't speak to all of that. I'm not inside with him, but you think Jordan Poole wants Draymond Green to stay next year?
I would say he's mixed on it because on the one hand, if he wants to win games, he wants Draymond Green to stay.
Yeah.
Draymond, I don't know Jordan Poole. Draymond Green wins. That is an incontrovertible fact. Draymond Green plays winning basketball. Now, is it always enjoyable? Not necessarily. I've done radio shows where we've won, and maybe it hasn't been the most enjoyable experience of my life, but it was a winning combination. And that sometimes you have to decide what you're going to do in terms of joy versus winning. Jordan Poole is going to be paid in full. Draymond Green ultimately is going to make that determination. If Draymond opts in and then Jordan Poole demands a trade, we'll have an answer to that question.
Sure. I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't
by any
either.
stretch. But you also listen to some of the things that he's saying down the stretch there, and you can sort of get a window into Draymond's mind and maybe why this whole thing between Young and Ole even started. He's sitting here basically from the mountaintop talking about the contributions that he has had to a championship roster 4 times over. And if he feels that strongly about the contributions, it's not that of course, he's right. However, we all know what players do, how that translates in their brain. Great. I'm that important. I built this defense. I have contributed at the highest level to these championships, ... Pay me. But they didn't.
Right.
They paid Jordan Poole.
But he wanted a max, which he was not going to get a max. By the way, Warriors favored by 2.5 tonight at Memphis. Memphis is missing 46 points a game with their various injuries and their absences. So go ahead and win this one, Warriors. I mean, this is a game they should win. Have we said that before this week?
You want to bet on the Warriors?
I will never bet on the Warriors on the road.
You want to put money on the Warriors minus 2.5 on the road?
Daryl Guru Johnson on IG. Lock of the day is Warriors minus 3.5, baby.
3.5.
15 and 10.
So you bet essentially to endear yourself with our fans.
No, he keeps it real. He keeps it real on the IG.
He doesn't bet against the Warriors
all the time.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
I'd have to see proof of that. I'd have to see the receipts.
But you ready for 4 hours? I just wanted.
Oh God, I missed that bit.
240 minutes.
The lock of the day. I should have given you the lock
I
of
used
the
to do
day.
weekends. We used to do 4 hours. I'd see JD and Steiny, and we'd come in 4 hours.
The lock of the day is from the golf tournament today, the Players Championship. It was plus 230. Will there be a hole-in-one on the 17th hole,
And
the Island Green?
It took like 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Who hit it?
Hayden Buckley.
Yeah, some guy.
It was like not even an hour old.
So he owes everybody drinks.
No doubt.
Which is
No
worse.
doubt.
It's the worst rule in sports.
So you should get your mortgage paid.
It'd be
your
like
car notes.
It's no different than what if we just switched the way we did birthdays, and on your birthday you had to take everybody you know to lunch. What the hell are we doing?
Thank you, Willard.
You know the
Shout
story
out
behind
Denny's.
that, right?
Yeah, they give you the free.
I don't know the story.
Okay. According to legend,
I want a drip drop on
one of the
this, though.
first.
I hate
One of the
it 'cause
first.
I've had to do it 3 times.
According to legend, one of the first holes in one was made by the guy who makes Maker's Mark whiskey.
Okay, all right.
He owned the company or something. So he gets a hole in one, and he started giving out his whiskey to his friends
To celebrate.
But the true reason is it's a way to thank and acknowledge the golf gods for blessing you with a hole-in-one so that you then repay it to others because you had the good fortune. That's all it was, luck.
What if you're not religious? Then what do you have to do?
You know, it's just, let's face it, hole-in-one's just kind of lucky, right?
Yeah. By the way, here's the other thing. You're playing usually at minimum with a foursome, right? So, for everyone else to buy you a drink would cost everyone $2.
But that's how it should be.
So, but the guy,
Celebrate
the
by
guy or the girl
accomplishment.
who gets a hole in one has got to now spend 20. And boy, that I'm picking up a cheap drink, right? It just it's the worst.
Well, they actually
it's the
have
stupidest
at
thing.
many country clubs, and shout out Derek Petrak and Contra Costa Country Club. I'm sure they have it there. They have hole-in-one insurance where you pay for insurance. So when you get a hole-in-one, you're
You don't
insured.
have to pay.
No, you have to pay up to like maybe $100 or $200, and then everything beyond that, your insurance covers it. So you have your not your copay, but your deductible.
How would any of you feel if you were in a group, somebody hits a hole in one, and you get to the 19th hole, and they're just like, "No, I'm not doing that."
You're dead to me.
Okay.
It'd be kind of like if one of your friends
that.
won $700 at a golf tournament and decide not to buy a round of drinks. That would be equally galling.
That's like the
I did
money's
buy a
actually-
round. I gave $100 of it away.
Wow.
I won the
But not
tournament.
another 100 to Johnny Lawrence.
This is
That's like
Jimmy
this-
Lawrence.
you have a hole in one.
two.
You have two.
Well, look at him.
Now I just got lucky. One was in New Jersey with my buddies, and
Well,
we were in
all
a.
of them are lucky.
We had a place to go right after, so we didn't stay. That you got three.
I got three.
And then my other one within the last year.
0.
Oh my goodness.
I don't play like that.
Maybe I'm the guy that nobody wants to have a drink with because I really haven't. I only bought a round, and then everybody's like, let's go.
That's like the Warriors taking somebody at half court. You know how they do during timeouts?
Yeah, my
Make
buddy
the half
Dan.
court shot. You owe us.
Seriously,
you made it.
us. You have to give us your car,
Dude, come
Congrats.
on.
Right,
That-
yeah.
I don't like
That's
that.
one of my favorite Warrior memories ever. It's 1988. My buddy Clark Nelson. We may or may not have known. We may or may not have known the guy doing promotions at the time with the Warriors. And so
It don't
Clark,
matter.
Clark got randomly selected, and he's wearing a Daryl
Collusion.
Dawkins jersey. Philadelphia 76ers, Daryl
Chocolate
Dawkins.
Thunder.
And he says to us, "We're at the old arena, one level. We're in like the 73rd row where they're playing the Knicks." My buddy Clark goes, I'm going to make it. So when I make it, I need you all on the court. Dribble, lets it fly from half court. Yak! Nothing but net.
Unreal.
Wins the Subaru Justi. It's a tiny little compact car.
Justi.
It was worth like $3,700 at the time. And I ran down on the court. We went bananas, and he actually got interviewed on the post-game show with Al Addles.
Steve Physiak.
No.
Dude,
It was radio.
I love him.
With a young, precocious broadcaster in my second year. And I still have the tape, actually.
Who was Albert's brother that did the Warriors, and I loved him?
Steve.
He had the hole in the roof. Right. Steve was so great, man. He was great.
First off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM HD1 in San Francisco, an Odyssey app. There it is. By the way,
Open your wallet.
Here's another half court story from an NBA game. This one was really weird. So I was down in LA. I was at a Clipper game, and all of a sudden, and I think this wasn't even. It feels like it was beyond half court. It was almost
Mark.
they put them at 3/4 of the court because they were like it was a car. No joke. They got a car sitting right there that they bring it out, and they're like, "This is for a new car." Some cat heads down there, and he just looks at it and you dribble. Splash!
That's just
Wins a car. Everyone at the arena is going crazy. Turns out, it was Randy Wynn, who was then on the Tampa Bay Rays.
Oh, I remember that.
Shout
He
out
had
San
not
Ramon
gone
High.
to the Giants
No
yet.
way.
And I immediately go, "Well, you're not eligible." Yes,
he was just
is.
at the Warrior game the other night.
Professional athlete from a different sport.
That's incredible.
Cat
So
went out
did he
there,
count?
he won a car.
But he did play.
Count
But
it.
he was Nash's teammate, right? Wasn't he Steve Nash's teammate?
At Santa Clara?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I gotta Google that. I hit you with San Ramon High, which is where he went to high school.
Maybe.
I never played them. San Ramon High.
No?
Yeah.
SRV, yeah. Randy Wynn, class of 96. Yeah, helped guide the Broncos.
What about your boy? This
Basketball
is
and
Tiger.
baseball.
I heard your story when I got in the car.
Dude.
92 to
You
94.
locking your spouse out that way, don't Tiger?
What kind of a penny pinching
Dude,
dirtbag
and I
do you
believe the
have to
story.
be? Did you hear the story?
No, I didn't.
So he's had this girlfriend for a few years now, a nice young gal apparently,
Willers.
and things were going south, and he wanted to break up with her. First of all, he had her sign a non-disclosure agreement at the
NDA.
beginning of the relationship. So you can picture Tiger. Hey, before we make out, I'm gonna.
I would
I'm gonna
never
need you-
sign anything like that.
I was thinking about maybe making a move on you, but I'm going to need you to sign this. And, I've
really
got a
care about
notary in the back, if you wouldn't mind.
I'm feeling good.
Totally.
I'm 2 under par.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he gets her to sign an NDA, and things years later go south. So now he wants to break up with her. But part of the non-disclosure agreement was a tenancy clause where she gets to live in the house for a certain amount of time. Well, he doesn't want her to live there anymore, so he tells her, "Yeah, I think we're going to go on vacation. Why don't you go ahead, You can go ahead of the airport ahead of me. Pack your bags, and now, we're going to go to Costa Rica. So she goes ahead to the airport. While she's gone, he changes the locks.
This is a story, Scotty.
So she's like Akon. She got locked out.
Yeah,
so
that's a 4.
She finds out there's no trip, and she comes back home. I can't hear you, and I've changed the locks. He changed the locks on her.
Oh, my.
You talk about your all-time breakups. I just wanted to do my Tiger. I appreciate you guys.
Who was her first call to?
But she filed a suit that the NDA doesn't like.
Well, she's saying he violated it by not allowing her to have occupancy in the residence. So,
damn, Tiger.
I mean, how petty do you have to be?
That's kind of Steiny.
That's pretty bad.
Tiger and the ladies, man. Yeah. What a ladies,
kind of like Lamar and there's collusion going on with Lamar.
Of course there is,
but. I don't like collusion, but I don't like Lamar thinking he's worth more than Deshaun, which was a mistake, which is why there's collusion. You're not getting the guaranteed money Deshaun got, son.
Why not? Why?
Because it was a mistake in the league. They hated the Browns for that.
Too bad. And by the way,
you're not worth it.
Listen, okay.
You're not worth it.
Now I'm gone.
Okay. Oh, you think you're gone? Where are you going?
I'll wait this out.
We'll wait till Monday when you can start talking to teams.
Same way Deshaun did.
Nobody's giving him that. You missed the last 2 seasons, the last 5 games. We can't get best ability is availability.
I'm playing. Come on, man. I'm playing devil's advocate for sure.
Al Pacino.
But if you were Lamar, you would do the same thing. Every single one of you out there who are saying,
right? But he might play himself though. That's what.
I doubt it.
The collusion's already started.
The quarterback doesn't play himself.
How many teams said we're out on Lamar? That was bad. I hated that.
This cat is 26 years old. He got none. I remember 3 years ago. Who does this Deshaun Watson think he is to tell the Texans where he's going to go? How you like me now?
No,
Lamar's going to win because the quarterback wins. It might take 2 years. But Lamar is going to get what Lamar is supposed to get.
I'm only holding the Deshaun Watson deal. That's
the thing. So I go to Dibs earlier. Fine, forget Deshaun. Let's go to Russell Wilson.
That was a mistake.
How many quarterbacks are you going to say we made a mistake before Lamar goes tough? Bananas, this is the going rate.
But I would allow the Russell Wilson contract because it's not fully guaranteed. And I, as an NFL owner, am stuck on the Deshaun Watson contract. And I'm saying that one's garbage.
Yeah, no doubt.
If you want to hit me with Russ or Calamari or even Danny Dimes, who only got $85 million guaranteed. But only 85 guaranteed.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
Yeah, and like the Geno Smith one is heavily front loaded.
Yeah,
so
52.
Yeah, Lamar's not getting 250 guaranteed, and you can say collusion.
So Willard, you're not saying he's worth 250 guaranteed.
Well, actually,
you really like that's where I'm like Lamar. Come on, son.
Okay, hold on. So forget the guaranteed for a sec because we're also putting that word in Lamar's mouth. I don't know that he's demanding 250 guaranteed. I don't know what the Ravens won't do. But I do know that every quarterback's name who just came out of our mouth is not as good as Lamar Jackson. That's what I know. And I also know that if Daniel Jones is worth 40, if someone wants to convince me that Lamar's not worth 50, how the hell is that going to even come out? Yeah. Russell's making 49. Aaron Rodgers is making 50, right? Like, this is absolutely, this is the going rate. And you can be mad about it and scream mistake, but if I'm Lamar, I would just keep using the word why. Why do we all do this. Why do I have to be the employee who cowers?
But teams are bowing out, even though it's wrong. Like, so where are you going?
Well, they're bowing out, and I think Mark is right about collusion. Collusion's difficult to prove.
No doubt.
Without a doubt, all the owners got together after Deshaun Watson and made a pact. They probably all put a thing in their finger, and they did like a blood pact. Never again will we allow ourselves to give up this much guaranteed. Russell Wilson, by the way, 161 is the guaranteed number, which is a huge guarantee. Wow. And Lamar Jackson might get more than that, but I don't.
Should.
Yeah, but
he said Ravens came in at 130. So he's
guaranteed.
Yeah, he put that out there.
Is that he put that out there?
Yeah, he said they're lying because they said it was more than that. But at 130, all right, I'll get you Lamar. But what I'm saying is you might play yourself to. Are the Raiders going to give you all what you think you deserve? Like, that's why I'm looking around. Like Cleveland,
the other thing that
Carolina, I don't think they think they're a quarterback away.
I mean, gosh, in the NFC,
I feel like everybody's a quarterback away. You get Lamar Jackson, what do you think your odds would be in the NFC? I say you're top 3 right away.
I'm done hating on Lamar.
Well, and like, sure, at a certain point, is it maybe that feelings got hurt? And now you would take a deal from the Raiders. That's exactly what the Ravens are offering.
I think he's staying in Baltimore.
Well, they've still got the power to make that happen.
Yes, they do.
For at least one more year.
And to their credit, they were like, "Go! You want to go find somebody? Go find somebody."
Yeah, but
they didn't use the exclusive.
But he will win in the end because, for instance, Washington franchised Kirk Cousins, but you're not going to franchise him 2 years in a row because then it escalates. And what did he get the next year?
Good Lord,
guaranteed money. So he's going to win. He's 26, and he's one of the 6 most important players in the league. He's going to win. So I get it. I get it. You know, if I'm the Ravens, I don't want to do it either. But too bad.
You know, the Steiny
take your problem to the Browns.
You know, Steiny's he's saving it. We got extra 30 minutes to down the show.
You do?
Yeah.
Why?
Overtime.
Because the Warriors pregame's at 3:30.
Right, it's at 3:30.
I love it. I'm
buying his time.
I know what he's doing.
Yeah. Pacing himself.
Exactly.
I know Steiny as a person who can do a 4-hour show. I just did one with you.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that went
The
really
day you guys
fast.
fell in love.
Boy, you know what? If all the shows go like that,
Turn this off.
we're in for
Mr. Pirelli, we gonna get the ball.
I love the Mr. Pirelli. That's one of my favorite
I know
bits.
it's a tire.
That's one of my favorites. Mr. Pirelli, can I give my football back? That's one of my favorite riffs you've ever done.
What did you put in his water? He was so happy, man.
I don't know.
I do radio with him like
he was fat and happy over there in that second chair. Just floating around like a balloon.
I didn't like how he looked, though. The physique.
Oh, God. What a bad camera. That's the worst camera in the Bay Area.
The
camera number 2.
You know what they say, Steiny? The camera adds 111 pounds.
That's the DMs, though. The DMs and Chasky, you look regular.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, man.
When we get to the new building, I'm going to make sure the cameras get switched, though. So those of you in the A chair get climbed a little bit.
What'd you spend a lot of time on today?
We did a lot of the Draymond Green, Dylan Brooks. And we talked about...
And Van Vliet, too.
I did the math wrong in terms of how many games there are. I think it's 1,230 NBA games a year in the association.
That's correct.
And if you think about 1,230 of those games, at least 1,000 of them are meaningless. And so then you get down to the 230 that actually... And I'm not saying you shouldn't catch every game here on 95.7 The Game. I don't miss a dribble. But tonight feels like one of those games that has a little extra oomph because of the Dylan Brooks and the Draymond Green, the whoop that team, and the
history.
The brief history. Iguodala wouldn't even bother showing up when they dealt for him.
How about this hypothetical? What if Iguodala would have gone to Memphis and embraced the situation? It's a young, immature team, especially 2 or 3 years ago.
Right.
What if he would have gotten in there 2 or 3 years ago, and maybe, that's where we would have found out what kind of a leader he is.
We had Pete Pranica on earlier, and he mentioned Mark actually asked him about that, and Pete Pranica said without saying, we don't have any leaders.
Right.
Yeah,
they thought they had one with Ja.
He said they wish they had an OG. You know, he brought up names. He brought up Iguodala. He brought up Jay Crowder. He brought up
But Iggy did him dirty.
Kyle Anderson.
He didn't even show. Iggy did him dirty.
He didn't even fly out to say no thank you in person. So I think that this game, it feels like one of those games that has a little bit more heft than the average.
But if the Warriors
NBA
were
game.
playing the Wizards, you need to get your act together.
True.
Especially 137 to OKC costing me some chicken.
Man.
It ain't about that. But yeah, come on,
Yes,
play
it
some
is.
D.
Would you bet the under or you bet the Warriors?
Warriors,
Yeah.
OKC, and your Steph's back.
This is
See,
his
that's
problem.
what's scaring me about the Warrior. Steph's back, but yet you subtract.
Well, but it was Soft Tuesday in OKC.
True.
What about tonight?
That's
Barkley's on the
hard
call.
Thursday.
We're gonna hear, you better, man.
Oh, he's on the call.
Well, what you mean the call?
Oh, I thought you meant he was on the call.
We'll get to hear them at half and talk about the Warriors.
It's rare that they're the first game on a TNT doubleheader. But looking forward to that.
It looks like Ja escaped charges from the Denver Police Department.
Yep.
So my question is, Draymond Green goes on his podcast, rips Dylan Brooks, doesn't say anything about quitting on the play.
Nope.
The other night. Do you care?
Steve Kerr did.
Steve Kerr said it was
what'd you
addressed.
say?
Said it was addressed in the
Oh,
line.
my
At halftime,
Did you listen to our show?
We didn't play it.
Did you listen to the station?
Did you listen to our show?
Till I get to the green room. Dude, I'm a people.
No, here we go.
Go ahead. I heard
Well,
it.
it was one of several plays in the first half where I felt we were disconnected, and I think there's no question that it can't happen. Though, you have to stay connected throughout every game. There's always going to be moments of frustration. There were a lot of moments of frustration in that game last night, and Draymond knows he was wrong. We talked about it at halftime. He knew he was wrong. He let his frustration get the best of him, and he came back out and competed and played well and played hard in the second half. And these things happen in the course of an 82-game season. And as long as they don't linger, you keep pushing forward.
So what got me was what he said there at the end. These things happen over the course of an 82-game season.
I know where you're going. ...
repeatedly. And then he said, as long as they don't linger, well, they are.
Wow.
They are, because this started in training camp, and we're still here. So the problem with Steve Kerr's comment is, well, as long as it doesn't happen this way, well, it is.
And why I had, guys, so much energy behind what Dre did is I don't get out of bed and want to criticize any player. Seriously, I react to what we see. I just can't believe Dre didn't have enough self-reflection to know that's Jordan Poole, who I hit upside the head. I humiliated that man, and I'm gonna do it again, basically, on a damn pass. And you're right. To me, it was bigger than the pass, but I can't. Don't come down my road because I'm pointing out something that Kerr, like that was stunning. That was so bad. You can't. So you did that to Poole. What's Jordan Poole really thinking? You gonna do that to me? Again?
He's thinking, God, I hope he
honestly,
opts out.
nobody's talking about how Jordan Poole walk a day in his shoes around this stuff.
Well, we don't know how Jordan Poole is carrying himself in terms of off the court and around the team. All we see is what we see on the floor, and we've seen Steph get frustrated, Clay get frustrated, Draymond get frustrated repeatedly, and the one connecting part of all this is Jordan Poole.
Right. And
man.
It's funny because we talked a lot yesterday, as you guys did, about this disconnect between the veterans, the championship core. And I was actually really surprised at how much kind of pushback some Warrior fans were given about how they thought that's not true. The veterans have gone out of their way and it's like, well, no. Like Clay, Curry, and Draymond have all had something go on with Jordan Poole. There was that thing in Japan where Clay said, good to humble the young fella. Yep. There was, there was something that happened the other night that caught my eye, and I forgot to bring it up. Maybe you guys did. It was a technical foul in a game, and Jordan Poole goes up to shoot the free throw, and Clay comes over and it's like,
wow, dude.
That's happened a few times.
Yeah. And that's the kind of thing where, I'm not saying it's a big deal, but that's the kind of thing where on a functional team, Poole takes the technical foul, and then afterwards, Thompson after the game goes, man, I'm taking those from now on. You know what I mean?
On a functional team, there's a pecking order.
Exactly.
In soccer,
it should be known.
In soccer, if there's a penalty that happens and you have a penalty kick, there's an order based on who's on the pitch. And sometimes you see a guy go over like he's going to take it, and the other player will come in and basically grab the ball and be like, no. You know better than that. And when it comes to technical fouls, if you're Jordan Poole,
that's a great.
I led the league last year in free throws.
While you were sat out half the year, Clay.
Yeah, but I'm afraid that's not the way it works.
Right. Interesting.
Clay gets to shoot that when Steph's not on the floor.
I can see a scenario if they don't get it done. This is just me because we talked about it before they signed Jordan Poole. I thought he thought of himself he'd be a 1 or a 2 somewhere else. Looking at Steph ain't going nowhere, Clay ain't going, so I gotta wait. I don't want to come off the bench. So I thought he would be like, hold that ink. I know I got the chicken coming, but now if this is real and it's festering, I'm wondering if he's like, man, you know what? I got to get out of here somehow.
I don't know. You're probably right. It's under discussed what Jordan thinks about this, because I think too many people are like, in the end, like you haven't been here long enough or done enough for that to matter. Like the truth of the matter is, I have no idea if the old guys have gone out of their way to make room, or if they're being total jerks who and just like they're able to make it look nice when they're all on the floor together. But the truth of the matter is, the older guys have built up such an unpenetrable amount of cachet
in this town that this is the way it works. They get to do the way they want to do it until they're not together here anymore.
And when I look at the situation right now, and I say something like, I don't know who the blame falls on, but I suspect it's like everything else. I think the veterans have played a role where maybe they haven't been as welcoming as they should. I also think it's very possible that the rookies or the young players just don't have something that the veterans really want them to have, or whether it's paying their dues or whether they think they've arrived but they haven't. Then there's the whole thing with the front office where they drafted some players with no college experience, and that clearly didn't sit well. We're going to go back to that sound from Iguodala from a year ago today, where he was like, I think winning a title's easy. Like, it's just going to happen with the next group. So there's a lot of stuff in this stew, and it's kind of like I'm not blaming anybody, but they all have taken part in this disconnect.
Absolutely.
And he said, like, I got Wiseman a lot. He called them bad vets that don't want to, take the youngsters under their wing. And he said, Iggy said, I had Wiseman. Curry had Poole. Somebody else had Moody. And I'm thinking to myself, well, Kuminga. Like 1 out of 3 is lightweight. The other 2 are, by the wayside. One's out of here.
Yeah, and it's, it's just curious when you look at where we started with the punch and where we are now with this team stuck near 500 and still the same level of dysfunction. Because we all talked about it after the punch, and they all spoke about it, and we thought, okay, they can get past this. And it feels like at times they have, but at other times, the deeper issue of why the punch happened seems to still be an issue.
I completely agree. And I'll never forget, after the punch, then in the days later, what do you think's going to happen? And you kept saying, well, okay, so what is it going to look like if the punch mattered or not, if they're over it or not? And it's like, I don't know, but this is Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
we
now,
went viral. We were on the little
it's not the reason. It's not the reason they're 34 and 32, but there's residual.
But it's not a reason.
Correct.
Correct. To borrow from you.
No doubt. And
I was going to hit you with another Steinism that I've been waiting to unfurl. Don't you get it? Because I
get that a lot.
Yeah, I know. When you don't you get it to Guru, it makes me want to don't you get it back to you. I've been trying to wait for the right opportunity, and I'm running out of time.
I mean, no, you go ahead.
Don't you get it?
It's not a rat on the table.
Okay.
Dude, I can't walk anywhere without somebody telling me they know what's going on with Wiggins. So I'm not going to go there. But I do know this.
They don't, by the way. But anyway,
when you go through something with an illness, family member, somebody sick, a lot of times those things are out, and then everybody rallies around you, thoughts and prayers. And I'm just wondering, from a basketball standpoint, when the hell he's coming back. But why, if somebody's ill, those 2 categories, when has that ever been secret? Like, when has that ever been taboo?
We don't know. We don't know that's what this is.
Right.
I know, but
we don't know that's what this is.
Yeah, the streets are talking, and I'm like, man, hey.
Yeah, but
I hear you, Willard. When's he coming back?
Well, everything is secret until it's not. And
right.
I don't want to circle everything back to Tiger Woods just because golf's on TV, but think about the Tiger scandal where when the news broke that he had a 9-iron smashed through his windshield, it was like, oh, my God. And then once the news came out about Rachel Ucatel, who Steiny loves, then it was Waffle House, then it was this, then it was that, sexual addiction. That thing just broke apart in a million different ways.
Right.
Now, Wiggins is not that, but I do think at some point
they need him back.
When he comes back, you're gonna at some point understand why he was out.
Well, and
thoughts and prayers.
I don't know.
But that's the thing that we're now into. This is going to be the 10th game tonight that he's missed because of a family matter, personal. All right, what are we left to assume? That it's very serious. It's got to be serious, right?
10 games.
But what if not everybody thinks it's as serious as 10 games?
Boom.
Then it is a team issue where maybe people are like, wait a minute, he's missing 10 games because of that? Come on, man, get back here.
Because Poole said, I talked to him, but I ain't heard everybody else say they talking to him.
These things hit people
differently. So I think that's real tough. I'll tell you
whatever
what,
you justify, you need time
I know,
for.
but this is not a family matter. This is different. But like the physical version of what you just described in an emotional sense is literally what led to Kawhi leaving the Spurs. When you start telling other people
Tony Parker
how long they should take to get over something.
Tony Parker did it.
Kawhi Leonard was literally like, I am out. See you later. So I don't think you can do that to people, and I don't feel like the Warriors are the type of the organization to do it.
But you don't have to do that openly. But if he's out because, and I like to say his goldfish is sick because it's so ridiculous. But if he's out 10 games with the sick goldfish and he comes back, you don't have to be open with the fact that you're disgusted that he missed that many games. But it would be a rat on the table.
Yeah, I mean, could Draymond, for example, be behind the scenes being like, this is
no doubt.
Exactly.
No doubt.
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Maybe. But so is walking away from somebody passing you a ball.
Exactly. And so that might manifest itself on the floor because we've seen other issues now manifest here in this season.
Have you seen a more weirder injury than KD? Because the severity of that, he might be out the regular season.
I know.
I can't
believe
it.
An elite athlete that's basically like, and it's not just walking down the street and I fell off a curb. It's worse. You're doing what you do with no one in front of you. Yeah, it was very, very weird. Very weird.
Yeah, it was. Too bad. I mean,
to have the ankle just buckle.
Now, I know people want the Warriors to do well, but man, like yesterday,
big day.
I mean, Durant gets hurt. Yeah. Zion out another 2 more weeks. Steven Adams is out another month. Doncic got hurt. Morant's out.
Brandon Ingram's out.
Yeah.
I mean,
Goosebat's looking good. Let's go.
Brandon Clark. I know this wasn't yesterday, but Brandon Clark. Like the Grizzlies have got.
But the Warriors got their own issues.
Sure.
I get what Stoney's saying, but
I mean,
you give it up to 137, though, KC.
Can't overlook anyone on the road.
All. And that's why. But I expect.
I don't know if they could go to Berkeley and beat Cal right now.
Yeah, they can.
I don't know.
Cal.
Not at their place.
3-29. Is that what they were? 3-26.
I'm gonna piss Madoni off. I hate the whole
Sounds
concept
a lot like
of wrestling.
the Warrior road record.
But I heard Shasky talk about it's got a WWE feel tonight with Dre, and I just hate wrestling grown men in underwear. But no, the Warriors need to show that they can lock down and play some damn defense.
Well, I mean, they're back to 500, right? If they lose tonight,
no,
another 2.
They're 2 over. Okay,
yeah.
All right. Yeah.
330, baby.
Here we go. Yeah. So an extended Steiny and Good today. Congratulations, everybody.
The days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Introducing Total by Verizon, a new prepaid wireless provider with no contract plans starting at just $30 a month. With Total by Verizon, you don't have to sacrifice reliability or freedom. Get Total by Verizon.
you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
The more I think about it, the more I am thinking, you got a big one tonight. Got a big one.
Yep.
It's a game the Warriors sure figured to have a chance in. No John Morant, no Steven Adams, no Brandon Clark. Warriors will be without Andrew Wiggins, but feels like this is a team that knows it can beat the Memphis Grizzlies, Goo. And it's one of those things where they go beat the Grizzlies tonight, and now they got 2 at home where they play better. Maybe a split against the Bucks and Phoenix, and things look a lot less dire than they did when you gave up 137 to OKC.
I expect to win, but we played the sound yesterday, Steiny, of Draymond saying when he gets up for teams and when he doesn't. But tonight, his arch rival, because that's what Dylan, get this, Evan, Dylan Brooks is. Get it, Bricks? That's what he is to Draymond. So emotionally, the team will be invested, and they do got a thing with Memphis, even with Ja being out. But Ja getting some good news, won't be charged by Denver PD. I expect him back in about a week or two.
What do you know?
No, that just news broke this morning.
Did you hear what the coach said?
No.
Did you hear what the coach said? Taylor Jenkins, an Ivy Leaguer.
I didn't know he was Ivy Leaguer.
It's disrespectful to try to put a timetable on his return.
Wow,
so you better be careful.
That's heavy. Like you snitched on me.
Oh, please.
I got to tell the people. This is a quick story. So I tell my brother, Matt Steinmetz, something, and we're getting ready for the show, and the boys, Willard and Dibbs, go out, and Steiny's on his way to get coffee and tells him something I told you.
But I said it
in a meeting.
Oh, please.
Like, it's going to take a little bit for me to get over it. Jeez.
It's not like you're Wiggins and I told everybody why you're missing 10 games.
Not that. I just want him back. And let me just tell you about him.
Yeah.
I want him back because he ain't going to hit the ground running. Maybe he will, but we know what this is. But I will never tell you what you listed off about injuries. That still doesn't make me. Now, if this Warrior team were whole, I'm like, man, they're setting up like last year. Nah, Steiny, they got to fix what's going on in their own backyard. And to do so, you need your whole team back. I'm hoping he's back soon.
But you know what, Goo? I mean, and I'm maybe this is just what's it called? Being protective.
Okay.
But
I like that word.
They still can get this together. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen because it's 66 games in, but
so you're saying the youngsters are going to figure it out then? Because that's what it is.
No. The youngsters have nothing to do with this.
Oh,
zero.
Please explain.
They're not going to be. They're not going to be the difference between getting there and not. The difference between the Warriors somehow putting something together is got nothing to do with the young players. It's got to do with Wiggins, Gary Payton II, and the 3 big boys. Period. Okay. And maybe, although I doubt it, Iguodala. But that's like, honest to goodness, Goo, the one thing that's still, for me, that doesn't allow me to say no chance, like Nick Wright, I would never say no chance, but man, okay, they could get their starting 5 back. Poole's the 6th man. DiVincenzo's a veteran. Yeah. He's pretty good. If Iguodala can give him anything, Payton.
That's like now we're talking. Already.
Now we're talking about veteran players, and if the Warriors core, if it's true to some degree, which I think we all acknowledge it is, that there's some kind of disconnect, they might not have to worry about that in the postseason because Kuminga's just going to be the 9th man.
Wow. Yeah, and when you take, remember I was like, Steiny, I don't want them to have that Phoenix pack. I don't want them to have that Phoenix pack first round. I don't know what's going on with Durant, but I do know that was a little more than nothing. So, Steiny, that's almost like good luck in a way that they're not looking for it, but good fortune, right? And Zion, 2 weeks. Well, he could be back soon, 2 weeks, a couple days after the 2 weeks.
I think you think he's really going to come back? Well, first of all, he's just getting reevaluated in 2 weeks. So I
think he'll be back before the first playoff game for the Pelicans. If they
ain't making the playoffs.
Oh, okay, wow.
How the hell are they making the playoffs? I mean, they're in
dire straits.
So, yesterday we talked about this disconnect, and just between you and me, There was a lot of.
There's none of that today. I'm telling everybody.
Well, that's true. That's true. Oh no, I got it. But a lot of people when we were talking about this yesterday are like, you guys think you know what's you think the veterans aren't into the young play, but you don't know, And the fact of the matter is and this is what Willard came in and said yesterday, and I'm with him. Like, there's too much evidence to the contrary. How about this, Goo? Give
it to me.
This was 1 year ago.
Anniversary.
1 year ago today. No lie. Andre Iguodala was talking to Curry on his podcast with Evan Turner. This is exactly 1 year ago.
They got this narrative now. We got a championship squad, and then they're going to build another one at the same time that's coming right after us. I'm like, man, y'all know how hard that is, man. And do y'all I've been
talking about that all day today.
Yeah, like
the people that are here, like how hard it is to win in this league.
It's so hard. We made it look so easy that they think it's like, oh, we about to do it again. I'm like, all right. We kind of waiting for 6 years to come. Be like, I told you.
That's what you got to wait on. Either it's gonna happen or it's not.
Right.
That's the game that you're playing.
And we're actually building. We're putting sweat equity into that team by what we're breathing.
We believe it.
But what we're breathing into Wise and what I'm breathing into Kuminga and what you're breathing into Moses, like we're breathing into them like, yo, y'all can be great too. Like dudes don't be doing that. You have bad vets.
So here's what I heard there. And maybe this is worth clearing up because maybe it's not so much about the veterans don't like the youngsters. I think it's more that the veterans don't like the strategy that the team employed starting a few years back. Andre Iguodala sounded to me like what bothered him most was the perceived arrogance of the Warriors organization that these young players were automatically going to be championship players. And I think the veterans took that as kind of a smack in the face, like, look, we won 3 titles. You can't just think we're going to win another one and then these guys. So that, I definitely think there's something about that's playing into this. That it's not so much Draymond Green doesn't like Moses Moody. I don't necessarily believe that. But the veterans don't like how cavalier and nonchalant Joe Lacob maybe was, assuming get these young guys in with the veterans will show them, and boom, they'll become champions. Right. And I kind of see that.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to question anybody because that was a year ago, but the way that Andre talked about who was assigned to who, Moody hasn't worked out. Obviously, Wiseman got traded, and Andre this year, and he said that a year ago, Steiny, you look at his games played, that's a turnoff for me. But if he's earned that with the Warriors, I won't question that. But again, where do you go from here? Because you're not bringing in any new bodies. So it's about getting healthy, and it's about, Steiny, do you think this team, well, we talked about it every day. Do you think they're capable of changing their identity defensively?
Not without Wiggins and Payton. Not without Wiggins and Payton. They've got to have them. They've got to have them both.
And I'm losing my money on it. Seeing that.
See, this is where I don't get
stuck on stupid. I'm stuck on the past. I'm stuck on the Warrior logo. I'm stuck on Curry coming back because they're not whole. But I'm just like, you're not going to OKC and giving up 140, and you're damn sure not going to go in here tonight on TNT, which has happened. They've gotten blasted. I haven't forgot the Phoenix game months ago at home when it was their JV squad and Curry was out there and they lost. So I do need a reality check until I see something different. Well, and I'm not trying to be negative.
Well, then why'd you come in 7 times and said, we Warriors are going to win tonight? They can't lose. There's no chance they lose tonight, right, Steiny?
No, they win tonight, Steiny.
All right. Yeah. A year ago today, Andre Iguodala had this to say. I'm going to play another cut. And I think what's fascinating is just knowing that this is something Iguodala said last March, 6 weeks before their championship run.
Okay.
not saying that if we're all going, they're all going to win a championship, and if they don't, then we're a failure as their vets and all that.
Right.
But like for them to just be true professionals, like that's not a guarantee either. Like in terms of the young dudes that coming in the league and what it takes to establish yourself on this level and all the nuances you need to get game taught to you. Like if you have vets like us that are willing to do that, go out of your way to do that, and even though it's not a part of the nature of the gig, like we got to worry about ourselves and our own performance and all that. But that doesn't mean necessarily they're going to win a championship. But it's our job to help them become true professionals. What they do with that,
right?
Time will tell.
So here's what I heard there.
Wow.
Here's what I heard there.
Yeah.
And I'd like to know what Warrior fans think, because a year has elapsed since those comments from Curry and Iguodala. So 888-957-9570 is the number. I think it's important to take this past year. So last March, Curry and Iguodala are expressing a little disappointment. I don't know if disappointment, but let's just say disappointment that
the direction.
They believe the organization was just assuming that these young guys will be professional. And what Curry was saying was, look, we got great vets and we can do everything we can to build these guys up, but there's still no guarantee they're going to be professionals. And so the assumption that the Joe Lacob, I'm just going to use Lacob because he was the two-timeline guy. They were saying, we're not happy with how easy you portray this is going to be.
Wow.
All right, so now we're in last March, and they're all trying. Well, fast forward a year, and it's clear to me at this point, now the veterans have another year looking at these young guys, and I don't think they made enough progress. And I think that's what Curry alluded to a year ago. We can do we can do everything under the sun, but if they don't want to do it, it ain't happening.
And I don't think it's a matter.
I think it's not happening.
Okay, that's obvious.
Well, it certainly didn't happen with Wiseman.
Right, and you could throw Moody in there, but there's an old adage, Stoney, and I felt like Curry was saying it. We can lead a horse to water,
exactly.
We can't make him drink. And I don't think it's because Curry was saying they don't want to drink, they don't know how. And right now, 2 of the 3, what did Myers tell us on the executive show? We'll be happy to get 1 of the 3.
1.5.
1.5. And that's Kuminga right now. But all you can do as a fan for me is control the controllable. But I just cannot watch this Warrior team and not think about what's going to be when Gary Payton II is available and Wiggins comes back. And if you tell me, Goo, just stick on that, you'll stay positive regardless of wins or losses. They're obviously going to qualify for the playoffs. Then that's the win-win, but I can't do it.
I think there's a chance Payton doesn't come back.
You
this
believe
year.
that?
I think there's a chance, yeah.
But he's not going under the knife.
I know, but I'm just telling you. And Wiggins.
That would be a blow now with where this team is defensively, even if when Wiggins comes back.
And you know what? Wiggins is another one.
We don't know what's going on and how people feel about his absence.
I mean,
possibly. That's real deal. Holyfield.
Who can assume Wiggins is coming back? Yeah. I mean, who knows?
I'm totally with you.
Sean in Baltimore, get us started, my man. What's going on?
Yes, how you doing? I just wanted to talk about the Draymond Green situation with Jordan Poole.
All right.
So you guys remember when he fell off?
Yeah, Sean,
might have been his boss.
You got to get it
from him.
I've asked this question before, and I'm going to need help from the text line, the Xfinity mobile text line at 888-957-9570. 415 says, Joe Lacob's a helicopter owner. What is that again? When you're a helicopter parent? Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, you hover. You just sit there and are in everyone's business at all times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, I've never heard the term.
Yeah, I've heard helicopter parent.
Are you one?
No, you are. You're a helicopter parent.
And I'm not ashamed of it.
Yeah, you ran onto the field. And remember, you ran onto the court.
That was out of excitement.
Yeah, I know, but that's what they do.
You know what the one thing I hated about that?
What?
Willard don't know it. He talked about it there in the changeover, and he said it looked like Goo was struggling a little bit running on the court, but I didn't have my belt on, so the bridges were low. and I had to hold them up so I wasn't running fluidly. But I think,
oh boy,
wow!
You were low riding, Goo?
Yeah, but not on purpose. After you told on me, you got to go. Oh boy, I can't believe you told on me the way you did.
Oh my gosh, that was so harmless.
It's gonna take. But you did it like Jesse James.
That was so
and
harmless.
the other gentlemen's faces were looking.
No, they didn't
want to get away.
Oh, please,
don't do that again. How about that?
How about that?
Yeah, don't do that again, Snotty. I'm happy-go-lucky, but I can get Chucky. Yeah. I couldn't believe it.
It was so harmless.
But you did that, too, last week, another time.
What are you talking about?
And I used to have a friend, God rest his soul, Ron Blackburn. You couldn't tell him anything because you'd be like, hey, don't say nothing to him. And he would just say what you, dude, that's uncomfortable. So you got to, hey, don't do me like that again, dog. Yeah.
All right, you know what? I'll stop joking around. I'll get
Keep joking, baby.
I didn't know you had that kind of thin skin.
No, you can't snitch like that.
Oh, that's not a snitch.
Yeah, for your ears
only.
only.
The other thing is they probably didn't even think I was serious.
Well, I had to play it off like I wasn't serious, but
so we
it was
pulled it off.
uncomfortable early.
Oh, please.
Ain't no we. I pulled it off.
Let's go to Bernard in Dublin. What's up, Bernard?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Doing well.
Hey, hey, Steiny, you referenced Iggy, right, from a year ago.
Right.
I'll go back even further than that from Joe Lacob, I don't know, 5-6 years ago when he said the Warriors were light years ahead of everyone, right?
Yep.
So, and they're just trying to do something that other teams really don't do. They're keeping all their veterans together because they've been winning so long, and they're bringing these young players in. So turn it around. Say if they came to a championship team, Draymond, Clay, and Curry, how do you think they would have did if they came to like a San Antonio Spurs or, or Lakers or Boston Celtics team? Some, I'm talking about some great teams, and they was really good.
Yep.
With potential and young, and came to it. How do you think they would have did? They wouldn't be playing as much also. So it's just something really hard to do. And I think to a certain extent, Lacob maybe outsmarted itself a little bit, thinking that they was just going to migrate that easily. It's hard. They all have egos. And, it is something there. We just hate looking at it because we're used to the Warriors being so good over this extended time. So, obviously, there's going to be some friction. And just look at this generation. The young guys don't like to wait these days. They'd rather probably go to a bad team,
I think
put
you're
their
right.
numbers and lose than be on a winning team. So, it's hard for them to navigate. And after this season, one of the veterans is going to have to go. Most likely probably Draymond. I hate to say it because he's really my favorite player. But, I mean, it's hard, and they kind of outsmarted themselves. And one more thing, with the Wiseman thing, they shouldn't have picked Wiseman. They don't play that style, so they just kind of wasted the pick because it sounds like Lacob really wanted to make that move, and I think that really set them back. They probably could have got a better player, and now they're kind of reaping the not reaping the rewards of that, and maybe they could have got a better player, but it still was going to be a young player.
Right.
So they just kind of got to roll with the punches and get through this year. And with all that said, look at the lead. They're still in line to make the playoffs. So once they get in there, let's just see what happens.
I'm with you, Bernard. Thanks for the call. I think that's and I kind of talked about this a couple weeks ago. So remember, Klay Thompson got hurt the morning of the NBA draft for the second time. And so the Warriors at the NBA draft knew that they were going to play the following season without Klay Thompson for the second straight year. So I think at that point, Joe Lacob and the Warriors at that point gave up on a title for the following year, right? Because they knew they weren't going to have Klay. So if you're giving up on a title for that following year, you know what? Go ahead and take Wiseman, a project. We'll play him a lot this year. Without Klay, we'll see what we can do, and then we'll get. But that's, I think, another thing that maybe is rubbing some of the veterans the wrong way. I think can we be honest? Kuminga and Wiseman, they may be really good players. They don't fit.
Okay.
They don't fit. So I think that's another reason why the veterans may feel disenfranchised, is because you not only brought in young players, you brought in young players who can't play our system. Why'd they draft Wiseman if he couldn't play the style they were asking him to play
That's the $1 million
unless
question.
they just assumed he'd be able
That's
to.
the $1 million question. And I want to fight you a little bit on Kuminga in the fit, but I'll give you that because he was raw. He didn't play the big-time college. He didn't fit. But you can't take that out, and I'm not saying the big three have, on the youngsters. They are now your teammates. But when you talk about Klay Thompson missing a season, Wiseman was still going to be a project whether Klay was there or not. So that's why it's maddening to think you thought they had to. We can get him up and running earlier. Like they really thought they had the antidote to get him, or what they saw from him in the workout, that he was going to be a factor. Because Klay or no Klay, Steiny, I still believe you got Steph and Dre.
Come on.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to win a championship, no. But to be a threat, you want production, and they got nothing.
Like I wouldn't be like if you
now
told
he's
me
gone.
If you told me that, I mean, again, Klay hurt. He's going to miss his second consecutive year. Okay? Well, you know what? We're probably not going to win it next year. So, because we're not going to win it, we're not going to be our championship selves next year. The hell, why not draft Wiseman? He'll come into an environment that isn't necessarily title or bust because we don't have Klay. But if we get him going next year as a rookie, start to get him up to speed, start to get him to grow. Then in his second year, Klay will be coming back, and now we have a center who can help us. But he never helped, or he never got better,
You
or
think
he
got
never
a fair opportunity? I'm going to say yes, he did, and this is why I'm going to say it, people. He was at fault too because his body, he got hurt too much.
Yeah, I mean that's the unfortunate part.
Had he not got hurt, who knows?
888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, they play the Memphis Grizzlies tonight, and they've gotten a, I mean, I don't want to say breaks, but
no, you can.
I mean, there's some injuries around the West that
The Warriors ain't at full strength either, even though they got the shit. Wiggins and GP2.
Well, he's not an injury. Like, I put that different.
But it's still an absence.
Yeah, but who knows if he's coming back? Like, Durant's going to come back.
See, when you say that about, like, you know what? Until you're, okay, I hear you.
People say they shouldn't have drafted Wiseman, but who else was there? This is the 925. Were they supposed to draft LaMelo Ball instead? I mean, yeah, it's easy to say, though. They should have drafted Ball. You're right. And Bobby Marks said this, too. If the Warriors don't draft Wiseman at 2, he's gone by 4. You know what I mean? It's not like he would have slipped to 15.
Would his outlook on his career be different had he went somewhere else?
Well, he ended up somewhere else. Like, to me, he got drafted by a championship team, and now he's still young. And he got drafted. Now he's essentially got drafted by a bad team. So go play. And like, that's the other thing. You know, it's easy to say, why wouldn't he want to be on a championship team? I'll tell you what, if I were 21 years old, I'd rather get drafted by the Pistons.
I want to play.
Than the Golden State Warriors. You know, that's the thing. You get your playing time, and then over time, you figure out how to be a champion. Warriors have to try to teach youngsters how to be champions without necessarily playing a lot. All right. Let's see. Let's do this one. Hey, you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game on March 31st? All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You're going to get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app now. Tickets courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. And as always, you want Warrior tickets? Go to Warriors.com. Wiseman, Stein.
I get healthy and I can play basketball, I will come play with in wherever you're playing.
Bob, I will not let you forget that. It's
Yeah, I
noted.
won't.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, but I'm not healthy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Bob's so nice.
I'm gonna give him that word.
Bob's so nice. Like he's great at like turning what should be an embarrassment into something kind of amusing. Yeah.
So you must have missed a clip.
I'm sorry?
From the Chris Haynes Invitational. Somebody, or Ernie Chavez, dug up the footage.
Okay.
I blew past my man. It was a blow by. Went to the rack, missed it. And Evan texts me. It was a miss. But Evan goes, damn, Goo, you a little quicker than I thought. So Evan, you want to crack the mic?
Yeah. No. I mean, just begging to play with Bob Myers.
There was no begging there.
Yeah.
He kind of brought it up.
No, he did.
said, Goo, you play pickup 24. Now, I did tell Steve Kerr I was an all-star at 24. Remember that? We were out there.
I don't remember.
Bob sounded a little scared, I think. Yeah. He said he's got to be healthy before he comes play against Guru.
Yeah, because you know why? He'll get hurt playing against Guru.
Now, see, why would you say that?
You know, Guru doesn't wear a uniform when he plays pickup basketball. He wears yellow caution tape, and he has flashing orange lights on his.
Yeah, Evan, you thought I was a little quicker than you thought.
He wears a crossing guard vest.
Had more hang time than I was expecting for sure.
That made my day.
You're kind of a hazard out on the court.
Oh no, I'm not a hack.
No, hazard.
No.
Head on a swivel.
You're the kind of guy who guys get hurt around.
Like you mean what you're saying?
Oh,
no,
absolutely.
Hell no.
Oh, absolutely.
But hey, you better be Phil Andy.
Well, you're tough, huh?
No, he
big
called
pickup court tough guy.
Phil Lambier with a jumper.
I didn't see it, Bob.
But I'm more like Eddie Jones.
Bill Lambier did have a jumper. It's a 3-point shooter.
Yeah, that's what. Well, yeah,
Don't compare yourself to Bill Lambier.
Phil called me that.
He's a nicer guy.
Please.
More people like Lambier.
That's why he didn't coach. I wish he would coach in the NBA.
He couldn't.
That's why he should.
He'd get punched.
Yeah, no doubt he would.
Steve's in Diamond Heights. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man? Stevie, Diamond Heights. You still live in that neighborhood?
Dude, I don't picture you in the city.
I owned the city back in the day.
And where's the hoop place used to go where you can see the water? They got a commercial with Wiggins and Poole.
Oh, that's at a Catholic school.
Dude, that looks dope, man.
What the heck is the name of that?
Wasn't that filmed at the
Stewart Hall School for Boys? I believe is where that court is.
Wow,
it's in Pacific Heights, and it overlooks to the Golden Gate Bridge.
I thought it was at the same place that they filmed The Pursuit of Happiness with. They remember the scene with Will Smith and his kid. I think it's in Chinatown. We'll have to do some digging.
You know, I once wrote a story about the 10 best pickup courts in the Bay Area.
You got to Google it.
Please tell me Bollinger Canyon was a top 10.
It was, but Bollinger Canyon was overrated.
Why?
The court slanted. The court slanted.
Those are facts. But it ain't about that.
Of course
people came out.
What do you want to know?
Well, who was number one?
Huh?
What was the number one court?
Well, probably
American High School
Club One in San Francisco, in Oakland.
I played there.
What's your criteria?
That's an awesome question.
The criteria is the place that has the fewest guys playing who'll F up a game. That's how I determine a pickup game. How many guys are playing who might F up the game? The more, the worse the game.
Oh, well.
You know, like, are you a guy, for example, that will foul 7 times in a row on game point?
Oh, yeah.
When you're down?
3.
Yeah.
That boys your blood.
Yeah.
You're going to have to earn it, Jack.
Yeah, okay. Because you're an NBA player.
That's too funny.
Oh, God. All right. Weeks Park in Hayward.
The Haystack. Tell me that was in there.
No.
That's a classic. American High School in Fremont.
That's a high school.
No, it's outside. They got outside courts at American.
That's not even the Bay Area.
Dude, the lights, we would ball all night. God, I wish I knew you had your number then, man. I guarded you. We just didn't know. We faced each other.
You're right about that. I didn't know you. That's a fact.
Oh,
Gus and Tracy. What's up, Gus? Gus. All right, this is starting to Hey, Gus, what's going on?
Hey, first of all, I want to say sorry about what's going down in at your workplace about the layoffs.
appreciate it.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
But, I'm going to have to agree with you, Steiny. I think the Warriors, especially with the schedule that's coming out with these 7 road games and the way they play on the road, I just don't think they're going to make it. Guru.
Hey.
I think you think with your heart too much, man. You have to be realistic.
Okay, what part? Tell me what part with my heart.
Well, you keep saying that they're going to turn the switch on. Man, I tell you, the lights are really dim right now. They better turn the switch on like right now if they're going to make the playoffs. Because what worries me is that those 7 games on the road.
Yeah.
That's and the schedule, and their schedule it's really, really tough down the road. And pretty much even when they have everybody there, when they have everybody healthy, they're still just a Steiny, like you always say, they're just a 500 team.
Yeah. Thanks, Gus. Appreciate it.
You brought up that Shasky point that you pointed out a couple of days ago that let's just say they stunk it up the rest of the season on the road. You still are not saying, and I'm going to that caller's point, they could pull one off in the playoffs in a series.
See, I don't think so.
Oh, not 4 in a row. No, but I could see them winning and that road record in the regular season, them getting their act together. All it takes is one game to pop it off.
They can win 4 straight series as a road team.
I mean, obviously that's not what you want to sign up for, but I wouldn't put anything past anything. I know it looks bleak right now, to the caller's point.
The Xfinity Mobile text line, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to be very adamant here. Julian, City Boy, has texted me. Cameron House in Chinatown is where that court is. I went to summer camp there as a kid.
Wow.
415, it's in Chinatown, Steiny. Wrong again. Let me tell you something. There's a court in Pacific Heights behind a private school that has the view of the Golden Gate Bridge. It is absolutely spectacular. There's obviously a place in Chinatown like that, but there's also a court. I want to say it's the Stewart School for Boys. If I'll go back and get my old story from way back in the day. So I'd like one of these private school kids who may have gone there and know what I'm talking about.
That's got to be awesome.
It is. It's absolutely positively.
You think they still play there now or not? Summertime?
Well, they never really played there. I just used it as a court. Yeah, Mosswood Park was on my list.
Yep, the town.
For sure. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy.
Hey, Leroy, how you doing?
I'm good, Steiny. How about you, man? Goo, what's going on?
Man, I got this bet with this man. How you feeling about the Dubs?
I'm feeling great, Goo, because I'm looking at it like this. When it's winning time, which we're approaching winning time, if healthy defensively, we're going to be okay. And this is where I'm going. Steiny, who's the best perimeter defender on the Warriors? It's Andrew Wiggins.
Okay.
And I think he's played like maybe 19, 20 road games. And I think, he's missed about 18 or 20 road games. And we played about 32 road games. And I just think him defensively makes such a difference out there, especially on the road where, those big guys will get it down low. And here comes Wiggins with the weak side help. I mean, he's just so great at playing defense, and I think we've been missing that on the road. I mean, we're giving up over 40% on three-point shots on the road. We're giving up 123 points. People are saying it's offense, but, hey, we're scoring 116 on the road, and we're giving up 118. So it's not the offense, it's the defense, and I think Wiggins is such a big part of that. And once he comes back, and once Gary Payton II comes back, hey, we'll get better defensively, and we'll be okay, Steiny. We're going to make this playoff run. Don't worry. Goo, I'm with you.
All right, let's go.
No, I've allowed for the fact that with Wiggins out and Payton out, if they get back and they're playing
16 games, counting the night,
they should help defensively. There's no doubt about it. Let me see. I want to do disconnect. Draymond Green. We'll play the Draymond Green responding to Dylan Brooks. We'll do that at 1:30.
He killed
for
him. Well, Dylan started it. Well, Dylan Briggs.
You.
And what about we got to play Fred VanVleet? That was great. He did. Did he rehearse that? No. He goes, it's not the reason we lost.
Yeah, you love it. Like, just another guy
he went personal.
ripping officials.
Yeah, dude, he ripped an official. All my texts come from him. I don't care how much. I got the chicken. That was great.
ANG, Ang in Oakland. What's up, Ang? Ange.
Taking a shower sounded like.
Steve's in Tracy. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, man, we used to go to Bollinger like every Friday and Saturday night.
Yeah.
Best run out here.
I love it.
Drive from Tracy and go out there. People from Oakland, Berkeley, everywhere would go. But it was some good runs out there. We used to love that course. I don't know why they tore it down, though.
Yeah, I know. But it was a little slanted.
I got it.
It's one of those where if you shoot from one corner, you're shooting at 10 feet.
You were that
inches.
guy. Look at you. Had your ruler out.
My ruler's in my. Goo, if you play enough basketball, which you probably didn't,
please,
you can tell whether a rim's high, low, or right.
I was picky. I knew.
No, you didn't, because you apparently took a measuring stick.
No, I wasn't a snob. I wasn't going, I'm not going to play. I was out there. And Bollinger Canyon Style, I think they didn't like the riffraff, the crowded bride.
708, it is indeed behind the Stewart School for Boys.
Which is still there.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
We used to ball, Steiny.
You ever heard the term high school Harry?
Well, tell me this, because I know you don't have this on your ledger. Mosswood. We used to play at Brookfield. Midnight Hoop
Mosswood
League.
or Brookfield?
Brookfield. Midnight Hoop
Brookfield.
League. Yeah, you got that?
What?
Did you play ever in the Midnight League?
That's where Lillard played.
And that's where I played. Me, Reg, Mel. Hot Rod was the coach. Rest in peace. Steiny, you don't know who you're working with.
You're right. You're right. I don't.
Dude, we used to play on Fridays.
Steiny, what other courts were on your list? Okay, so the marina, down in the marina, there's an upper court and a lower. There's 3 courts at the marina, an upper court, lower court, and then there's that indoor court. 3. We used to play on the indoor court during the weeks and then the outdoor court lower on the weekends. The upper court at the marina had double rims. Those are always awful. I will not play on a rim without any kind of net.
I'm with you. It could be a chain net. I'll play. If it ain't got no net, your boy is deuces. Chris Brown. Look at your laugh. I would have checked you. I could look at you. I know your game. I seen your pictures.
I would have humiliated
you. You would have gotten.
I would have humiliated
that dude is strong
you.
and he's got hands.
I would have humiliated you.
God, I wish we could do it, man.
Yeah, we can't.
Evan, help us. Put us on a video game. I'm telling you, Steiny, I would have been a problem. And I'm the dude that face guard. I got my long-ass hands all in your face.
Did you play high school basketball?
Yeah, at James Logan High School. And we went to the college.
Did you start?
No. I didn't have confidence then. Still on the team.
It's got some size on you, Steiny.
No doubt. I had that hand out there all in your face.
Take him in the post.
Yeah, you know I'm a hard. Ask Bonte about how hard I foul. Warriors World. Yeah.
Bonte, help me.
Exactly. I would have gotten you off your feet so easy.
I feel like going to play right now.
Go ahead.
No,
I'll finish up.
I want you to come with me because you really ain't retired.
I'm not. I'm not going to come.
Yeah, you need to donate those calves over there. Your calves look like you're playing Vanderbilt University. You ain't done. It's your mind where you're done.
Nate in Oakland. What's up, Nate? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys, I had to tell you. I'm doing good, guys. Listen, I had to tell you the best place to play in the Bay Area. Club 1 in downtown Oakland. Saturday.
Thank you.
Wow.
Best run.
Yeah.
Wait, I got one more.
Okay.
Bollinger Canyon.
We talked about it.
Canyon with the light at night in the summertime. It came from all around. The best competition in the Bay Area would show up at Bollinger Canyon, and you're right. The riffraff, they would come, but if they played good, if you won, you had to pick the right side of the court because it did slant.
Wow, look at
Thanks, Nate. I'll throw. Let me see. Where else will I throw? I'll throw.
I have no history with these city courts, and I'm getting mad.
Because that's where the games were. State Street in San Francisco. I think it's like Hayes Valley. Used to play there. Pretty good. And then why can't I think of the last place we played? It was right at Randall Museum, right beneath Randall Museum in San Francisco was another place. I think we're like you don't. It's funny you just can't name any courts, pickup courts. So
wait, Randall Museum, the one like off 17th?
Correct.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's that court beneath it.
Mm-hmm. And then did you get up into Cole Valley at all?
Oh, yeah, that's where State Street was, I think.
Oh, okay. Right above it.
Was it State? No, I'm sorry.
There's two separate courts. One by the firehouse.
That's Grattan.
Yeah.
My bad. That's Grattan Playground. And then State Street is the one below Randall Museum.
Wow.
I know you don't know these places.
No, I'm reading
That's
it.
all right.
Hey, it's not. I'm a legend like an Acura. Listen, 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. I played against Relaford. Guru, you were not on the squad. Your boy Relaford was good, but Guru, no. Check 88-89, pimp. I was on the team, and I'm the dude that tweets out my high school picture. Pete Lawrence, Christian Scott, Reg Basie, Pimp Steiny. Who that say they gonna beat James Logan? Who that? Then the band would go, and we come running out. You can't take that from me. And we had squad.
Who ain't beating Logan?
We went to the Coliseum. Voice Logan, you seen our gym? I'm telling you, the Yoon. You can't take that from me. Yeah, baby, MVAL champs. If I would have just been who I was at 21 and 18.
This is actually the part that worries me.
And I mean every
you.
word.
I know you do. That's
I'm ready to go hoop right now. Set a cool screen for you, and you just let it go. Yeah.
Anthony and Hayward. How you doing, Anthony? What's up, my man?
Hey, doing pretty good on this rainy day.
Yeah.
Kind of with Steiny. The Warriors, they just cannot close games out. Only 7 road wins for the season. They ain't going nowhere. If anything, we'll be lucky if we get past play in. And everybody talks about Wiggins coming back with defense. Yeah, it seems like that, but let's put the rat on the table. His girl cheated on him. The opponents are going to get in his head.
Oh.
Now, where would he get that from?
Who knows?
It ain't, yeah.
Steiny about to walk off the show like Draymond.
But you're actually doing better than I thought. I feel like
it's a joke.
Dude,
your story. I mean, I
love the court.
I don't
talk.
mean you're a joke, but your career is.
I'm legendary.
You're actually not.
I played with Steve Nash, Avery Johnson, Jason Kidd, Lamont Murray, an open private run. Top that. J.R. Ryder, top that. Phil Handy.
Prove it.
It ain't got to. It's like why would Harry High School would lie?
Yes, exactly.
Why would I lie?
Because you're insecure.
What do you know about Coach Poncak in Skyline University Junior College?
It sounds to me like you don't know who you're talking about. What's his name?
Poncak, whatever. Anyway,
John Koncak went to SMU.
No, that ain't.
Is that who you're talking about?
No, this was
Let's just quit. Let's just quit while you're ahead.
I'm good. I'm butchering name. I'm just telling you where I played. Put some respect on my name,
I won't. Uh-oh.
What we got?
Floyd in Oakland. Hey, Floyd in Oakland. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey. Talk to us.
I want to get at Green for a little bit because he's Logan. Well, he said 88, 89. I went to Mount Eden, 87.
So you know the Dale Dips, the Holloways. I know about Mount Eden, the Monarchs. Mike Singleton.
Y'all was deep, but y'all couldn't mess with Mount Eden, to tell the truth.
We went to the Coliseum. We were different divisions. We played, y'all.
Where'd you sit?
I was on the team.
Oh, I thought you meant you went to a game at the Coliseum.
Hey, boy, this is where you dry capping, Stoney. Let us talk. Hey, okay, but I know about his era.
408, I'm with him. This is painful.
Logan was a powerhouse. Logan was a powerhouse, no doubt.
That's
players.
Thanks, Floyd.
I know Reggie Basie.
Yeah, that's my boy, Silk Basie.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how I know you didn't play, because they were a powerhouse.
Steiny, I'm getting
Seriously.
mad now.
Seriously.
We can get Norm on the phone now.
No, we can't, because
Norm was a couple Steiny.
He's a birthday boy.
I was standing
man.
about
Yeah,
6'1",
see ya.
6'2". Phil Stark, Ron Tillman. Oh, my goodness.
You are.
I'm ready to ball. I have no
Yeah, I know you
sources.
D in Walnut Creek. What's up, D? How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. Hey, since Guru likes to drop names, in San Isidro in Danville, there's a great gym there, and, I used to sit next to Chris Mullen and his wife. They watch a kid, and they had some hellacious beat-up games. And then also the Jewish Community Center, where Jim Barnett probably still goes. They have pickup games of all levels there. You'll see some of the Warriors and ex-pros there, some of the A's, but you can't drop names. If you have to drop names, you're not telling the truth.
There you go. Thanks,
Wow,
D. You notice I keep my mouth shut.
You got a
with that
website
stuff.
of dropping names. Those are your
That's
memories.
my professional career. It has nothing to do with my pickup basketball.
No, this is high
Club
high
sport
school.
in San Ramon, also another
Played
one.
there one time. That's nice court. And they had the upstairs where you could watch from upstairs. Yeah.
I'm thinking of something different then, maybe.
Yeah. Club sport, I played. Club 1, I was there every Saturday, Stoney. That was the best.
Oh, so you didn't play during the week. Okay.
I had to work.
Yeah. That's when the best games were.
Oh, my God.
Joaquin in Hayward. Hey, Joaquin, what's going on, man?
Hey, I just want to let Guru know that the park behind American High School was called Los Cerritos.
Okay. Yeah. I called it American. I appreciate that. I balled there. We used to ball, Stoney.
You know what? Just talk about yourself.
No, the callers are calling.
No, you said we used to ball. Like, you just mean you and other people, not me.
Other factors, legendary.
I'm out on this.
What's all good?
I don't talk about, you can Google me. That's where you'll see my stuff.
You can Google me too. Not for basketball. Lucky break.
Oh, boy. Don's in San Jose.
D3.
What's up, Don? How are you, man?
Hey, pretty good. I'm listening to this, and you guys are dropping a lot of names. First off, Guru mentioned Pete Pontac. He's a Hall of Fame coach at Skyline College.
Help me out.
And back in the day, I come from an earlier era where we used to go for open gym like at Castlemont, Fremont, up the upstairs court, had a lot of spring, and then Skyline, and then King Estates, and a lot of big name guys used to come in. I'm trying to think. One of the guys I played with a lot was actually a baseball player. Was Vaughn Joshua.
Oh yeah, former Giant and Brewer. Yeah. Thanks for the call.
So,
yeah.
And I remember Dwayne Relaford.
Wow.
Guys, Basie, Terry, Reggie.
It was my people.
And of course, McDonald, Chris Scott. I mean, that was a hell of a club they had there, Guru.
I was on it.
I know. Guru keeps having to say, "No, I was in those games."
Stop it.
I was in those. All right.
I'm done.
Why is the D3 school player thing? Oh, you don't want to come down my road. 510. Let's see. Where are we going to do? Oh, I know what we're going to do. We're going to get back to the Warriors.
Back to Wiggins.
On the other side. So 888-957-95. What?
Somebody real ballers don't talk.
They don't.
You asked me a question, I answered.
Yeah, you answered. Now you threw me off. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Golden State Warriors basketball. And let's see. Oh, I want to get. We can. I'll play the Draymond sound and maybe some of that Van Vliet sound on the other side. Warriors back at it tonight against Memphis and Dylan Brooks. Warriors live 3:30. 3:30. That means we're going till 3:30 today. Presented. It's all presented by Xfinity. 4:30 tip. 3:30. Warriors live on 95.7 The Game.
You just stop playing.
Then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru here today till 3:30. 3:30. We're taking you right up to Warriors Live today. So that leaves us 2 hours. No sweat. Absolutely no sweat at all. Guru's reliving the past.
So that's 30 minutes. That's my genius. So that 30 extra minutes is gone because we just did that.
But did you see all the texts that say you guys need to drop this?
Oh, no, I didn't. I'm getting the other texts that love it.
No. Curtis in Fairfield. What's up, Curtis? How are you, man?
Hey, bro. I appreciate taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, man, I've been around for a long time in the military. It's just no way that we keep making excuses for the Warriors. They play like a junior college team, and we keep making excuses. Why is Iguodala even on the roster when he can't play? We're waiting for Wiggins. We need to get people that's going to support us. They make too many turnovers. We say the same thing every game. We say the same thing about the attitude that they have. They're not playing like a championship team. We need to be getting people that's going to play. If they can't play or don't want to play because of the money, then we need to get people that will play for less and still do the product that we want. We make excuses. We've been making excuses. Time out for the excuses. Whether it's Kerr, whether it's Draymond or whoever it is, we can't keep doing the way that we're doing now because it just doesn't make sense, bro. And I appreciate you guys saying what you say because you have a job to do, but we need to see a better product than what we're seeing right now.
Fair enough.
Damn.
Curtis?
Tell me if I'm wrong, Steiny. They just won a championship in a year nobody saw them winning.
Right.
They've had a lot of turbulence and injuries this year. And yet, right now, Curtis, I get what he's saying. All that is true. They're number 5 seed in the West.
Where do you think they're going to end?
Well, now with
let's just
they're going to be 5. Steiny, I honestly believe they're going to be. You know what?
The Nuggets, they're not – okay. Let's just go through this. Okay. Right now, the Warriors are 12 and back of Nuggets. Okay. They're not going to get there.
No doubt.
They're 5 and back of the Kings.
They're not getting the Kings.
They're 5 and back of Memphis.
Nope. If Andrew Wiggins, you know what? That's a possibility now with the way Memphis is playing and it starts tonight. But you know what? I'm going to say no. Steiny, they can't catch Memphis. That's too much.
About Phoenix?
I'm going to say no.
Okay. Right now, they're essentially tied with the Clippers.
That can flip-flop.
So that would put the Warriors at 6.
Yeah.
How about Minnesota? 1/2 game behind the Warriors.
I think they hold. Minnesota does not catch the Warriors.
All right. What about Dallas? 1/2 game behind the Warriors.
Lucas MRI came back clean, so I don't know how long he'll be out, but I don't think they catch the Warriors.
Lakers, 2 games behind the Warriors.
Now, I'm gonna shock you here. I think they catch the Warriors.
All right.
They got the easiest schedule left out of any team, and they're playing.
And then can I assume no's for the Pelicans, Thunder, and Blazers and Jazz?
No. Yeah.
All right, so that would put them at 7. You said the Clippers could flip-flop with them. You don't think Dallas, so at 5, 6. So they would be 7.
No. Damn it.
But they'd have 2 home games.
Okay.
If they would need 2 home games.
Right.
7. I don't think they're going to catch Phoenix. Clippers are interesting. I don't know what to make of the Timberwolves.
And do they got the best? I know it's your guy Finch. I'm just saying, if we're talking about who's coming back, nobody's mentioning Cat. I gotta believe. I said that to JD the other day. He didn't process it like it's a big deal, but it's a big deal to me. They get him back, Steiny. You got to think they got some action. But you ain't buying them, huh?
I like them because of the coach, but I don't necessarily think Karl Anthony Towns and Gobert.
You ain't scared of them.
No, and I don't know that the Warriors are either. All right. Since we got that extra half hour, I'm going to play this whole Draymond Green thing.
All right.
This is see, Goo?
Kind of bothered me.
But that's what
it ain't that old.
You brought it on us.
But no,
you brought it on us.
No, it's not, and that's somebody probably. Why would you go ahead?
415.
I'm mad now.
37-year-old basketball stories gotta go.
And they're not that old.
Can you at least keep it in the 21st
that's
century?
Pretty funny.
All right, here's Draymond Green, who did his podcast yesterday.
This idiot said, I don't know what Draymond does out there. He said, I don't like Draymond at all. You don't know me. I just don't like Golden State. I quite frankly wouldn't like a team that beats me all the time either. I don't like anything to do with them. Quite frankly, you were a little kid in high school watching us win championships. Should be happy that you even witnessed that, or maybe college, but you get the point. You're a fan. Draymond talks a lot. You talk a lot now, so if you have 4 rings, sure, you talk a lot more. For All-Stars, you probably talk a bit more. Defensive Player of the Year, damn sure would talk more. 2 Olympic gold medals, you definitely would be talking, because that would mean you beat Team USA, and we all know how that goes. So gets away with a lot, too. What exactly do I get away with? I have 15 texts, 1 less than your dumb ass. Okay, great. His game is cool. If you ever wondered why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. And yet, you running around talking about a dynasty? The dynasty starts after you, not with you. He plays with heart, knows the ins and outs of the defense. I want to be quite frank, I made the ins and outs of our defense. I guess that's why they like him over there. I'm trying to figure out why they like you in Memphis. Or do they like you in Memphis? That's a better question. I'm not sure your teammates like you, but I can tell you why they like me over there. When you contribute in the way that I have contributed to 4 championships, they tend to like you. So next time you speak up on me, you should do some fact checking. Next time you speak up on me, you should do some soul searching. Oh. Next time you speak up on me, I hope you're in a better situation than you in now, where the guys you play with actually enjoy playing with you because they actually think you're contributing to winning. Because it ain't happening right now, champ. You're not a champ. Oh. You're a clown. It ain't happening.
Wow. I get letter grade. You go to the scorecard. I just saw Creed. I mean, that was a 10, Steiny. Man, then he called him champ and went back and said, nope, they're not losing. Hey, they going to lose some games, and they ain't losing tonight, especially with no job.
What's he doing? I mean, I know he's doing Draymond Green.
It's a rebuttal to what
But
Dylan Brooks said.
Draymond. But all he said was, you know.
Oh, no, he said you put Draymond anywhere else, he's nothing. He says he's annoying.
He is annoying.
But so is Dylan Brooks. But come on, Steiny, that was a rebuttal, though. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not mad at Draymond, but, you know, it's vintage Draymond.
No,
but,
he got it.
This is where.
Go ahead, Steiny.
You know, I'd like to think.
I loved it.
I don't know. I mean, look, how insecure was he why did he need to go through his resume? We know he's a 4-time champion. We know he's one of the best. Why does he constantly feel the need to remind us how good he is?
Because honestly, it was like a rap battle. When somebody makes a diss record about you, you come back. And that's essentially what Dylan Brooks said. And then he was talking dynasty talk. Ja was talking about we're good in the West. That's why I called them punks, and that's too strong. Well, that's what Ja been acting like. But just Steiny, that you gotta take that. And I know, it's cute. Dre's gonna back it up tonight, and I know his teammates are gonna have his back.
That.
I'm hoping. But that was beautiful. Now let's do it on the court now. Let's do it in the ring.
You know what I would have preferred? Him addressing quitting on a play on Tuesday.
Now that would have been mad at you.
Like, how about that, Draymond? Can you please explain why you quit on a play?
Someone would have had to call him out or ask him.
Why?
Oh, you say a self-reflection?
He should have come out and said, you know what, I was wrong for the other night.
I was hoping
he just stopped playing.
Thank you. He did just stop playing.
That's incredible. One more time, Evan.
He just stopped playing.
He did. But that was wonderful, Dre. I got to give you credit. You don't like it. I get it.
Does the target change your opinion at all, Steiny? The fact that it is Dylan Brooks who, even though Draymond might be dressing some stuff up, he is speaking the truth.
You know what? Put them both in the toolbox.
I'm going to give you
both tools. You you know what?
Draymond's the hammer.
But Dre's got 4 rings.
That's great. Of course. He'll be the first to tell you.
To be honest.
He'll be the first to tell you.
If anybody's going to talk, Dre's got the resume.
I thought about this, too, the other day. I don't know why, and we've had this conversation a lot, but it is hitting me over the head like a ton of bricks.
Uh-oh.
1 statue at the Chase Center. 1. Steph Curry.
That's interesting.
1.
I'm not mad, but I'm going to throw something. Bobby Fitz.
Is Rodman?
No, he ain't getting one.
Is Pippen? Is it Jordan, Pippen, Rodman? No, it's Jordan. That's it. That's the only statue outside the United Center.
I got you.
Steph Curry, only statue.
I wouldn't be mad if that's how it goes down, but I want to bring something else up to you. And it's not Draymond because we know he's going to the Hall.
No supporting cast.
Fitz the other day said they got 4 Hall of Famers, including Iggy.
Right.
That's not new.
Is Iggy a sure shot?
I think people think he's a sure shot.
Wow.
I mean,
hey, Iggy, I know the people all goo you hate. I'm not. I'm asking you.
Do I think Iguodala's a Hall of Famer?
Count for Andre?
No, I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, but he's going to get in.
Okay. All right. Well,
he's going to get in. You know why?
Fitz
Everybody gets in.
And there you go.
Everybody gets in. 650, Dre should have apologized. He's not a leader doing this crap. I've lost a lot of respect for him. Bonte Tashki keeps saying Dre's getting a shadow. Okay.
He's getting what?
A statue. Draymond.
Do you think the statue conversation, at least as it pertains to Pippen, has to do with the way Scotty left and maybe how Draymond Green or Clay and all of them leave or don't leave will depend on whether they get a statue?
I think that shouldn't matter. To me, Stoney,
they're
it
not
should
good
be
enough
about
to get a statue.
Who?
Clay and Draymond.
Their contributions to these 4 rings.
You don't get a statue for a contribution. You get a statue when you're a carrier.
But here real quick, Evan, you guys can answer.
They don't have the marble.
Hall of Fame?
Of course.
Draymond Green going to the Hall of Fame?
Probably.
I'm just saying.
Okay,
if you want to break it down, that's statue worthy.
No, it's not.
Some would beg to differ.
Okay, so then we need one of Mullen. We need one of Hardaway. We need one of Richmond.
I don't know where
they're all in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, but I'm asking you, who would get mad at a Rick Barry statue? He was the first time they ever got one.
Why haven't they done it?
Well, that's a different
He won a
story.
title 45 years ago.
But it was the first one. I'm asking you, do you think a statue of Chris Mullin would piss people off? I don't.
Chris Mullin is like, he's not going to get a statue. All I'm saying, sorry. Steph Curry.
Like, I'm just thinking of if they said a Klay Thompson
and you know
statue.
What? If you're going to go Hall of Fame, then Iguodala's got to get a statue. And then what about Durant? What do you do with Durant?
Now, that what Evan said about how you leave, that I think that would affect me.
How he left?
Yeah, he
left. He left on good terms.
Well, he chose to leave.
He allowed the Warriors to sign and trade for him. He didn't have to do that.
Yeah, but he talked about it when he left. He didn't appreciate how he was
by the fans, not by the organization.
It still counts. You're right, but he still.
You get a statue, and you get a statue, and you get one.
We know it doesn't work like that, but I just think Dre and Steiny, I'm telling you, man, that line wouldn't be as long as you think of people pissed off if Clay and Dre were to get a statue. And I know you get all goo, that's fandom, but I'm like, damn, you going to the Hall of Fame like Pippen? Man.
Why doesn't Pippen have a statue? He's got 6 titles. Scottie Pippen won 6 titles with Jordan. He does not have a statue.
Wow.
So if Pippen doesn't have a statue in Chicago, why should Clay and Draymond have one here?
But it don't work like that.
They only won 4. What do you mean it don't work like that? That's how it works.
There is no, come on, Stoney, there is no pamphlet or book on, you can do whatever you want. You can put jerseys on the wall in baseball, whatever you want. Nobody polices you. But I'm just saying, Scottie Pippen has
nothing to do with the way he left.
To get a statue. I totally think that has something to do with it.
You can't give statues to everybody. What, Luke Longley?
No.
Does he get one? What about Bill Wennington? Give Bill Wennington one? What about Rodman? What about Dennis Rodman?
They're not Pippen, Stoney.
Would it surprise you if these players, if I told you they do not have statues? Charles Barkley? Clyde Drexler?
Shouldn't.
Patrick Ewing?
Shouldn't.
Allen Iverson?
Shouldn't.
Oh, my
Moses Malone?
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on.
But the problem with Malone
David
is where would you build that statue?
Fair.
David Robinson, no.
I know they left, but Gary Payton obviously doesn't have one.
No.
Isaiah Thomas? And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar just got his, I believe.
Right. I'll tell you what.
They aired on that.
Biggest claim, the guy with the biggest claim would be Isaiah Thomas. I think he was the best player on that multiple championship team. Listen, no coattail riders, no statues for coattail riders. You got to be the man. You get a statue if you're the man, not an accomplice. Those are my rules. Mm-hmm.
Steve Kerr get a statue?
Where?
Next to Iguodala.
Yeah.
Oh, you got me thinking,
next to Iguodala in like an annex. They can build an annex where they have the. Does Dr. J have a statue? Of course not. I don't even think Bird has a statue.
So that's a total fail by Boston, though.
No, they know better than to start talking about statues because they should only be reserved for the greatest of the greats.
All right, let's put the rat on the table. Let's move it to jerseys in the rafters. Did you have a problem with Gasol going up? Because I love Paul Gasol, but when I saw who he was next to, Steiny, and I love Paul, I was like, Did that cross your mind, or are you like, Gasol? No harm. Hey, they got it right.
Yeah, it's a close one. I think Gasol's a close one.
I love it, man. When you see those names up there, I'm like, man, but I ain't mad at you.
Let's go to Andrew. Andrew's in Richmond. What's going on, Andrew? How you doing, man?
What's going on, y'all, man? You want to know why Scottie took me to the statue? Because Jordan's son's banging his wife. That's why.
Oh, God. All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Amateur hour.
What are you doing? Get him on.
Tim Duncan.
Of course.
Yeah, right. When's that come?
Tim Duncan's the most underrated player in NBA history.
No doubt.
Well, there is doubt.
Well, who would be second?
Oscar Robertson. Rick Barry says Oscar Robertson is the most underrated player in basketball history.
Come on, people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Duncan was it was his personality. I think his game was, everybody knew what it was.
You probably couldn't stand his game.
I love.
No, you didn't. You didn't like. I bet you were like, this guy's so. He's got no.
No, he didn't. He had playing Poole fast domino off the backboard. That man, Tim Duncan was everything. And for Shaq to give him a nickname, the big fundamental.
Frank in San Jose. Hey, Frank. How are you, man? Frank, what's going on, buddy? No, Frank. Steiny, who the hell bought you that big
I thought they were
sweater?
talking to me.
No good for a guy who's fidgety. Yeah, I broke this one out from a while ago.
It's cold.
This is about 5 years old, and it'll be the last time I wear it. It's
don't let that. I thought you were mentally tough.
It's got a couple stains on it.
Because that one, now I wouldn't admit that, but the one yesterday you had was clean.
Which one?
With the zipper.
Yeah. The one thing.
To say, do you? What? You were about to say, do you? It was like, do you ever list? Do you get it? Don't you get it?
I was
you were
just
getting
saying,
ready to say that.
No, I was getting ready to say I really just don't like wearing something that I can see a little stain on it. And I see a little stain on my pants, too, which kind of bothers me a little bit. But I'll get through it. Warriors Memphis today, 4:30 tip-off, TNT.
Yeah.
TNT.
Charles, what Charles going to say about the Dubs now?
They're done.
Well, he did already. Yeah, Kenny and Shaq. Shaq's a big saying the Warriors still got action. So we'll hear
you know what? He never says anything like.
He's got 100 endorsements.
I may say poignant. I mean, Shaq doesn't really go out on a limb very much.
Dude, did you see the video?
And Kenny Smith never goes out on a limb.
Well, Shaq's ruined Kenny to me. Because it used to just be the three of them, and you could get the goofiness, the silliness from Chuck, and some analyzation. But now it's just like
was
Shaq.
Was Duncan better than Akeem?
That's a damn good one, but two different positions. But how?
I don't know.
That's
pretty close positions.
That is going, boy.
They're pretty close positions.
How would Barnett answer that?
I'd have to go with Duncan, but
who's got more hardware?
Duncan.
Yep.
Sorry, Steiny. Didn't think you were going to read that one.
That's how you kill them when you read it.
See, I try not to take myself too seriously. Frank's in San Jose. We got Frank back. What's up, Frank?
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. Hey, listen. I just want to say about Draymond Green, less so about Klay Thompson, but about Draymond Green. I do not believe
the Warriors or Steph Curry wins their championships without Draymond Green and his defense. Every time that man's out, we see what he means to this team. And so to call him a hangers-on is not really appropriate. The way it to me, the statue should be Clay, Steph, and Draymond, one statue together.
Appreciate the call. Appreciate it. Hey, Frank, obviously.
Niners did that with Dwight and Montana.
See, I use hangers-on as a way to emphasize a point. Not, do I really think Dre's a hanger-on? No, he's instrumental. And I have always said, do the Warriors win? Do they get 4 titles without Draymond? No. But let's put the rat on the table. There's levels to this.
I've never heard you talk
and Steph Curry is above Clay and Draymond. Let's not, as the kids say, get it twisted.
Oh, there's nobody would argue that.
Well, then.
But this era has produced 4.
Right. And what's the biggest reason?
And 3 of the guys are headed to the Hall.
What's the biggest reason? Okay, there it is. It's it. You can't build 3 statues.
Well, technically you could.
I mean, you could, but do you even have enough cement to do that?
Yeah.
I mean, and, Dennis Johnson, he was underrated. Good call. What the F was that?
With Detroit when they stole the ball.
But what are you talking about?
That was Johnny Most.
No, it wasn't.
I was watching it live, and I hated the Celtics. It was almost racial. I hated Boston. I was rooting for Detroit.
Of course, because they played the right way, which you hate. Because they didn't have a highlight reel, even though they passed better than any team, they didn't dunk like you liked them.
The dead spots in the floor. Oh, good dude, that was basketball, man. God.
But you hated it.
No, I loved it. Atlanta Hawks, when Dominique would try to take Doc Rivers, they would try to play Boston. Night. Detroit, somebody get him. Then Mike came in with the 60. Dude, the movie Air is coming out.
Oh, boy. That's going to be chock full of new information, won't it?
Hey,
let me guess. We're going to find out that Michael Jordan was competitive.
It's about the shoe and the courtship, Starny. It's bigger than Mike. Oh, I can't wait. Go with us. There's a show we should go.
No.
They're still selling the shoe, man.
You know what? Can you expand something outside of sports?
That's what I'm trying to do. Let's go to the theater. You too good?
Right, to see a sports movie. All right.
You are special.
We got a break, right?
Yeah.
This is something, Guru. You know what? I think I'm going to head down there alone. To the place where you enjoy craft beer and live music at the St. Patty's Beer Stroll, Friday, March 17th. It's sponsored by Hyperspace Los Altos, State of Mind Public House and Pizzeria, and Star One Credit Union. Tickets are limited. Visit downtownlosaltos.org for tickets and information. We'll be right back.
I was day drinking.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the...
better handicap in golf.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz now, the Guru Johnson with you. All right, you want me to be, I know we're messing around about statues. You know why you can't give Draymond a statue?
Tell me.
If it's LeBron coming in, if it's a Giannis coming in, because them the games I live for.
Easy. You ready for them?
Easy. It's the nights I show up, and we playing against the sorry
The Sacramento Kings.
I can't play.
Oh, the Kings?
The Kings stink. You name them. OKC right now.
OKC.
Like, oh my God.
Yeah, the
Kings make it better this year, I hope. But, you know, it's like, how am I supposed to get myself up, like, with this engine and
because you done play so many big time games,
on this soft Tuesday.
Night. You can't hold that against him.
Well, of course you can.
Because you know
that doesn't even address the year he quit when Steph got hurt.
No, that bothered me. Remember, I was at the game. He got ran. But Steiny, he's telling us how he feels. We want these athletes to be honest. I'm not defending that because he doesn't play like that. Now, there'll be some times he'll get ran. You know what? For the most part, Dre is there, man. That's all. He'll be there tonight, but that didn't sound
do you know
great.
That? It's a Thursday. I don't know. How does he feel about playing on Thursdays on the road?
I wonder how Kerr thought. But see, they know who Dre is at the core, man. So they let him blow off some steam and say that. We know what you are. You're Wolverine when you're good.
Yeah, he's a front runner, right? When everything's going his way, he's great. But when things aren't going his way, he doesn't play.
How you think Jordan Poole would answer that?
Answer what?
Just how Draymond is as a teammate.
I bet he didn't. I'm sure Jordan Poole doesn't think Draymond's a great teammate.
Honestly, and I'm not starting mess. What would you have thought had you been Jordan Poole the other night and he pulled that to you, and you got the punch already in the file? I'd have been like, man, I mean that's wrong, man. I would have told him, how you gonna do, man? You must really not like me. Like, I would never, I couldn't believe Dre did it to him. Yeah.
But that's the guy who he's going to do it to, right? Because,
well, he did it to Kevin Durant. I'm just saying. Durant clapped at him. Give me the ball.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors play the Memphis Grizzlies. 4:30 start, TNT game. And I'm going to push back on something that got a little flack for yesterday, and it's this so-called disconnect between the veterans and the young players. Like, think of all the stuff that's happened in the last year. You have Clay, Curry, and Draymond have all done something as a result of something Jordan Poole did. All right, Curry threw the mouthpiece. Clay shrugging left and right. And, of course, Draymond punched him in the face and then quit on the play. We have the punch itself. We got Clay in Japan talking openly about humbling Jordan Poole. Got Clay bumping Poole off the foul line, which I thought was kind of interesting. How about this one? Like Draymond yelling at James Wiseman so loud that he got a technical foul.
I remember that.
I mean,
man.
Andre Iguodala, the quote from last year that we were playing about how he thinks the organization thought it was so easy to just win with we'll play that. Why don't we play that?
They got this narrative now, we got a championship squad, and then they're going to build another one at the same time that's coming right after us. I'm like, man, y'all know how hard that is, man. And do y'all I've been
talking about that all day today.
Yeah, like
the people that are here, like how hard it is to win in this league.
It's so hard. We made it look so easy that they think it's like, oh, we about to do it again. I'm like, all right. We kind of waiting for 6 years to come and be like, I told you.
That's what you got to wait on. Either it's going to happen or it's not.
Right.
That's the game that you're playing.
And we're actually we're putting sweat equity into that team by what we're breathing.
We believe it.
But what we're breathing into Wise and what I'm breathing into Kuminga and what you're breathing into Moses, like we're breathing into them like, yo, y'all can be great too. Like dudes don't be doing that. You have bad vets.
See that, and that, you know what? To me, it's starting to kind of add up. That was a year ago. That was 1 year ago. And to me, what I heard there is, hey, man, I talked to Kuminga, you talked to Moody, Draymond I talked to Wiseman. We're not only champions, we're great veterans because we're sweat equitying to these younger players, man. Like we ain't just champions. We're teaching these guys to be champions. Okay, fast forward a year later. I don't think the Warrior veterans think that the young players have paid the price or have taken it as seriously as they needed to or have done what they think it takes to become a champion. Like, to me, it's almost 6 years. It's almost clear what's going on. Last year, they were skeptical of the young players helping. They were right. The young players, for the most part, didn't contribute a lot. Okay, we won it. Now we need them to contribute this year more, and they haven't been able to do it. And I think the veterans feel like they haven't worked at it enough.
Well, I hope Andre's not one of the veterans because you ain't did a damn thing. And that's why you said that when you said it last year, when at least you weren't just sitting there like a bump on the pickle. So I take offense to that. And if I'm a young guy, I'm like, damn. You just gonna – Andre said it. In 6 years, I'll tell you I told you so if we don't win. Like, he was blaming them right there before something that even happened.
But that's at the core of the issue with the young players. I feel like the older players are saying, young guys, you don't get it, man. You guys still don't get it. And they're saying, what's to get? Not playing all year long like Iguodala, and then you just get to play the minute you're healthy? They're disappointed in us, but we got to tolerate Draymond Green quitting on a play because he didn't like that Jordan Poole missed him with the pass. And again, I feel like yesterday we said, people think I said the veterans have just blown. They're selfish.
Do you feel like that's how people took it?
Yeah, because I said they've been exclusive. But my bigger point is they all have a responsibility here, including Lacob, Myers, and Kerr.
All right, and everybody that worked with Moses and Wiseman, because you said you took them under their wing and they didn't get it. But if you go to said player, like, hey, how did that go with Steiny? We traded him. How'd that go with Moody? He's in Santa Cruz.
Right.
Like, where's the responsibility? Yeah, a majority of it belongs with the players, but what about the mentorship? Or are you too, made that the mentorship was so perfect? Why would you question that? And I got a question to you, Steiny. With all that said, forget our bet. We know every clubhouse, every locker room, they go through something. David West told us, and we still don't know, and they want to chip. My question to you is what you're saying that the Warriors are facing, and maybe how some of the players feel. We don't know if there's disconnect between Lacob and Myers, but do you think all that's great enough to prevent them from winning?
Yes. That's what does prevent you from winning.
See, I'm holding on hope that Wiggins and Gary Payton II back. This team has everybody readily available. They can put that stuff, that'll be on the side.
One of the reasons they were able to keep everything in-house, and I think one of the reasons the Warriors were able to overcome stuff in the past was because, not in addition to their great core players, they had David West, Barbosa, Spates, Livingston. Those guys are grown-ups. And that's a big part of the Warriors' run has been veterans who help, but who are also great professionals.
I know the sound is old, but I'm just thinking about everything you're saying. Okay, so what about the grown-ups now? You know who the grown-ups in the room now? Steph, Clay, Dre, and Iggy. And I know the comments were last year. Are you surprised that they were so loud with not their discord or their disdain for what that the management put the youngsters in this position to be counted on?
Why wouldn't you take them at their word last year when they said it?
Well,
Steph Curry.
If you're yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me play Curry, the other one.
Not saying that if we're all going, they're all going to win a championship, and if they don't, then we're a failure as their vets and all that. Right. But like for them to just be true professionals, like that's not a guarantee either. Like in terms of the young dudes that coming in the league and what it takes to establish yourself on this level and all the nuances you need to you need to get game taught to you. Like, if you have vets like us that are willing to do that, go out of your way to do that, and even though it's not a part of the nature of the gig, like, we got to worry about ourselves and our own performance and all that. But that doesn't mean necessarily they're going to win a championship, but it's our job to help them become true professionals. Would they do with that?
Right.
Time will tell.
God, you know what? Now I listen to that.
You feel like it matches everything that... Like,
absolutely. Curry and Iguodala are talking about a disrespect they feel from the front office, that the front office, because they pushed this 2 timeline and made it sound like it could easily be done, that like almost like they feel that the front office isn't even acknowledging how hard it is to win a title, let alone 4 or 3 at that time.
Okay.
And I think that's obvious.
Now,
and then the further thing is, they think they're going to draft these guys with no experience and they're just going to be champions in 3 or 4 years. Like, how about getting us some veterans who might have been able to help us?
Okay.
I mean, that's clear as day, right?
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Isn't that clear as day that it doesn't mean the veterans don't like the young players? It means the veterans they're not really on board with this last 2 years or so.
And I wonder if that has anything to do with Myers' contract status.
Probably.
I really do. And listen, I'm not going to get mad at those sound bites, but what I'm going to question is leadership. If you really feel that way, why doesn't that fall under what David West was talking about? Why would you go public with that? Like, at what point is that their responsibility to keep that in-house? Like, why would Dre and Steph? Hey, it's your prerogative, Bobby Brown, but Stoney, when do you put your thing in the sand and say, you know what, we ain't gonna say that out loud? Because if I'm a youngster, that's the type of stuff I'm mentally fried. Because I know you're not saying it, but you're saying it other places to where it's gonna get back to us. You ain't on board with us. You probably...
But this isn't new. Like, this isn't new. This is just the manifestation of a year or two that's passed. And that, that's the other thing. I think why did the Warriors trade Wiseman? Why did they trade Wiseman?
I honestly believe they felt like they could money. It was money. That's number one. And number two, to right or wrong and look around and say, okay, we desperately need a body, somebody that could play defense. And that's what Gary Payton II represented. And it was almost like we're going to give an infusion into the core so we can try to go all in this year.
Okay.
But you should have had that thought process when you had the draft pick.
I mean, you mentioned money. Why would Joe Lacob be saving money if he still thought their window was open?
Now, I don't look at it as saving money. They were going to have to make a decision.
They saved a lot of money.
Yeah, but they were going to have to. Right, but James didn't he didn't answer the bet. And I felt like they knew he wasn't worth it, so they cut ties right then.
You think the veterans had anything to do with Wiseman leaving?
I do.
Yeah, of course they did. Of course they did. Of course they did. Do you think the Warriors? Do you think the Warriors veterans gave Wiseman a fair shot at it, a fair shake? Did they really help him a lot? I'm not saying they did or didn't. These to me are questions that need to be answered.
Those comments right there were geared towards Wiseman, so I'm gonna say no. And then you screaming at Draymond, I know you do it to everybody. I can remember it now, screaming at Wiseman for blowing an assignment or whatnot. All that stuff counts, so I'm going to say no. But at the end of the day, James Wiseman is an NBA player. He's a grown-ass man. He could have took that and been like, you know what, I'm in the lab. What have you, Steiny? I'm going to bounce back. He didn't, and what he did is got hurt, and then he just sat. So I give him some blame.
Isaac in Oakland. Hey, Isaac, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, you guys? I just wanted to talk about the fact about Wiggins, man. I don't know what's going on with Wiggins. I believe I believe we need an explanation. I know he has a lot of personal issues going on, whatever the case is, but at least something, you know what I mean? So we can get a timetable or just anything to give the Warrior fans hope, or just to get something, a little boost or a spark or anything like that, man. Something.
Yeah, Isaac, I don't know.
Do the fans
It's
deserve
delicate.
an explanation? And
No.
you want to say hell no, right?
No. Fans, and I consider myself a fan of basketball, we don't deserve anything. What do we deserve?
Well, yeah.
I mean, I would if I had a personal issue, I wouldn't.
Nobody would know. You're right.
I wouldn't necessarily want the Bay Area knowing what it is if I didn't. 415 feels strange defending Poole, but he has several reasons to really dislike Draymond. Yay, it is. Draymond's been unprofessional coworker toward him, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. I agree with you. I completely agree with you. 415. You know, Draymond's been awful at times, but that doesn't mean that it's obvious Poole is a part of this too. They're not crazy about Poole for some reason. There's just no doubt.
But
so Poole, like, two things can be true. Draymond can be a jerk and Poole can be a jerk.
But whatever Poole's problems are inside it doesn't supersede the money they gave him in the contract. So they had, in totality, let's weigh the pros and cons. Who likes who? Or they probably like, I don't give a damn who don't like him. We see it. Here you go. So how can we just continue to say that Jordan Poole is doing something to tick these dudes off?
I think he is. I don't think they like his attitude. I don't think they're crazy about his game. And you know what? I think, somebody, 510, do you really think the youngsters and the veterans were thinking about all this stuff? Or do you think they're going to practice playing games with the purpose of practicing playing games and not with all this stuff that you think they're thinking? I'm not saying it cloaks every thought that all these guys have, but do you really think that Draymond Green not getting, or Draymond seeing Jordan Poole getting that contract extension while he didn't, you really think Draymond isn't going to look at that as, man, they're going with the young guys over us? Well, shows you what they think of 4 titles. Like, all these things are so natural to me to see. They were just unintended.
You're right, though, Stoney.
Yes and no. Yes, of course it's jealousy, but like, this is what I mean. I believe Draymond has a point. A 4-time champion. You're going to give this guy a contract extension?
And to be fair, I don't remember exactly when Draymond talked glowingly about Jordan Poole, what he can average in this league. Obviously, it's before he signed the contract. It was last year at some juncture, but he talked about the improvements Jordan Poole, and I think it was when Curry was out. So he gave him, like,
big deal.
No, I don't want to say mind your own business, because we're in a different business. Our money and our stuff is with the company and nobody else. It's not public, but it is a big deal in the sense of when you ask Dre, he gave Jordan his flowers as a player.
Like that, to me, that's
all
just
went
natural.
away, or
no, it was a lie. It's a lie.
All right.
It's a flat out lie. It would be like if I genuinely didn't like you, but and you know that's not true.
Yeah. I know you love me.
But somebody wanted to do a story on us, and I'm not going to say, by the way, Guru and I really don't like each other. We really don't. We don't get along. No, I'm going to say Guru's the man.
Now, to be honest, there's some people out there
do.
that would say that. Like the Mad Dog, when they were really, somebody would say it that blunt.
I don't think that's beneficial to you, me, or anybody. And I don't think Draymond, I think, smart enough to know during a situation like that, you just play the game. But this is where, to me, actions speak louder than words. And you punched this guy, and you quit on this guy. So I don't care if you say, well, Jordan Poole really deserves the bag. Well, that's just something. That's robotic. That's what a robot would say. That's what you're supposed to say. But punching Jordan Poole,
that was awful.
Okay, guess what? He don't like Jordan Poole.
Okay.
I think we can say that for...
Do you believe Draymond thinks that the organization, after paying Poole, deems Poole more important?
Yes. Yes. I think that the Warriors...
And you think Draymond thinks that way, and that was part of what went into that punch? Like, you're in my way. You're taking my scratch.
It had something to do with it. But again, the Warriors made their priorities clear. Poole and Wiggins.
But we talked about both of them not getting paid. Remember, you said the pocketbook, the kitty is not getting touched. We were talking about Lacob is going to play this year out, which he could. But he signed both of these guys.
Right.
But he didn't have to. Remember, we were thinking, man, it's going to...
So you're making my point, right?
Yeah. No, I'm just... So Dre, at that point was... You think he was thinking that?
Of course. God, before the season, Draymond, it was reported, wanted a max.
But we knew that fell on deaf ears.
He didn't know that. He wants to be rewarded for being a 4-time champion. And they're growing tired of Draymond Green. And they're probably not going to offer him. Do you think the Warriors are going to offer Draymond Green another contract? Draymond Green's got an opt-out at the end of this year. He can come back, or he can leave. My question is, do Warrior fans think the Warriors will offer Draymond Green another contract?
You know, I'm always honest with you. So much of my being wants to say no, but if they get to the Western Conference Finals or even Finals, Steiny, I could see them offering them a contract.
I can't. I think
you might be right.
I think they can win it, and they're not going to offer him a contract.
And Draymond, to the Xfinity Mobile 415, Draymond said the handwriting's on the wall.
Is this all hitting you now?
No. It's just, I don't like, if Dre was thinking like you're saying, I don't like you getting mad at somebody else for getting money from an organization that had nothing to do. All Jordan did was ball.
Maybe he was chirping about his money.
But maybe is that what it takes for you to take off on somebody and you're a vet? Is me to squat? Like,
well, I'll tell you what.
That's a hater. Like, don't get mad at me that the job, they gave him the check. I didn't have a gun or a ski mat. I just don't think Draymond is that thin-skinned.
Oh, really?
To where, you got your chips, I don't like you because it's affecting my chips.
Okay,
I think Dre is too accomplished.
Yeah. I think you're so wrong, it's unbelievable. Next year, Jordan Poole, the guy who doesn't play defense, which I know bothers Draymond Green, okay, the guy who goes one-on-one more than anybody else, not saying they don't need him, Draymond Green, next year, Jordan Poole's going to make more money next season than Draymond has ever made in 1 year. Right. What do you think, that wouldn't bother Draymond Green?
Well, there's two other places you can go cuss somebody out. I'm just not hate your own teammate and quit on the play because that's all.
That's who he is.
Go say something to Myers. Go say something to and who knows if he didn't it? No, it ain't. No, I know you're not. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's too simplistic. Or you're giving Draymond a license to quit on his teammate because of money.
Yeah, exactly.
That's weak as hell.
Well, that's Draymond.
That's
so
weak.
You don't think Jordan Poole's contract had anything to do with the punch?
No. Right, it did.
Okay.
And that's why I came down Draymond's lane, but not to the extent of what we're seeing and what we just saw the other night. Like, get mad at Lacob. Get mad at Myers.
Well, of course.
You're going to turn your back while I'm passing you the rock or your other teammate. That's the part that, Steiny, I'm giving it to you. You're right, but it doesn't justify.
Of course it doesn't justify it.
That's all.
But if I found out, whatever, it's like, hey, you and me are both up for contract extensions, and you're getting one, and I'm not, and I'm out.
You would hate me?
I would not hate you, but I think it's unrealistic to think I wouldn't be feeling some kind of way about you at that point.
But
especially if you're saying, what if you were saying, hey, Steiny, your boy got paid, you ain't getting your bag.
I get that.
Maybe that's who Jordan Poole is.
Would you go down the hallway and let loose on the person that gave me that contract and not you? Wouldn't that be where that's supposed to sit? Wouldn't you? I mean, you could go, hey, close the door. I need to let you know how I feel. That's all.
But that doesn't go away. Like, if I go down and say, I can't believe you paid good. Okay, now I come into work the other day. It's not like everything's kumbaya. I know that you have a future here. I don't. And I've been here longer. I'm speaking for Draymond.
Yeah, I got you.
Speaking for Draymond. 888-957-9570 is the number. When we come back, we'll take your calls on the other side. And it's all sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture.
Day-Day!
Steiny, your boy Catechism.
I received the body of Christ.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're here for another hour today. Special edition of Steiny and Guru until 3:30. And we'll take you right up to Warriors Live. Get some good texts here from the Xfinity mobile text line. Then we'll go back out to the phones. Wow, I haven't heard this one. Steiny, them moving off Wiseman was a sign they might re-sign Draymond Green. I don't think so, but I'm not going to say you're wrong.
You got some cash from that transaction.
Let me see. Where's the one? Matt, you think a veteran like Draymond who knows basketball, knows the business, doesn't understand? No, I think he understands it on a rational level, why Poole got the contract. But I think on an emotional level, he's probably not happy about it. JP from the 415. JP doesn't deserve the contract that he got. Dre has as good a three-point percentage he does right now. Poole's a turnover machine, and he can't defend. You know what? That's part of it, I think. But the Warriors players don't believe Poole should have gotten that contract.
Now, we don't know that, but I'll say
this is what I mean. Like,
when Jordan
all
Poole
the
got punched in the
breadcrumbs
face,
lead to
I don't
that.
even want to talk about his numbers. How about that? For the people that believe that, I'm just saying, you go get slapped in the face by a coworker and have to show up and work with them and be around them on planes and hotels and tell me how that, if that doesn't affect. No excuses, because I've been calling out Poole more than anybody. But after you got slapped in the face and chose to still stay here, miss me with the three-point percentage. And the people think, the teammates thinking he wasn't good enough. Management thought that he was good enough, and that's all that counts.
And no, it isn't. It's not all that counts if your core that you've been bending over backwards for the last couple years didn't like that you did it. That's how like teams miss a little bit of chemistry. If you can't, do I know this for a fact? Of course not. But there's no way Draymond Green thinks Jordan Poole deserved that contract, because why does he punch him? Like, that has to come from somewhere.
Right. It's like Draymond Green wants Steve Kerr to challenge everything. A part of me wants to say, mind your own business and worry about your contract, because the bottom line, Jack, is the people with the power felt like he was worth that contract.
Right, and I get it. Like, I'm not saying Draymond's right.
Yeah, they're telling you middle finger to what you think, Dre, because we're doing it this way.
Right,
Frank
and this
Sinatra.
is the residual.
Yeah.
He's angry.
Yeah.
He doesn't like Poole.
Right,
he punched him in the freaking face.
Yeah. But we don't, and now here we go. Poole could have been mouthing off. Do you know?
I'm sure he was. Like, I'm sure both of them have responsibility here. I could see Jordan Poole saying, new time, baby. New time.
I got you.
It's a new time.
That would bother
We're moving in a new direction here.
I got my scratch.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Dave in Walnut Creek. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, doing well, fellas. Thank you for having me. Listen, this is a really great conversation. I love it. I like the angle. I wanted to offer a different perspective.
Okay.
I think what you got is they've done this two kind of dual timeline before. You guys talked about it. They had the dual timeline when the core four were the youngsters, right? When the core three were the youngsters, and they had all those older vets. That was very similar. And now you got, but what's the constant? The constant is those core three. The constant is those three that have been there for years, and they know how to win basketball games. And now they're coming up and they say, here's the blueprint. And some of these young guys, I think they're just not willing to follow the blueprint. Not that that's a problem, but you also, if you want mentorship, you have to be a two-way street. The mentor has to be the mentee, and the mentee has to want the mentorship. So I just think that right now, I mean, the microcosm of that Draymond play of the night was exemplary of it. Draymond probably saw something, and Jordan Poole wanted to take it on himself, and he got frustrated. Anyways, I'll take my thoughts offline, but that's how I see it.
Yeah, I see it that way too.
Stein, what's to his point? What's the blueprint?
The blueprint is work like a champion. All right, prepare like the champions that your teammates are. You're playing with players like Draymond and Steph and Clay and Iguodala, who have 4 rings, like, take it seriously, get better, practice, like,
but
do the right thing.
Do that? And weren't we talking about
he's still one-on-one player. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm talking about coming into this year. Yeah. Everybody was giving him credit for being a gym rat.
Like, I don't think the Warrior, like, I don't know this, but yeah, Poole is a gym rat. But Poole, like, it doesn't have to be one thing. Poole can be a gym rat and be a pain in the ass.
And be a brat.
Poole can be a gym rat and the team feels like he doesn't deserve the contract that he got offered.
You know what?
And I do think there's something. I do think there's something. Probably, I don't know. Like they isn't it clear that Draymond and the veterans don't think the rookies or the young players are doing it right? And that's what I mean. I'm not blaming the veterans, even though I said, well, they're being exclusive. Well, they are, because they can't stand the way the young players are going about their business.
Well, Stoney,
that's
I'm not
what Curry was saying. We can try to help these guys all we want, but like, how can you say they're a champion player when we don't even know if they can make it in the NBA?
Well,
that's the 2 timeline thing that got started.
I'm going to be honest with you, Stoney. I'm not mad at that, but they're getting their wish. 2 of the 2, Moody and Wiseman, are basically vanished. One is gone. Jordan Poole is not where these other young guys are. He's got a contract. He earned the contract.
Well, not according to them.
Okay.
I don't believe.
What about what's left of the young guys looking at the slippage, if you're correct, from the big 3, like, okay, you ain't pulling your weight.
Exactly.
My thing is, and what excites me is, when this is all said and done, if they do not accomplish their goal, will we be able to tell it's because their perimeter defense still stunk, or because all that we talked about the last couple of days behind the scenes is why they didn't win? When is that going to reveal itself, or will it?
It's going to be a million different
right now,
things.
137 against OKC is because they're slow feet. They lead the league in fouls. Now, if you want to tell me that's because morale is down and they're not trying, I don't get that from Steve Kerr. I believe he would point that out if he felt like the guys weren't getting the effort. So that concerns me more than if it was just guys don't like each other, they ain't on the same page. You can fix that.
No, you can't. Yeah. I don't think so. That's chemistry. That's culture. The Warriors were supposed to be light years ahead on that. If this team doesn't like each other, then there's no chance they're going to win it. Like, that's one of those things where if the Golden State Warriors run the table and win it, that tells me that, you know what?
Nothing to see here.
Exactly. Right. But I don't believe that, because I believe that if there are the issues that we've seen, like, this is the thing. Are we going to ignore all these issues all year long? And then they're just going to get along.
Well, all year long it ain't got a lot left, Snotty.
Exactly.
We get to, and Wiggins, I keep saying 17, 16 games, but I mean, man, they need you.
650. Maybe the veterans are mad at the hard work it took for them to get where they are, and the young players are reaping the rewards of the vets' hard work. That's Drake. I think that's that's part of it. I absolutely think that's part of it,
man. It's like, I mean, who are we talking about now? If it's because it's Poole and Kuminga now,
probably Kuminga and Wiseman.
And Kuminga may not, and I hope I'm wrong, but Steiner, we went down the playoff roster. He looks like he definitely on the outside looking in. So where's his scholarship?
Who?
Kuminga. Like where every time they used him, it was almost by default. So I just don't get the premise that he's gotten kind of, hey, you go to the front of the line. Because we just seen that with Dre. Hey, Kuminga, sit down a little bit. We're going to see what we got with Dre. Like, where's Kuminga's scholarship?
Why should Kuminga have a scholarship?
Right, well, no, I'm not saying he should. I'm saying that shouldn't have anybody mad about him going to the front of the line. All I could think about that would piss the veterans off is Poole's contract, if they felt he wasn't worthy of it.
No,
Kuminga's I think everything he's gotten. Because he ain't getting a lot.
You think?
Yeah.
I don't think Kuminga's
earned. And they just put him in his place.
Kuminga has earned everything he's gotten, but that's why he hasn't gotten a lot. Because he hasn't earned it enough.
I got you.
And that's the other thing. Like, this is what I mean. Like, why does Iguodala get to just kind of leapfrog Kuminga? You think Kuminga's just, that's fine.
Oh, no.
Exactly.
I know he's not.
So there's more of the disconnect.
Or they went into this season like, you know what, Steiny? Jonathan, there's nothing you can do. When the veteran's ready,
no,
he's
there
doing
is something you can do, and it's what my daddy told me.
Uh-oh.
You make yourself so valuable that you have to play. And Kuminga is not that valuable that he must play.
Oh, they're going to need
him,
man.
I mean,
I got you, but I just feel like they're going to need him. If this D don't get better, they got to run him out there on some of these top. Luka, KD, Kyrie.
Mike in Oakland. Hey, Mike. What's up, man?
Hey, I agree and I disagree with you guys. I think it's 20% about the money with Jordan Poole and Draymond, 80% about chemistry. If you guys remember the tape when Draymond hit Poole?
Yep.
If you guys look at the tape closely, look at the players that were surrounding them. Nobody reacted like they were surprised, which tells me that this kind of going back and forth with Poole is something that's normal. Now, had that been Curry going at Jordan Poole like that, I think at least 3 to 4 people would have broke that up before it escalated. And in addition to that, with Poole getting his money, a lot of people change. And once you get money, the expectations go up.
Yep.
And Poole's play has been inconsistent in clutch times this season. And the reason why Poole isn't a starter when Curry's in the lineup is he's a defensive liability. But if he starts to pop off at the mouth, what one player on the Warriors team is going to actually stand up and say something to? Draymond Green.
Hey, Mike, I don't disagree with you, and I hope I didn't sound like I was putting a percentage on. I think it's all right. I think you're right. I think the contract's got something to do with it. I think Poole's personality has something to do with it. I think Draymond's personality clearly has something to do with it. Just don't tell me it's not there. When I think we can all kind of see that this team right now is fragmented.
Well,
and I'm not saying they can't get it back, but they're not together right now.
And you could call me naive, Steiny. Wouldn't be the first time.
Steve Kerr.
We were a little disconnected in the first half several times. We talked about that at halftime, tried to get back out there and compete, the second half, but there was definitely a disconnect in the first half, and that cost us.
There you go. There's a disconnect.
That's all Poole's fault?
Who said that?
No, I'm just like...
Why would it be all Poole's fault?
No, I'm asking because everybody's calling up here saying that he's changed and his personality, this or that. My thing is, who's checking Draymond? It don't sound like Kerr or anybody else is.
It's everybody's fault.
Yeah. Right, and that's why you keep saying that there's slippage, okay? The core is getting older.
They are.
Okay, but if you're right and all this stuff is really more than I think it is and it's festering, then that's why they ain't playing no defense.
Well,
that's why their road record is what it is.
So then you're saying they haven't slipped physically.
No, the mental would be worse to me. That concerns me more than the slippage because you just did it in June.
So the big three, Draymond, Steph, and Clay.
It was almost 4 now.
All right, the big three, the mentally tough big three who's got 4 titles, one of the toughest mental teams in the game. They're not defending because,
everything
they can't overcome
the
this.
Last hour.
No,
I asked you a question.
It's old. It's age. It's got nothing. It's got.
No, but we talked
a
about
lot of
the
different
stuff
things.
off the court, all the stuff, the agendas. Right. You said, "Hey, Goo, I think that can prevent them from winning." So it's a combination.
There's a million things that can prevent them from winning.
I'm putting a percentage of. I think I want it to be 90% of that.
I know you do.
Other than the Goo. Even when Wiggins and GP2 get back, this defense is still going to suffer. I just don't believe that. Not in 1 year. Now, it might not look like last year, but like I said, they're fifth. They were ninth. There was a point where I was looking at you some days you didn't know this, and I was like, man, they may not make it. That's off the table. They're getting in.
Okay. I'm glad you think so.
All right.
Glad you think so. We'll see.
In. Now we just need reinforcements. And you're right. GP2 might not come back. And Wiggins, I think he'll be back. But, man, and you know what? To that caller's point, if I had $1 for everybody that's called in, or even when I'm just in my everyday life outside of the studio saying not a lot of people rush to Jordan's Poole defense, going back to that video, maybe I'm looking at it different. I saw him come over and break it up. I don't know what you wanted to see to say everybody was slow McGraw.
Robert's in Emeryville. Hey, Robert.
What's up, y'all?
Hey.
I just wanted to say real quick, I don't think that our culture has changed too much. I don't think that we're losing because Clay and Steph and Dre are a step slower. I think we're just missing those key veteran pieces that we had in the past, like a Sean Livingston and Andre Iguodala or a Mo Spates. You know what I'm saying? Guys who had already gone through adversity in their career and know how to play the game, know their roles. I think our bench is being led now by young guys who are going through adversity or have yet to go through adversity in their careers. That kind of makes you that wily old vet. So our big three is just missing like some key veteran pieces to help lead the young guys and just keep things rolling in the right direction.
That'd be correct. I think that's right. I mean, I just think if you look at the Warriors, like, okay, pretend you're Clay, Steph, or Draymond. Let's just look at the whole roster before the season started. There's 15 guys. No, we have 14. They have 14 contracts, right? 14.
All right.
Here are some of the 14. Poole, 23.
Gotcha.
Kuminga, second year after no college. Patrick Baldwin Jr., rookie. Ryan Rollins, on the team but doesn't play. Moody, doesn't play. Wiseman, not ready. So then you have Lamb and Jerome, also young players, but at least have a clue because they've played college. So guess what? They're elevated ahead of those younger guys. But I think the Warriors look at Jerome and Lamb as they don't love them, but they like them more than the rookies who keep making mistake, or the young players who keep making mistake after mistake after mistake. Like, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Half the roster is young players, or was young players, when they had Wiseman. I could see why the veterans are like, what are we doing? Can we have a few more veterans on this team? Kurt in Dublin. Hey, Kurt.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, some quick thoughts on Jordan Poole and the mentoring he's received. I think it's interesting that the veterans will point out that with their mentoring, they only want to kind of accept the good mentoring they've done. But if you look at what Jordan Poole does on the court, I think some of the frustration you'll see are things that he's actually picked up from the veterans. You know, his poor shot selection, the way he's brash, his celebration, his arguing with refs. Those are all things that have also been mentored into him by the core veterans. You know, he watches Draymond argue with refs. He's seen Steph and Clay at times have incredibly poor shot selection, and he's taken those things as well. So I think overall the veterans, you know, you got to take the good with the bad with your mentoring, and should look at all possibilities.
Good point. And again, like, I'm not saying Jordan Poole's right. I'm not saying Jordan Poole's wrong. I'm not saying Klay Thompson's right. I'm not saying Klay Thompson's wrong. But if I'm Jordan Poole, okay, and you're going to come down my road about shot selection, my natural defensive response would be like, did you see how Klay Thompson played the first month? You're going to get on me because I'm trying to make something happen and maybe take some bad shots, okay? But did you watch Klay the first month? Like, why is there no accountability for Klay? Well, he's a 4-time champion. I get all that. But all I'm saying is you can see why they're not together.
Well, what about that team meeting where, by all accounts, Klay got addressed for hunting shots? And at that juncture...
So you think it's over then?
No, I don't
think the problem goes away?
I know Klay's playing differently. I'm just saying, at that point, would you had a problem with Jordan Poole and how he was playing then? To me, the reason they called the meeting was Klay Thompson and his shot selection.
Right. So what I'm saying is the team did that. So Jordan Poole feels like, you know, maybe he doesn't like the way he's being coached. The bottom line is, wait a minute, you're going to get on me? Hey, Steve Kerr, you didn't do anything when Klay Thompson played selfishly, and it was obvious to everybody. You know what? And I would kind of look at it that way. I think when I look at Klay Thompson that first month, I think it was obvious he was playing selfishly.
No, we all
Jordan Poole, I just think he tries to do too much. Like I don't think he's selfish. I just think he's a scorer who tries to do too much. Mark's in Walnut Creek. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Steiny, Guru, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, Guru, you got to admit, Steiny's right. It's about every single point he's made. It takes the defense, takes 5 people to play the kind of defense they do. You got to be on a rope, right?
Yep.
Same page, makes it work. Even when GP2 and freaking Kelsey.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Not a great connection. We did hear the part where you said I'm right about everything.
Yeah,
wow. That part came through loud.
Yeah, Jesus.
Oh, boy. No Andrew Wiggins again. This will be the 10th game he's missed because of personal reasons. He's only played 37 games this year.
That's a wow. That is
What's
a
the
wow.
Here's one. How important is Wiggins? What's the Warriors' record in the 37 games that Wiggins has played? Another telling stat as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I'm going to go 20-17.
Close. 19-18. Do you see what I mean?
And if you
Don't
did it
you
with
get
Curry,
it?
it would be
They're 500 with this guy, without this guy, with that guy, without this guy. Now,
what do you expect tonight, honestly, Stoney? Because I know this Warrior. You're like you told me, Goo, don't do it, don't place nothing down. But what's your heart tell you?
Well,
your gut. They need it. With Dre doing what he did yesterday, and Memphis got his own problems, right? They can't shoot. Jaw's not there. The Samurai's gone.
Here's you know what?
Is it in Memphis or Golden State?
Oh wow, it's in Memphis.
That's a problem,
dude. And losing to OKC, I know it ain't old OKC. Goo, they can lose anywhere on the road.
OKC's almost 500. like this is where I want to say,
say it.
Who do you think the Warriors are? They're 2 games over 500.
The defending champions.
They have they can't just go out and beat anybody.
Yeah, and that's
they have
what
to
I'm
work
having
at
a
it.
hard time dealing with.
Right.
Every
they can't.
night's tonight.
Why do you think they can't coast anymore? Because they've gotten older. You want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors versus Spurs game on March 31st? All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen to 957thegame.com. Longer you listen, more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen, it's another chance to win, up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app. Tickets courtesy the Golden State Warriors. And as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. We're going to be back for a special half hour. We're here till 3:30, and we're going to call it the Train Wreck 30. We'll come back, see if we can get the train off the track, Jack.
The train is off the track.
be there when I be there.
Who the F cares?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz, Dow, the Guru Johnson with you. Extra half hour, because we're going to take you right up to Warriors Live. And rather than have a show come in here for a half hour, we're going to work a little overtime.
Look at
and you know what? And you know what? You know.
We're going for 2.
What do you mean?
Overtime, 2-point conversion.
No, it's
That
like
was
a basketball overtime. I'll carry us if you need.
Okay.
Because this is when the stars come out to play. By the way, I got to leave right after the show, like at 3:24. I got to get out of here.
Some would say that's good news. That was pretty. Dude, I need to start writing. No, but listen. And you get it. He said you got to leave right after.
Right.
Some would say that's good news.
Why?
Meaning you're leaving.
But
we don't care. Anyway, Evan got it.
You're not gonna ask me why?
Why?
I'm not telling you now.
No, because
I'm going on a podcast. How about that?
Okay, now I really want. Everybody wants to know.
Yeah, I know.
And
you
I
do.
saw you do something to your hair.
Yeah, well, my hair was sticking
Yeah.
out because my
Whose podcast?
You got to tell us.
JD.
No, guy, sports writer back east.
Oh, wow.
2 sports writers back east want to have me on.
What you talking about?
Probably talk some Warriors. Probably talk might talk a little bit about MatthewSteinmetz.com.
Look at the smile.
Where I've been writing some things left. You know what? I may live blog the Warrior game tonight. Maybe that's what I'll do.
How does that work?
I don't know.
And I don't like the sound of it.
Oh, I know you don't.
Are you going to be doing
time.
what people do on Twitter? Curry throws a ball. I'm watching the game.
No, it would
Wiggins hits a 3, gets fouled. 10 people typing.
Well, Wiggins ain't going to do that.
Curry. I'm watching the game. Fumble. I'm watching it, but there I am like a dummy, just scrolling down. So you're watching it twice. You're watching and reading it.
Oh,
I don't like any of it.
Are you serious?
What happened?
Yep.
You want to come in with that? Why don't you come in with it? Seriously. This is Evan.
According to our Warriors insider Anthony Slater, Jonathan Kuminga earlier today in warmups rolled his ankle. He will be out tonight against Memphis.
What is it in warmups? Durant, now Kuminga?
It's only 2.
That's too many. Man. I ain't going to get worried like you know.
He wasn't going to play anyway.
Well, it's not. He was. Dude, what? I mean, honestly, can you honestly look me in the face and say, Goo, I can tell you how many dudes on my fingers have gotten hurt in warmups.
Non-contact injury. It happens. It happens.
Damn, JK.
Especially a guy like Kuminga who's out of shape and doesn't take the game seriously.
Now, for the people driving around, they would think we're serious.
I think they know I'm kidding.
Okay, all right.
Although one of the reasons the veterans probably can't stand him is because he doesn't work hard.
Please.
Again, I'm kidding.
Hey,
I'm
real quick.
Kidding.
You doing the podcast here, or you're doing it? You got to go home and then.
I think I'm going to do it in my car because I got a pretty good. I got a pretty good on my way.
You got a nice little car. I told Pops
on
a little swag to it.
All right, you know what? I'm finally answering this from the 707. Why would anyone in their right mind have the Mavs in 6, Steinmetz? Why would anybody who said had the Mavs in 6 have them on your pocket? That's the worst thing I've ever done. Seriously, that's the stupidest thing I ever did.
You took one for the team. I was right. Whitley,
you know what? I'm telling this story
because Willard won't let
because
you
we
live it
shouldn't
down.
even be. Actually, he knows. He said
he did. Tell him we're in the green room.
Everybody's got to make a prediction on the series. All right, I'm the last guy to get Shasky, Bonte, Guru, Dibley. Everybody make a prediction.
It's a trap.
I said, well, what's everybody got?
Why did you even need that?
Everybody's got the Warriors.
Hello.
I said, what? It's like, everybody has picked the Warriors. I'm like, fine. Put me down for the Mavericks.
Right.
I don't care.
But she said, are you sure?
It turns out I would end up caring because I never thought.
I wanted to drive to your house.
I never thought it would like.
The timeline was like, those were Hornets. Dude, I looked at your timeline. I said, I need to call my buddy. Stoney, they came after you.
I know they did.
But you did it as a joke.
That's what I thought.
See, I had your back, man.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. What else?
Dude, OT.
You want to go to, you want to hear the Fred VanVleet thing?
Dude, this is great.
Why? Because why do you like when people denigrate others?
Well, first,
you love Draymond Green ripping Dylan Brooks.
Because Dylan ripped him. I hate that you forget that.
But you love it both.
Yeah,
don't you?
Question real quick. Yeah. You heard it the other couple Fridays ago. I just like a good freestyle. I like somebody that goes to a funeral or somebody that's at a wedding and they just come from the heart, but it's still just almost like perfect. That I don't like. Let me get my paper out and read it. And what VanVleet did came from the heart, and his timing, the pause, his cadence. It was like, boy. And then he called him out by name and said, I took it like this, 98% of my technicals are with him. And did it really warrant a technical? And it did change the game a little bit.
I didn't see the actual play he was talking about. 707, it's a joke, Matt. Lighten up, Francis. Ooh, that's a little stripes.
Yeah.
Stripes. Nah, I got a smile on
You're going Bill Murray stripes, right?
Is there another one?
I love the young people.
Is there another one I'm missing?
That's pretty funny. No.
All right, here's Fred VanVleet, another crybaby. Doesn't like the officials.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought Ben Taylor was terrible tonight. I thought that on most nights, a couple of the, out of the three, there's one or two that just the game up. It's been like that a couple games in a row. Denver was tough, obviously. You come out tonight, you're competing pretty hard. The third quarter, I get a bull tech, changes the whole dynamic of the game, changes the whole flow of the game. Most of the refs are trying hard. I like a lot of the refs are trying hard. They're pretty fair. They communicate well. And then you got the other ones who just want to be dicks and just kind of the game up. Nobody's coming to see that. They come to see the players. I think we're losing a little bit of the fabric of what the NBA is and was, and it's been disappointing this season. You can look up most of my texts this year have been with Ben Taylor officiating. So at a certain point as a player, you feel it's personal. It's never a good place to be. That's not why we lost tonight. We got outplayed, but it definitely makes it tougher to overcome.
Wow. Speak your piece. How much is that's $50K? No, might be 100. Called him out. He used his name.
25K. 25. Maybe 50. I don't know. But come on, Fred VanVleet. You got to blame the technical. Was that in the third quarter?
Think so.
Third quarter technical changed the whole game.
Now, he didn't say that. He said the flow.
Okay.
The flow.
Well, come on now. Hey, guys, listen to the show. A lot going on with the Warriors. But the biggest issue about Jordan Poole is lack of effort. I think if he's struggling to shoot or taking shots, but at least tries to defend, the team wouldn't mind. But Poole gives up backdoor cuts, maybe. That might be some. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that Poole is, what if I put it this way? All
right.
In the 10 years since, let's say the 10-year run for the Warriors, the only other player that the Warriors have had that plays the kind of way that Jordan Poole plays is Nick Young.
I think you would be being unfair to Jordan Poole.
Do you think that Jordan Poole represents the kind of player that the Warriors have won titles with? Style.
Yeah, no doubt. It was Steph Curry-like, not esque, because Steiny, the dude had the flair. Defense is nothing.
Jordan Poole cannot play off the ball.
I'm talking about with the ball.
Steph Curry.
He was a wizard with the ball in his hand last year.
Great, but
the crowds
Steph doesn't have the ball in his hands all the time.
Well, you asked me a question, I answered it.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, but what?
He's not.
Okay.
He's not.
And you know what?
He doesn't.
There's no shame in that. What I just want to shake you and everybody that calls and mention this kid's name is, one, you're forgetting about last year, and two, he got socked in the face and maybe that just effed him up. His game. Give him that. But to call here and say, we get rid of Jordan Poole, all our problems are fixed.
Who said that?
No, it's said, but the Dub Nation's saying that.
I don't think so. I think if you said, who do you want out, Poole or Draymond Green?
Now that,
I think it would be like 50-50.
Okay, well, I agree. But but admit this week the calls have been, what ails the Warriors? Jordan Poole, come to the front. You're the winner.
I don't know. I think people are sick of Draymond. I think people look at you. You came in yesterday furious.
Yeah, but that's
Draymond Green.
But that's the 29th time I've been furious because I only call him out when he He eats his own teammates.
Oh, great call, 510.
I thought you were saying great thought, but anyway, not that I care.
Kelly Oubre, also very similar to Poole. Good call. Oubre, Poole, Nick Young. I think there's something there.
Play the stunning. They said night-night to those guys.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, you're saying
but
that could still happen?
Poole.
Okay, yeah. But
that's my point.
Again, I'll go Johnny Cochran for Poole. Rest in peace. I feel like he earned that last year. And you're not taking in, you talk it, but you don't walk it. How's me goes? You don't walk it when you say, Goo, he might have been messed up when he got hit in the face. That's why we're seeing this bad, 30%, everything just bad. It's got to mean something. If you hit me, we know what would happen there. But if you hit me, we would be done. We would do the show, but we would be done. But you don't care. You just move on, toughen up, son, and be automatic. What's going through that man's? Hey, maybe he's thinking about his chicken to kick in next year. I don't know.
Oh, here's another one. Oh, this guy's perfect. Thank you, 925.
I tried.
Thank you, 925. Another guy who didn't fit, D'Angelo Russell. He didn't fit this system. Let's be honest. Thank you, everybody that said that's great. And I'm not saying I'm obviously, to me, Poole is not dissimilar from D'Angelo Russell. He's not dissimilar from Nick Young.
All right,
he's not dissimilar from an Oubre in terms of the approach to the game. So I can understand maybe how some veterans look at Poole and say, he's not really the kind of guy we've wanted.
So why did Joe give him the contract?
Because he's the owner.
So,
and the players don't mean anything.
Okay, but what? Oh, no, it goes to what?
Because he's good.
Okay, now, all right. Now you'll give him that. Now,
of course he's good.
Okay, all right. Hey, I appreciate you.
You're the one who's been killing Poole all year.
Yeah,
I'm the one
because
who's been saying.
I'm comparing him to last year.
Okay.
Yeah, and as Donnie, you said it earlier. I never heard Oubre was a gym rat or Nick Young, but the dude's been in the lab.
Monte Ellis, perfect. Another great example. Monte Ellis would have never fit on this team, the Golden State Warriors right now. Mr. B in Lodi. Hey, Mr. B, what's going on?
Hey, Steiny and Guru. I apologize for my voice. I lost it by singing Tutti Frutti by Little Richard at a karaoke joint last week. Okay. But anyway, what I wanted to, and I'll hit a note for you before I go, but the thing I noticed about Jordan Poole last year when the Warriors won their unexpected championship is during the celebration, he was screaming, "I'm going to get that back!"
Yep.
And you know what? I was very disappointed because I would have thought he would have been so excited about winning the championship more than the money. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I never saw another person in my life, I'm 65 years old, scream about the money when they won a championship. So right there, I thought it's a character flaw. And yeah, Draymond's crazy, we know that. But anyway, that's my only point.
Appreciate the call.
Wow,
209 says, what's the system everyone's talking about?
I saw that.
The system is passing game
Cuts.
as opposed to pick and roll.
Yep.
And the only reason the Golden State Warriors can play that way, the biggest reason, is because Steph Curry can play off the ball. That's why they can play the style they play. If Steph Curry were Westbrook or Harden or Poole
or Dame
or Chris Paul or Dame Lillard, they could not play this way. That's why he is special.
All right, let's put that right on the table.
He's no less effective when he plays off the ball.
Okay.
What other player in the league can you say that about?
Kevin Durant.
What, are you crazy?
Durant is. What can he do, Stoney? I'm listening.
You're going to compare the way Durant moves without the ball to the way Curry does?
No, Curry is superior.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
No, I thought
Curry is as dangerous without the ball
no doubt.
as with Durant.
He's
is
number
not.
one. But no, I said Durant could come in here and fit into this system. And that's what he did. I thought that's what we were talking about.
No, what we're talking about is name me a player who doesn't get worse when you take the ball out of his hands.
Not a player that caliber, but
exactly
players that run around. I mean, like C.J. McCollum moves without the ball a ton, but he's obviously not as good as Steph Curry.
But I think C.J. McCollum's better with the ball. Like, I think he's got
some wiggle.
I hate that word. I hate that too, because that has nothing to do with winning.
But you just said you
it
gave
has
him
nothing to do.
But
with winning.
I put some caramel on it. You were vanilla with it. He's better with the ball. CJ's got a bag. What you hate that one? What do you like?
Just talk regular.
Do you hate the term crossover?
Talk regular.
Moves.
Just talk regular.
No,
don't say offs or all this crap. Nobody wants to shorten up stuff.
Hey, dude, E40 rubbing off on me.
No longer
I had
in the
it
league.
right on the table. We're
is that a segment now?
Which it could be when I do an hour. Hey, so your guy Joe Lacob, do you think from what he's seen and how this year's gone on, the one word my father Norman said, never have this, son, you think he regrets giving Poole that bread? Or will this team look different next year and maybe build around Curry and Poole?
Build around Curry?
Well,
he's
I'm
35.
Saying, no, he's going to be here for the next 5 years. So
that's 5 years.
You got no doubt. You got to reinvent yourself, and I think Poole's a part of that.
So Curry's
going to be wrong.
Curry's going to be playing at 40.
Well, I'm going to give him 39.
What's he got after this? How many years Curry have after this?
A couple more.
Somebody gets Steiny some prune juice. He's getting a little cranky. I am getting a little cranky.
I feel like you're naturally cranky.
We're not connecting right now. And I was going to say you're not connecting with me, but that would have sounded like it's up to you to connect with me. The reality is we're not connecting with each other.
You want me to be Willard?
I don't care what you are.
Steiny, how do you feel? Talk to us.
About what?
Just anything. What makes you tick?
What makes me tick? I love provocation. Makes me tick is civility.
You think the Warriors can get back on the track?
Is that the way you think Willard sounds?
No, he talks to you that way, and you just open up.
We have
like
a special relationship.
Yeah, you do.
It's making me sick.
Hey, Steiny, do you think the Warriors can bounce back? and then let me do you. Hey, that's a great question, Mark. Let me do. Hey, yeah. It's so like, give me the real Steiny. 12-3, Jack, the killer, the assassin. Not this, and JD too. Hey, Jay.
But those guys' thoughts, what those guys say, usually represent things that have been thought out.
You look at me and you see a hooper, you get mad, you probably couldn't take me, you get agitated like you're doing now. I know what it is.
No, it's just your takes.
I was a high flyer.
Your takes, yeah, right.
What you mean, yeah, right?
No chance. No chance.
Now I'm rolling back in the chair. I'm 6'4", bud.
Guru.
What are you saying?
You stunk. I'm going to tell you what I did.
That hurt. I'm going to let you
I'm going to tell you what I did.
No, that hurt.
I'm going to tell you what I did.
I don't care.
I've texted.
I don't
texted.
All you had to do was ask me.
About what?
My game.
I'm not going to do that because you're going to lie about it.
What?
So you know Glenn Graham?
No.
He doesn't know you either. He said he's never played with you.
Okay.
You know James Daly?
Like who? Yeah, we used to go.
He said he never remembered playing against you.
Well, tell him I played against him and I got buckets. That's the owner of the Golden Bear. Halftime. I got buckets. It don't matter. I was older.
He was D1, Goo. He played Division I basketball.
He wasn't D1 when we played. We were older at the Club 1.
He was phenomenal.
I guarded him. How about that? He couldn't keep up with me.
Oh, my God.
I let it all out.
You know, he played at St. Mary's.
Well,
he was at St. Mary's leading scorer.
He got me there. Okay, he got me there. But that version of him at Club 1, barbecue chicken.
Well, how come he doesn't remember you?
Maybe we need to go pay him a visit.
Guru beat him so bad. Had to eliminate it from his memory.
I know what you're setting me up, but dude, I'm just telling you.
Sitting just a knocking me down. Bruce Springsteen's coming to the Chase Center.
Now, the chances you going to that?
Slim. I'm done going to concerts. What? That's comedy. That's different.
Sometimes I don't know what to do with you, man.
Well, I'll tell you what you do with me. Is you thank your lucky stars we got paired up together.
No.
Steinmetz, you sound like trying to implement a specific system that firing the guy is a bad thing. There's a reason Kerr has been successful thus far.
Who is D-Ball?
I don't know what you're trying to say there. Who's what?
D-Ball on YouTube. Guru, you're terrible at basketball. I'm still playing.
408, why they change your guys' time slot. This is a one-and-done thing. We're just taking you up. We're just having this extra half hour to take you up to Warriors Live.
I'm excited.
See, my guy's calling me. How much time we got here?
Which, for
90 seconds.
90
podcast.
seconds? Yeah.
You getting paid? Time is money.
Get your nose out of my business.
Wow.
How about that?
How about that?
Of course I'm not getting paid.
Look at you.
I spent 15 hours on a blog last month, and I got $5.17. No, it's about love of the game. That's what it's about. How much time we got now?
About 20.
Here's what I want.
50 seconds.
Here's what I want you to do from now on, tomorrow. Don't come in anymore and say, there's no way the Warriors lose. No chance. Like, there's a chance they might lose tonight. And how about this? How about
where my money, your money,
how
where your
about
mouth is?
Don't allow the mood you come in with to be dictated by whether you won a bet or lost a bet. Like if the Warriors it happens every single time.
And that's why
we can already if the Warriors lose tonight.
This hurts
if they lose tonight, you are going to go nuts because
if Draymond
you've got Skrilla on the game.
Money coming, money go. Stoney,
gotta go.
Gotta go. See you.
Remember college? 5-Hour Energy got you through.
Ugly one for the Dubs defensively in Oklahoma City the other night as the Warriors gave up 137 to the Thunder in losing that one 137 to 128. All told, Warriors still clinging to the 5th spot in the Western Conference playoff race. We'll keep you updated on everything going on as far as the playoff race goes, with the Warriors and Grizzlies going at it tonight, other games with Western Conference playoff ramifications throughout the league on what is a lighter Thursday night. And a big part of the reason why it is a lighter Thursday night is the fact that you do have this, some call it a rivalry. I know the Warriors have been reluctant to call it a rivalry. I think the Grizzlies believe it's a full-blown, full-fledged rivalry between these two teams after the Warriors eliminated the Grizzlies in the Western semifinals last May, and the Grizzlies eliminating the Warriors in the play-in tournament going back to 2021. But the Warriors coming in shorthanded, injury report momentarily. The Grizzlies also coming in shorthanded and struggling, as the Grizzlies really have not played good basketball for the better part of the last 2 months. And that has put them in a position where they come into this game now 3rd in the Western Conference, tied with Sacramento for 2nd, but Sacramento holding the tiebreaker over the Grizzlies at 38-26. So the Grizzlies, after being in 2nd really for a majority of the season, have now dropped to 3rd. And, of course, the Warriors trying to figure out any possible way to garner some momentum away from Chase Center in the midst of this 8-game in 10 on the road, with the 2 home games to be played coming up here Saturday and Monday against Milwaukee and Phoenix. So tough times for the Warriors, and both of these teams in this game are going to be going at it shorthanded as we get to your injury report, which is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. And some breaking news here just within the last half hour or so as it relates to the Warriors and the injury report. And the Warriors are going to be without Jonathan Kuminga in this game this afternoon, as Kuminga, according to Steve Kerr, rolled his ankle in warm-up. So you saw Kevin Durant do that in Phoenix last night, what was supposed to be Durant's first home game as a member of the Phoenix Suns, and he rolled the ankle what looked to be pretty significantly in the warm-up and unable to go last night as the Suns were able to get the win. And so Kuminga doing the same in the early warm-up. And so he had already been listed on the injury report with an ankle tweak. A left ankle sprain was probable and going to go, but tweaking that ankle in the pregame warm-up. So the Warriors going to be shorthanded without the services of Jonathan Kuminga. Warriors also still to be without Andrew Wiggins, who remains absent due to the personal reasons, which have kept him out now for nearly a month. The last time that Andrew Wiggins was able to play for the Warriors, you got to go all the way back to February the 13th when the Warriors beat Washington, and then he missed the final game against the Clippers down in Los Angeles before the break and has missed each of the games since coming out of the break. You add it all up with the break in between there, and Wiggins has not played in what would be a month here, coming up on that over the course of the next couple of days. So no Andrew Wiggins. Andre Iguodala, right hip soreness, listed as probable. Kevon Looney been dealing with some back soreness, and my goodness, Kevon Looney has not looked healthy here over the last couple of games, and really a rarity, but Kevon Looney has kind of had it handed to him a little bit by the Lakers and by the Oklahoma City Thunder over the course of these last two games. So Kevon Looney, somebody that really helped the Warriors in a major way going back to that conference semifinals victory where the Warriors were able to win without the home court advantage and knock out the Grizzlies in 6 games, and Looney with the big 20-plus rebound game in the finale, the closeout game of that series. He's been a little bit banged up of late, but also can always play a big role in this head-to-head matchup. But he is probable, of course, the Warriors still without Gary Payton II and Ryan Rollins in this one. The Grizzlies are going to be without some key players as well, and some key rotation players and starters, as Ja Morant remains out. The Grizzlies announcing yesterday that Ja Morant will not be with the team for the next 4 games after having missed the last 2, and still no firm timeline given on when he will return, taking this, what I guess officially is being deemed a leave of absence following that gun incident going back to the Denver area after the Grizzlies had played the Nuggets this past weekend, and the IG story with Morant having the gun and the investigation ongoing per the NBA. I know the Colorado authorities also had been locked into an investigation, which reportedly had led to no charges being filed against Morant, but Morant missed the last 2 games, not with the team in Los Angeles, as the Grizzlies lost to both the Clippers and the Lakers over the last 2, and they, for all the Warriors' struggles on the road, the Grizzlies have been better, but not that much better by their standards, as Memphis 12-21 away, but hard to believe. You look at the 12-21 for the Grizzlies, and that is still 4.5, 5 games better than the Warriors have been, and it is just an eyesore when you look at the NBA standings and look at where the Warriors are. 34-32 overall, 7-25 though on the road, and that just, I mean, it's striking as the 4th worst road record currently in the NBA, and one of few teams that sit right now in the single digits in terms of road victories. I mean, you got the Rockets 6-27, you got the Spurs 6-27. I mean, 2 pretty historically bad teams, and then the Warriors coming in a game and a half better than that at 7-25, and really the only team close to that bad is the Pistons, who are the worst team currently in the NBA by record and winning percentage, and the Pistons are 7-26 on the road. So just 4 teams worse than the Warriors, or even in the Warriors category, 3 teams worse in the NBA than the Warriors, and hard to believe the Warriors are 5th in the West, given how badly they've been on the road. But the Grizzlies, not that much better on the road themselves, and have been without Morant, who will continue to be out in this game for them. They also had their big man, Steven Adams, who's been out with a right knee PCL sprain, reevaluated, and that announcement was made here just within the last hour as well. And Steven Adams, who's hurt the Warriors at times, that reevaluation led them to a stem cell injection. And so he recovers from the PCL sprain and undergoes the stem cell injection. So Adams is going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. And 4 weeks from today is April the 6th, which is the final 3-4 days of the NBA regular season. And so basically, already not knowing what the deal is going to be with Ja Morant, the Grizzlies' best player, their starting center in Steven Adams, is going to be out for at least the next 4 weeks, having not played for the last month plus. And so the Grizzlies are very much in a fight and very much slipping right now in the Western Conference as they battle the Warriors in this one. And so a couple of key pieces out for Memphis. Brandon Clark, he tore his Achilles last week on the road trip. So the backup big man, Brandon Clark, is out in this game for Memphis as well. John Dickinson rolling on here on 95.7 The Game. It is Warriors Live, getting you set up for the Warriors and the Grizzlies here this afternoon on 95.7 The Game that was originally going to be the second part of the TNT doubleheader on this Thursday, but bumped up to be the opener, moved into the more prime time slot with the Knicks and Sacramento being added to the docket later on just a couple of weeks ago. And this one of the games, as you look at the prior 2 matchups of these 2 teams, the Warriors getting the upper hand and have now gotten the upper hand in 3 consecutive games, all played at Chase, going back to that Western Conference semifinal series from a year ago. And the Warriors getting the better of Memphis in 2 hotly contested games in Chase Center, going back to Christmas night on December the 25th, and then 1 month later on January the 25th, the Warriors able to beat the Grizzlies on Christmas 123-109. That was a shorthanded win with the Warriors not having Steph Curry or Andrew Wiggins in that game. Warriors a big 40-30 third quarter in pulling away, leading by as many as 20. And that was really the first sign of some problems on that road trip for the Grizzlies when the Warriors were able to beat them shorthanded in that one. And then another tough road trip at the end of January for Memphis. A couple of those roadies that have both kind of done them in and prevented them from being solidified in second in the West themselves. The Warriors beat them again 122-120 in a game that Steph Curry did play, but the Warriors were still without Andrew Wiggins in that second matchup. The Warriors earning that victory to get to 24-24. How hotly contested have both of these matchups been between these two teams? Well, the Warriors have had ejections in both of the first two games, with Jordan Poole getting ejected with a couple of technical fouls on Christmas, and then Steph Curry, y'all remember back on January the 25th, ejected for throwing his mouthpiece into the stands. The Warriors able to survive that game late and win it 122-120 as the Warriors able to have a great inbounds pass and play for Jordan Poole to win that one in the closing seconds. Jordan Poole finishing that game with 21 points. Steph Curry had 34, and the Warriors getting the upper hand in that one, having to play shorthanded. But they have had the Grizzlies' number. This is the first time the Warriors are going to play in Memphis this season. It is Game 3 of a 4-game head-to-head series, and the Warriors with the 2-0 advantage. They're going to play again in Memphis coming up a week from Saturday. So 9 nights from tonight, the Warriors again back in Memphis and again going up against the Grizzlies on March the 18th. So a week from Saturday will be the final matchup, and the Warriors playing for the first time in Memphis since Game 5, where they got blown out in ugly fashion at FedEx Forum by the Grizzlies. I remember the Grizzlies were dancing in the aisles on that night, but the Warriors got the last laugh, dancing with them then, and then dancing as they eliminated them in Game 6 a couple of nights later. John Dickinson here, Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, as we get you set up for this one. And really the Warriors and Grizzlies rivalry and the villains from Draymond Green on the Warriors side and the disdain that the Grizzlies seemingly have, a disproportionate disdain, let's say, or fixation the Grizzlies have had on the Warriors, a big part of whether this thing is called a rivalry or not called a rivalry, and the back and forth has continued here over the course of the last couple of days with Draymond Green answering some comments made last week by Dylan Brooks, and just adding some fuel to the fire here between these two teams. And it all started with Dylan Brooks saying he doesn't like Draymond Green, isn't really down with the Warriors, and isn't down with Draymond's act. So let's run through some of the Draymond responses here as Warriors Live rolls on. And here's first what Draymond had to say about Dylan Brooks saying he didn't like Draymond.
This idiot said, I don't know what Draymond does out there. He said, I don't like Draymond at all. You don't know me. I just don't like Golden State. I quite frankly wouldn't like a team that beats me all the time either. I don't like anything to do with them. Quite frankly, you were a little kid in high school watching us win championships. Should be happy that you even witnessed that, or maybe college, but you get the point. You're a fan.
So, yeah, and part of what was really an all-time response, I think, from Draymond Green answering back at Dylan Brooks. And, so often this year on the road, we've been confounded by the fact that the Warriors, is it motivation? Are they just getting a little bit older? Is it bad matchups? Why have the Warriors struggled so mightily? There ain't going to be any lack of motivation tonight for the Warriors. If there was one game that they were going to be supremely motivated among the three, and it's unfortunate because the Warriors, I talked about this the other night on Warriors Wrap-Up, I think if you're a Warrior fan, you'd rather get the 2 wins against the Lakers and the Thunder. And if that meant you dropped the game against the Grizzlies, so be it. But I think a lot of Warrior fans would say, JD, I want the win over the Grizzlies to just keep them shut the heck up, given the fact that they're constantly running their mouth. And when they're constantly running their mouth, it's typically Dillon Brooks, who is the guy that is running his mouth. Will Draymond address the fact that Dillon Brooks talks a lot and is fixated on the Warriors? Here's Dre.
Draymond talks a lot. You talk a lot now. So if you have 4 rings, sure, you talk a lot more. For All-Stars, you probably talk a bit more. Defensive Player of the Year, you for damn sure would talk more. 2 Olympic gold medals, you definitely would be talking, because that would mean you beat Team USA, and we all know how that goes. So,
yeah, so Draymond, I think, making the point, and look, Draymond talks a lot, and I think a big part of the Warrior disdain, and Dillon Brooks, of course, talks a lot, but the disdain for the Warriors toward the Grizzlies is very much the who do you think you are? You haven't won anything kind of a thing, and the Grizzlies, maybe a little prematurely, have gotten into their feelings about feeling disrespected by the Warriors as sort of the self-anointed, next team. I think the Grizzlies view themselves as that self-anointed next team, and the Warriors are like, you guys haven't won anything. One playoff series and a play-in tournament game with about 9,000 fans inside Chase Center going back a couple of years. And so, yeah, you look at that, and I think that's where the Warriors are like, win something first, beat us in a series first, win a championship or 2 first, and then beyond that, maybe you can talk a little bit. Dillon Brooks has been suspended for a game for picking up 16 technical fouls on the season. That's something Draymond pushed himself right up to that 15 tech limit. Draymond even addressed all the techs that both of those two end up getting.
Gets away with a lot, too. What exactly do I get away with? I have 15 techs, 1 less than your dumb ass. Okay, great.
So there you go. And yeah, Dillon Brooks got to 16. Draymond, we'll see if cooler heads prevail in game tonight. We talked about the 2 ejections from the Warriors side in the first 2 head-to-head matchups. And then Draymond even went a little bit farther down the line and asked the question, is Dillon Brooks even really liked, or maybe part of the reason why the Grizzlies can't get over the hump themselves?
His game is cool. If you ever wondered why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball. And yet, you running around talking about a dynasty? The dynasty starts after you, not with you.
And I think that's the big part of this thing was the dynasty comments. I think it goes back to Iguodala not wanting to join the Grizzlies back after he had been traded there, and then ends up back with the Warriors last year and wins a championship. I think Iguodala kind of gave off some vibes that he thought the Grizzlies were beneath him and his time. And I think the Grizzlies took a little bit of exception to that. But you look at everything going on and the constant running of the mouth from the Grizzlies, and the fact that they find themselves now 3rd in the West as things sit and slipping away, and all of the off-the-court issues surrounding Ja Morant. I mean, the Grizzlies looked like they were potentially the next team to be able to make a run in the Western Conference, a young group that seemingly liked each other. And now there's a whole lot of issues in that locker room that they may have written some checks with their mouth that their play can't cash. And we've seen this so many times with so many teams that the Warriors have dispatched of here during their dynastic run, whether it was the Rockets or Oklahoma City or other teams, the Clippers in the Lob City era, where the Warriors had tried to put teams that come at the Warriors had sent them back the other way, and a lot of those teams, it blew up on them before they even had a real chance to compete. And so motivation will be at a premium. I think that's pretty fair here over the course of the afternoon and the evening here tonight on 95.7 The Game as these 2 teams face each other with the Warriors and the Grizzlies. John Dickinson here, Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Xfinity Internet, better streaming, Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. Warriors and the Memphis Grizzlies on 95.7 The Game. Now, all of that being said, the Warriors have been awful away from Chase Center, and they have been awful on this road trip for the most part. Couple of really bad first and third quarters for the Warriors in both of these games. 18 points in the first and third in Los Angeles. They give up 40 and 37 in the first and third quarters at Oklahoma City. And the Warriors have to be able to find some semblance of some defensive force on the road here if they're going to have any shot at pulling off the win in Memphis against this Grizzlies team that will have a lot more fight at 26-5 than they've shown on the road. And the Warriors coming in 7-25 on the road. And this is a big one because the Warriors currently tied for 5th with the Clippers. Clippers at 6. The Warriors have taken 2 out of 3 head-to-head by virtue of their win last week. But the Warriors now separation 3 games on the Suns, and you can forget about Sacramento or Memphis at this point as far as the head-to-heads go. 5 games back are the Warriors of both of them. And some big games here over the next couple of hours, frankly, with the Warriors and Grizzlies going at it. Utah's in Orlando. The Kings are hosting the Knicks. And so opportunities for the Warriors to further solidify themselves in that 5th spot if they can get the win in this one. But they're going to have to do it shorthanded. No Jonathan Kuminga. And, of course, no Andrew Wiggins for the Warriors. All right. Taking it to the bank. Who will take it to the bank? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises in the final minute here on Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Warriors are going to me, this is a Steph Curry game, but this is a Draymond game. Controlling the defense, the leadership, some of the champion's blood. I think being back in that building, the champion's blood can come out for the Warriors, and I think this is a game where the champions are going to have to hold the Warriors up and lead them to a victory. It's on Steph, Clay, and Draymond to take it to the bank for the Dubs in this one. Join me after the ballgame for Warriors wrap-up. We're taking your phone calls at 888-957-9570. But Tim and Jim, they've got the call. It's all coming up right here on 95.7 The Game.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift.